Hi everyone. Novel Crack brings you a new chapter of this novel. If you like it, give it a like, and if not, comment to know if you continue uploading it. This novel, together with the others on the channel, do not belong to me, they belong to their respective authors. Well, let's get started. Remember words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Silent Conglin, the slowly driving Mary, still the rushing river. At this moment, I fell into a weird silence. On the broken ground, Ainlu was lying motionless in the deep pit, and there was no movement after a while. Snapped. Nami and Usopp, who had reacted, slapped their hands. The fear on their faces slowly disappeared, and they yelled happily, yeah, that asterisk had finally solved it. Garp got in front of Captain Usopp, standing beside the ship. Usopp exclaimed triumphantly, it has been solved without Captain Usopp taking action. Looking at this scene, Sanji suddenly felt helpless. Idiot, when I faced God before, I didn't see what your kid dared to do. She glanced at Lin Tian, who was frowning slightly. Nami asked inexplicably, hey, Lin Tian, what else is going on? Why don't you think you have solved Ainlu, but not happy? No. Lin Tian shook his head, frowning even more. It's not right. The Fruit of Thunder is one of invincible abilities. Although the previous palm was very strong, it can solve that asterisk so easily. It is not a realistic thing. As soon as the voice fell, before Nami could speak to persuade, Ainlu in the deep pit finally had movement, and flashes of lightning flashed on her body. At the position of the heart, a little blue light dazzlingly sounded. With each blue light flashing in the air, you can clearly hear the beating of a heartbeat like a bell drum. Everyone's complexion changed immediately, with deep unbelievable fear on their faces. How could such a violent heartbeat be a dead person? In Lin Tian's surprised gaze, Ainlu, lying on the ground at the bottom of the deep pit, slowly stood up, and finally opened his confined eyes. The sharp gaze turned into 2 flashes of lightning, instantly smashing the ancient tree in front of him. Nami covered her mouth and looked at the figure below, deeply frightened. Could it be? He was shocking her heart. Is he really a human? This is the power that God can possess. The moment Ainlu woke up, Lin Tian flashed, hugged the shocked Nami on the side, and at the same time kicked the 2 guys nearby and fell to the ground. The movement just finished. Countless thunder and lightning sounded from where they stood just now. If Lin Tian hadn't moved fast, the 3 of them would have been hit. Below, Ainlu's figure disappeared in an instant. When he noticed the other party's movements, Lin Tian hurriedly reminded Usopp and Sanji, who were just about to get up from the ground. Be careful, he stares at you 2 guys. Up. As the voice sounded, Lin Tian's figure flashed and kicked towards Ainlu, who was standing behind Usopp, but finally had to stop his figure. Ainlu's fingers lightly pointed behind the back of Urso's head, and there were arcs on his fingers, which made his whole body tremble, and cold sweat on his forehead instantly burst out like running water. Lin Tian. Help. Ah. Sanji yelled at the edge, his arms propped up, his hands fell on the ground, and he spun up, kicking his right foot towards Ainlu's head. Hey. Lin Tian hurriedly made a noise to stop. This guy is a natural demon fruit ability. Physical attacks are of no use to him, but it was too late to make a sound. Sanji's feet fiercely whined, kicked into Ainlu's head, but what was greeted was not joy, but shock. What? Lifting his gaze, his scornful gaze revealed his disdain as if he were looking at ants. You guys dare to blaspheme God in order to experience God's mercy. I will send you like hell. 0.10 million volts. Squeak. The lightning flashed, and the right leg plunged into the body of Sanji, and Usopp below, wrapped in the flashing thunder and lightning. The 2 could not help but scream. Nami's cry rang, Usopp, Sanji. Instant. Now that the other party had started, Lin Tian didn't hesitate. His figure flashed, and he rushed in front of Ainlu, the dark, arm color domineering, covering his arms, rising a faint silver-white light. Streamer. Iron Fist. Faced with Lin Tian's attack, Ainlu did not evade at all, and left disdainfully. This kind of attack will never have any effect on God. People in the world are not afraid of God, but of God's power and invincible power. Wow, tough. The right fist turned into a streamer and hit him firmly. Ainlu, who had disdained to smile, was full of surprise and puzzlement. Mouthful of blood, muttered to himself, I am a god, how could I be hit by this attack? I am an invincible god. Withdrawing his fist, Lin Tian showed disdain at the corner of his face. God, it's just you who feel that, you who don't know the size of the world. How can you understand that the power of your own casters is not so powerful, God? Arrogant title. When the voice fell, Lin Tian didn't stop the movement of both hands. His arm domineering instantly covered both palms. With a low drink, his fists turned into streamers and shot forward. Physique profound meaning. Streaming fist shadow. In an instant, rays of light appeared in front of Ainlu. Both hands seemed to disappear, and the after images of the waves could only be seen vaguely. The speed had surpassed human dynamic vision and turned into a ray of light. Countless shadows of fists appeared in front of them, dozens, hundreds, or even thousands. The entire sky seemed to be filled with shadows of fists, and every fist possessed terrifying explosive power. Bang bang bang. A series of noises rose, and Ainlu, who was proud and arrogant before, fell from the gods into the mortal world and was abused as a dog. The sudden appearance of the arm color domineering, this kind of power that can break the natural immune damage, has never seen Ainlu, who has always been a casters on the island. At the moment Lin Tian took the shot, Ainlu was already blinded, and then seized the opportunity for a series of attacks, so that he had not reacted to what happened, and was directly beaten up. A powerful slap knocked the defeated Ainlu into flight, and once again fell into the previous huge pit. The huge impact was vented on the ground. Endless smoke and dust rises, the broken ground, the deep gullies that do not know how deep, are trembling, bit by bit bigger and deeper. Looking at it, there is endless darkness, like the entrance to hell. Turning around, she confessed to the stunned Nami, Hey, Nami, I will solve the guy Ainlu. You leave with Sanji and Usopp as soon as possible. You are too weak. This kind of battle is not suitable for you. Although the two of them were stunned, they still had a weak heartbeat. With the physique of these two guys, there is no life-threatening danger, it's just a matter of how long it takes to wake up. After finishing speaking, Lin Tian's figure flashed, and Philabi leaped towards the thick smoke. Nami, who reacted quickly, nodded her head. Looking at the disappearing back, his eyes suddenly became firm, and he pulled up Usopp and Sanji, who had fallen on the ground and were scorched, and walked toward the cabin. Now only himself can protect them. In the smoke, Lin Tian hadn't stood firm yet. A flash of lightning had already hit behind him, turned around and grabbed the thunder and lightning, and crushed it. Scanning the surrounding smoke, he shouted loudly, Come out, Ainlu, you should know that we can sense the other party. This level of attack is useless at all. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter sounded from all directions. An Ainlu's figure walked out of the thin thick fog, leaving a lot of scars on his chest, and a lot of red blood on the corners of his mouth. The previous series of attacks had indeed abused Ainlu into a dog, and his injuries were not light. Since receiving the power of thunder and taking himself as a god, Ainlu has never suffered such injuries. The guy who he thought of as an ant would abuse his superior casters like this. The anger in Ainlu's heart can be imagined. He opened his mouth and asked, You can actually hit my body, presumably the black matter suddenly covered by your hand. Should it be a force that can attack the natural element? Ainlu is not a fool. Lin Tian couldn't attack him before, but he was able to hit his own into later. The most obvious difference was that his wrists turned black. That's right. Withdrawing his arms and showing his arms, Lin Tian calmly replied, Nature is not an invincible power. There are ways to restrain everything, even if you are a thunder fruit-capable person. A few invincible abilities. 1. After finishing www.com, Lin Tian also murmured secretly in his heart that the Fruit of Thunder is one of the invincible abilities, more difficult than the strength of the green pheasant or the red dog, and every attack itself bears the power of thunder. Ha. Hearing Lin Tian's explanation, Enlu showed an angry smile on his face. Do you think that if you can hit my entity, you can blaspheme God? Just avoid it. God's power is more than that simple. A trace of disdain was revealed at the corner of his mouth. Lin Tian slowly pulled out his back to chase the wind. It was not a good choice to use swordsmanship in the face of thunder, but it would be difficult to solve this guy who was about to explode without using physical skills. When using God, you are just a lucky guy. Such a powerful ability is really a waste of you. Call out. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 361 Reverse. Dog abuse, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net in 1 second. Read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Cut. Handheld chasing the wind, Lin Tian waved a powerful slash with his hand and slashed towards Zany Road. With his footsteps, Lin Tian rose into the sky to avoid the thunder and lightning. Grabbing the branches above, standing on the tree trunk, turning over and leaping forward, seeing and hearing the domineering unfolding, perceiving the surrounding situation, and staring at the flashing lightning below. As a natural demon fruit ability person, immunity to physical attacks is the most troublesome, although armed domineering can cause physical damage. But for some powerful demon fruit abilities, the deterrence caused by armed domineering is limited, just like the green pheasant, Cusin, etc. Sometimes even if they are penetrated by the domineering body, they can escape with superb use. Especially when it comes to this kind of guys like Wang Yuan and Enlu who are extremely fast and have strong offensive power, it is even more troublesome, and they are the least willing to fight against such people. Squeak. A thunderbolt flashed and struck from the sky. Enlu's figure turned into a thunderbolt and appeared high in the sky, turning into a huge thunder sword with his right hand, and pierced his own heavenly spirit cover. When he dodged sideways, the branches of combat power under his feet were instantly cut in half, and the arm color was domineering covering the chasing wind, and he cut off the thunder sword that was in front of him. With a slip, he fell down the fallen branches and escaped. The discharge attack, launched by Enlu. The shining electric light flashed and spread in all directions, leaning on the branches under him, helping Lin Tian block the lightning attack from behind. This guy is smarter now, Lin Tian secretly said in his heart as he felt the attack coming from the branches. Obviously after suffering a loss, knowing that Lin Tian has the power to contact him and powerful physical skills, Enlu also learned cunning, relying on the speed of his own light, and the super strong attack power of thunder and lightning, not to confront him directly. Suddenly, a sense of crisis came from behind, making Lin Tian shudder with coldness. Without thinking, he quickly moved away from the branches behind. Catcha. Bang! A thunder sword passed through behind the branches, and under the huge energy, the thick branches like people exploded, and countless sawdust flew across. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian, who was flying upside down, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, a thunderlight emerged from behind and noticed the movement behind him. He squinted at Lin Tian's horrified eyes. A pillar of thunder stood on a tree branch from behind, with a proud Enlu on his face, which came out from his hand, and instantly penetrated Lin Tian's body. God's sanction. 100 million volts. The powerful electric current pierced Lin Tian's body in an instant and invaded his internal organs. The pain was truly heartbreaking, and he couldn't help but let out a roar. holding the chasing wind tightly with his right hand, gathering huge power, raised his hand towards the Ainlu who launched the thunder pillar and a dazzling slash shot from the tip of the sword. Swordsmanship, profound meaning. Streaming slash. The dazzling light flashed across the entire forest, coming and going fast, disappearing in an instant. Hearing the strange sound in front of him, Ainlu looked up. A slash has struck, instantly piercing Ainlu's body, knocking him out, and falling heavily on the tree behind him, still keeping the shock of that moment on his face. Losing its source, the big thunder pillar there also dissipated in an instant, and the whole body was flashing lightning. The charred Lin Tian also fell from the air, barely controlling his body in a paralyzed state, landing on the ground, half squatting on the ground, quietly waiting for the numbness caused by lightning to diminish. Hoo. There was a heavy breath in his mouth, and the power caused by a lightning attack of hundreds of millions of volts. Lin Tian couldn't bear the power, and he had the same fainting feeling in the previous 2 days. Using the thunder sword to force myself to show up, relying on the strong and domineering look and hearing to predict my position. The fruit of thunder is really strong, sighed secretly in his heart. It teleports at the speed of light, and it can change its position at will. Unlike the yellow ape, which can only move in a straight line, the lightning attack, that is difficult to stop unless it is separated by a marginal material, can continue to cause a sense of paralysis, especially the powerful sense of color. Coupled with the increase in lightning, it is definitely the strongest I have ever seen. Speed, attack, and prediction, not only are none of them weaker than themselves, it is good to be able to defeat them. Not to mention killing, not losing is one of the invincible abilities in history. This kind of ability, besides Blackbeard, is definitely the strongest I have ever encountered, but Blackbeard is too weak for him. If Ainlu is on the Great Route, he will definitely not be inferior to the Green Pheasant and others. With a squeak, the blood-stained figure at the corner of Ainlu's mouth appeared in front of her, standing on a high branch, looking down at Lin Tian. Wiping off the blood stains on the corners of his mouth, how about, have you experienced the power of God? I am Thunder. I am the omnipotent God who has gained this kind of power. However, you are the strongest I have ever seen, and you can resist my 100 million volt thunder and lightning, which shocked me greatly, but you have to die under the hands of God. Really? Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Lin Tian showed a faint smile on his dark face. I don't think so, but I have to thank you for telling me so much nonsense. The nonsense of Ainlu bought Lin Tian enough time to recover. The numbness in his body and the fainting in his mind dissipated a lot, and the impact on himself was much reduced. Realizing that he was playing Ainlu's anger in his heart can be imagined. He raised his right hand that turned into thunder and lightning and said angrily, "Do you think you can defeat me by playing these little tricks?" The power of God is unimaginable. Countless thunder and lightning, centered on the palm of Ainlu, traveled in all directions, passing in the void, and beams of lightning flashed high in the sky. Discharge, thunderfall. In an instant, Ainlu turned into a thunder and lightning arm and suddenly pressed downwards. With his arm, the sky of thunder light all slashed towards the ground. Seeing and hearing color domineering. His eye shrank under the domineering perception. Lightning comparable to the speed of light was clearly visible in front of Lin Tian. His body moved slightly in the thunder and lightning, but it accurately avoided every lightning attack. Lin Tian, who was avoiding, suddenly made a fist with his right hand and slammed towards the lightning that landed next to him. The violent fist wind dispelled even the lightning without hitting anything. When he stepped on his feet, he leaned his body and dodged sideways. One arm emerged from the thunder and lightning and was dodged dangerously by Lin Tian. The left hand of the hand chasing the wind, the sword, turned over and rotated towards Ainlu, even if it turned into thunder and lightning in time, but in front of the domineering chasing wind that covered the side and color, the arm was easily cut open. He let go of the chasing wind rushing upwards, his left hand grabbed, and under the thunder and lightning, reflecting the dark light, he passed through the thunder and lightning and grabbed Ainlu's arm. Perceiving his arm being caught, Ainlu's face changed. Discharge, 100 million volts. The lightning flashing all over the sky was immediately gathered by Ainlu, making a series of squeaking noises, hitting Lin Tian's body, repeatedly emitting black smoke. Enduring the thunder and lightning, coming from the body, urging the paralyzed body, pulling Ainlu's arm, and pulling out bloodstones, Lin Tian backed away, and under inertia, Ainlu flew over Lin Tian. Overhead. In midair, feeling the weakness coming from his body, Ainlu said in a panic, "You actually used that kind of stone, the seafloor stone." In the face of such a strong man, even a slight flaw may be caught by the opponent and cause huge damage, not to mention the loss of one's ability and loss of strength. Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled faintly. "Otherwise, why do you think I want to grab your palm, and while grabbing your arm, at the same time, insert the sea tower stone into your wound?" The voice fell, the arm color domineering, covering the right foot, gathered strong power, kicked a light blue vacuum slash, and slashed on Ainlu. Fluttering. A huge wound appeared in his abdomen, and Ainlu let out a scream, and the blood that stopped was left from the wound and dripped on the ground, even Lin Tian. Facing the wound on his abdomen, Ainlu didn't even look at it. Without hesitation, his left hand was inserted into the wound on his right arm, and he took out the seafloor stone embedded in the wound. The wound is a trivial matter. If you can take out the Halu stone, you will be finished, and a sense of life and death is coming from below. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 362, Tragic Moments, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net. In 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. In the forest, on the silver-white river, Nami's face was full of worry. Driving along the river, the Mary has slowly moved away from the battlefield, heading out of the island. Nami leaned against the railing. The sound of thunder that resounded through the sky, the unstoppable thunderlight appeared in the sky above the battlefield, extremely dazzling, accompanied by a huge explosion that was countless huge ancient trees, disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the hurricanes passing from time to time in the air, you can imagine how strong the battle there is. I didn't expect the guy named God to have such a powerful combat power. Sanji and Usopp, who turned around and took a look, lay on the ground, all scorched, but had not yet woken up. Sanji and Usopp, Nami's face was deeply worried. Lin Tian, you can come back safely when we leave the empty island together. Ha ha ha. The scene turned around and returned to the next battlefield, wounded Ainlu with one kick, and kicked into the sky. Lin Tian's body was slightly lowered, and an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. At this moment, Lin Tian set off a rotating hurricane around Lin Tian. The aura that couldn't be described in words exploded, and the enormous pressure was scattered from the void, and the ground could not bear that force. The hard ground slowly limited it in a shock. A series of small cracks crawled all over the ground, exposing a few thick roots on the ground, suddenly exploded, splitting several segments, and scattered on the ground. In order to take advantage of this opportunity to deal with Ainlu, Lin Tian's whole body strength was concentrated on his arm. The dark arm was shining with dark thunder. A drop of blood appeared on the arm without any wounds, so powerful that even the hands could withstand it, and the blood in the body was forced out. Tough. Feeling the crisis below, Ainlu grabbed his wound and embedded his fingers deeply in his arm, resisting the pain, and finally found the seafloor stone in it. Without hesitation, he clamped tightly and pulled out the flesh and blood in the wound, and the bright red blood floated in the sky for an instant. Ainlu threw away the seafloor stone in his hand and said proudly, "With this kind of thing, I also want to limit the power of God. God is omnipotent. People worship God because they are afraid of God's power. However, if you dare to treat God like this, you really angered me. Then let me experience Lee's strongest power." Amelu's face changed, and he looked at Lin Tian, who was resting on the ground, clenching his fists and accumulating strength, and the urgent life and death crisis in his heart came from below. Ah! Amelu slowly raised his hands that were shining with electric lights. Lightning appeared in the sky and slowly gathered together. The sky seemed to turn into a sea of lightning at that moment. The endless thunder and lightning pierced the sky, even in the bright day, illuminating the whole world, appearing on any route in the Thunder Sea at this moment, standing like a real god, standing above the sky, high above and overlooking everything below biological. Discharge, 200 million volts. As the voice fell, more and more thunder and lightning gathered around it. The sea of thunder and lightning appeared above the sky at this moment. It was so huge that everyone in Japa also could clearly see this moment in the sky. Thunder Sea everywhere. On the island, after solving the problem of losing Luffy, Weber, who rushed towards the shrine of the gods, the Shandora people and priests still fighting, Robin and Chopper, who came to the real ruins, also rushed towards the shrine of gods. Dan Fuhr, who was being caught by the guide bird flying in the sky, fell on the ruins of Soren, Nami, who met on the canal, and the father and daughter Canis. All the people on the entire island couldn't help but stop their movements at that moment, looking at the Thunder Sea of thunder that suddenly appeared in the sky, shining huge thunder and lightning, and there was an alarm from the sky. What the asterisk is this? In the forest, Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the sky that appeared in the middle of the Thunder Sea. The huge wound in his abdomen recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye under the massive thunder and lightning. His whole body was stained with his own blood and Lin Tian's blood, but there was a triumphant smile on his face, and he held up the thunderous right hand, the Thunder Sea floating in the sky. It disappears at a speed visible to the naked eye. No! Perhaps it should not be described as disappearing, but gathering together is a better description. The endless thunder and lightning in the sky gathered on the right hand of Annie Road, and a purple-black thunderball formed in his raised palm. As more and more thunder and lightning gathered, the purple-black thunderball became bigger and bigger. This is the greatness of God. The invincible power is the representative of God. Even if you are resisting, only destruction is waiting for you. When the voice fell, Amelu held a huge thunderball dozens of times larger than himself, and pressed it towards the ground, flashing with repeated thunders, and that moment seemed to be the end of the world. On the ground, Lin Tian's right hand was covered with a layer of light blue light. Using his arm as a flame, more and more blue light appeared on Lin Tian. Gradually, the huge dragon head appeared, but his eyes were closed. The eyelids trembled slightly, and the next moment, the huge Longan appeared. In an instant, two white lights shot out from the eyes and turned into two sharp swords, soaring into the sky, slashing on the huge thunderball in the sky. Squeak! With such a sharp slash, it slashed on the thunderball without going forward, but did not see the slightest scar, only a ray of lightning shining around the thunderball. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian frowned. It is so strong, the energy gathered by 200 million volts is really strong, and even his own slash can be wiped out. Scratch. A slight noise rang from the thunderball, and a piece of palm-sized fragments fell. Slowly, cracks appeared, and in a blink of an eye, the thunderball was spread. Release the chasing of the left hand and insert it into the ground. The sharp chasing cuts the ground instantly, leaving only the hilt of the sword visible outside. It would be unwise to use a sword for this kind of battle. Shred! Lin Tian stepped on his feet, and the majestic power instantly struck the entire ground, countless cracks spreading like spider webs. The earth trembled and cracked, countless rubble rushed from the ground, and countless towering old trees around. The roof was directly broken and fell towards the ground. With a powerful reaction, Lin Tian's figure exploded and flew up, once again, greeted with a slam on the ground. He was in the light blue dragon head. As Lin Tian rises, the slender and graceful light blue dragon body is gradually revealed. The sharp claws and the dragon scales are human-sized and tightly wrapped by the light blue dragon body. At this moment, Lin Tian transforms into a giant long. More and more cracks couldn't stop appearing, and the clattering sound of his face sounded until in the end a huge claw protruded from the thunderwall beyond imagination, and then another claw. Roar! A roar like thunder and lightning spread across the sky, and the huge thunderwall finally burst open, and the endless fragments turned into thunder and lightning again and dissipated in the void. In the horrified eyes of countless people on the island, a huge thunder dragon emerged from the sphere in the sky. What the asterisk is this? Is it the asterisk that did it? Only gods can do this kind of power. Even Lin Tian was shocked when the dragon suddenly emerged from the thunderwall in the sky, but immediately recovered his mentality, expecting it's just a result of thunder and lightning. Let's see which dragon is stronger. Lushan Shenglongla. Entering the body of the thunder dragon, Ainlu took control of the dragon, turned towards the forest below, and swooped away. The thunder dragon, formed by the condensation of 200 million volts. This kind of power is enough to crush everything. Die. 200 million volts. The dragon of the gods. Roar! Roar! Two roars sounded, and everyone's eyes were full of horror. Such a shocking scene must be hard to see in a lifetime. The shock brought by that feeling is unforgettable for a lifetime. This is www.com, the power of a legendary god, and the people who survived after that couldn't help but wonder who could fight with the asterisk to such a degree. Is it another god? A light blue dragon and a purple black dragon flashing thunder and lightning appeared in the sky. The huge body was twisting, bursting at the limit speed, and rushing toward each other. Facing the upcoming collision, the two simultaneously issued a line in their mouths. Roar! What? What? A fist and a palm were met in an instant, and the two giant dragons were also in close contact at this moment. The world stopped and turned at this moment, and time seemed forbidden at this moment. Then, a little light that could not be described in words emerged, illuminating the entire sky in an instant, and even the sun's rays were blocked in that instant. Boom! An alarm sounded in the sky, a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose, and the forest below, to be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 363 of the text, Shuing Glondu, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Robin, who can read history through the runes, has easily found Shandora, silent in the clouds, this legendary city known as Gold. In this place that has been buried for hundreds of years, Robin found another piece of historical text, the historical text that Shandora guarded for life. It can be recorded on the historical site that the historical text is together with a huge golden pendulum, but I have searched the city and haven't found the trace of the golden clock. Looking at the miniature tracks appearing on the ground, Robin's face was puzzled. In this city, how to look back at the newly built miniature tracks suddenly left, making Robin turn around. As you can see, even though it was washed into the sky, but still such a majestic city, if the legendary is covered by clouds, it will never show his original posture. I found him. Turning around and looking, the whole body was full of scars, the corners of his mouth still had clear blood stains, a huge wound on his upper body, several deep blood marks on his right arm, and a man with a blood hole in the middle of his forehead. Robin was deeply shocked that he could survive such a serious injury and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you anyway?" God. Catcha, regardless of the remaining blood on the corner of his mouth, Ainlu hit the apple in his hand and exclaimed, "You are amazing. It took us several months to find here. You found it in 1 day." Hearing Ainlu's introduction, Robin's face was instantly deeply shocked, and then he thought of something. The shock slowly turned into surprise, fear, and disbelief, and various expressions appeared on his face. Trembling voice asked, "Are you a god?" Why, holding the apple, Amalu couldn't help asking, don't I look like a god? There should be no casters in the entire Sky Island except me. After Robin's voice heard this, his heart began to beat violently, and he hurriedly shouted, "Where is Lin Tian? Where is Lin Tian? Lin Tian?" Amalu ate the apple in his mouth, recalling who the name was, and suddenly recalling who it was, with a smug smile on his mouth. Ha! Lin Tian? It turned out to be that guy's name, that partner from King Deo who came up with you, really a powerful guy, but it was a pity that I solved it. Silence, like a thunder that exploded in Robin's mind. His mind was blank for a moment, there was nothing, and he knew nothing. Scared by the terrifying news, Robin, who was powerless and lost his most basic thinking, slowly knelt on the ground, his face blank, and was still immersed in the shock and daze that the news brought. Robin was dumbfounded, with painful tears slowly showing up in his eyes. After a while, he reacted and wiped away the tears from his eyes. I didn't dare and couldn't believe the news, and shouted in grief, "How could it be? How could you be Lin Tian's opponent? But he escaped under the hands of the 3 admirals. How can you kill him based on your strength?" After a few bites of the apple in his mouth, Amalu said, "Yes, that guy is indeed amazing. He is the strongest person I have ever encountered, but in the end he died under the invincible casters and violated the gods. What the will waits for is death." Throwing away the core of the fruit in his hand, Amalu touched the scar in the middle of his forehead. Recalling the scene, a look of fear appeared on his face, but it disappeared in an instant. He recalled, he caused the wound here. Although I don't know why he slowed down at the last moment, but at that moment he was hit by the strongest god's sanction and would die. 30 rounds of flowers bloom. But before Amalu finished speaking, Robin had already started his hand. Dozens of arms grew from his body and tightly wrapped Amalu. 2 arms stretched out from behind, hugging his chin from behind. Feeling the arms growing out of his body, Amalu showed a look of surprise. "It seems that you are also a demon fruit-capable person, but I am even more curious that after hearing the news that he was resolved by me, you actually hated and angry. It seems that your relationship with him is not simple." "Yes," Robin replied in a deep voice, but couldn't hide the anger and pain in his heart. "He is my most important person, but you. If you dare to do that, I will kill you." Break. It is a pity that Amalu turned into thunder and did not move at all. The flashing electric light was enough to solve the arm on his body and regain his body. Robin's face changed drastically. A person with natural ability, this casters is natural, and he doesn't have a domineering self. Attacking him has no effect. You. Picking up the golden stick around him and waving a gust of wind, Amy sat expressionlessly on the road. "Why, you all don't understand. God's will cannot be violated. So many examples have been placed in front of you." Slowly stretched out his fingers and pointed to Robin, who was standing there nervously. The flash of lightning from his fingers suddenly shot out and turned into lightning and shot towards Robin's forehead. If he was pierced, Robin would definitely die on the spot. Unfortunately, the lightning speed was so fast that he couldn't avoid it at all. Robin didn't avoid it either. He stood there quietly, waiting for death. When Lin Tian died, he continued to survive, and he didn't have the motivation to live. In the past, he lived for that period of history, but since that day, his motivation to live has been Lin Tian. Closing his eyes, the lightning hit Robin's forehead instantly, and a faint light flashed across his chest. Under the lightning strike, Robin was knocked out by a powerful force and flew out. Seeing Robin, who fell on the ground, Amalu frowned slightly, feeling something was not right. He clearly fell to the ground. Why is there a heartbeat here? He should not be attacked by lightning. "Forget it, the game is about to end in 8 minutes, Amalu said strangely, sensing the movement on the island. However, there is still an Ascaris on the island that needs to be resolved. Raising the right hand, entwined with thunder and lightning, a flash of lightning rushed into the sky and disappeared. After almost a few seconds, Amalu showed a faint smile on his face. Holding the golden stick in his hand, stood up and said, "The roundworm has been solved and the time is almost up. Now it's time to solve all of this. The original plan should be implemented immediately. God is calling you, gather ordinary people." Lightning. The right hand turned into a huge thunder pillar and rushed towards the clouds in the sky. The power of the powerful thunder instantly pierced and wiped out the clouds, covering Shandora in the sky. This 400-year-old city, buried in the clouds, will finally reappear at this moment, revealing its past glory and majesty. In the sky, Soren and others, who were entangled in battle, were there. Under the attack of this huge lightning pillar, they followed the broken runes and fell from the sky. At this time, Robin, who was knocked down to the ground, started from the ground as if nothing had happened, and there was no trace of lightning damage all over his body. Looking at his hands, the person concerned also didn't understand what happened. At the moment when the lightning strikes, it seems that something is blocking him, but the lightning power is too strong and he still knocks him out. Ah! There was a sound of inhaling air conditioning in his mouth, and there was a rush of heat from his chest. He quickly reached out and took out a red stone on his chest, but the heat from his hand made him have to throw it away immediately, and the stone fell on the ground. In his horrified eyes, it immediately melted into water. Bang! A huge stone flew by, and the guy Soren was holding Chopper's figure and appeared in front of Robin. Similarly, Soren also discovered Robin's existence. "Oh. It's you." Listening to the noisy Lord of the Sky, Amalu was so upset that he shot a bolt of thunder, knocked him stunned, and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, Soren covered his head with a look of fear. "It's over, Nami. Isn't it hopeless like this?" "Nami?" Robin's face was surprised. Nami was not with Lin Tian. Now that Nami is here, Lin Tian may not be dead, and there is joy on her face. Suddenly, Nami, who was hiding behind the wall, heard her name yelling, and when she came out, she was a little confused and said, "Hey, Soren and Robin are here." Soren looked surprised. Will come you. "Why are you here? When did you run out of the snake's belly?" Regardless of Soren's shock, Robin quickly stepped forward, clutched his arm tightly, and asked anxiously, "Hey, Nami, Lin Tian. Lin Tian. You are not together, why don't you see Lin Tian?" Seeing Robin asking Lin Tian anxiously about news, and still grabbing herself so hard, Nami was puzzled, but she hurriedly explained, "Lin Tian went to a battle with that god, and something happened in the middle, so I came here by accident. Here, he and I don't know either." Seeing the scene before him, Soren noticed something was wrong and asked, "Hey, Robin, what's wrong? What happened to Lin Tian?" Knowing that the news was true, Robin looked up at Amalu in front of him with a blank expression. "Lin Tian. Lin Tian. He was killed by God." What? To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 264, The Victorious 80 Road, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net. In 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. After everyone was shocked by the news of Lin Tian's death, after all, the great Amalu appeared, but Lin Tian has not been there. Even if everyone does not want to, they have to believe this fact. At this time, in Hokkaido, where Lin Tian and Amalu fought, a bottomless pit appeared on the ground. The dark bottom of the hole was like the entrance to hell, full of terror. At the bottom of the huge pothole, everyone thought that Lin Tian was dead, sitting at the bottom of the dark hole, covered with a silver-white mask. Where am I? How come there is such a thing in the underground? This is too strange. Is this really an island? I looked at the runes that appeared in the ground in front of me in confusion, and there was something lying in front of my eyes that looked like a root of a plant. It was not that Lin Tian's strength was not enough. What would you think if you faced a tree several meters high? How big is a plan to have such a strong root system? Rubbing his chest, Lin Tian's face changed slightly and said to himself, however, the power of the 200 million thunder pillars is not so powerful, and now my heart hurts. If it is not for the last time to block it with the power of the void, it would be really troublesome, but... Gradually adapting to the darkness below, Lin Tian scanned the surrounding scenes with both eyes. He was deep in the big hole, blasted by the thunder pillar. I raised my head and glanced at the hole in the sky above. The sunlight scattered from the hole. Only a few could reach the bottom of the hole. After all, it should be hundreds of meters deep from the ground. Turning around, there are still relics on the ground hundreds of meters deep. The ghost of this island knows how old it is, at least thousands of years. Very deep underground, these ruins were basically damaged, but after a glance, Lin Tian didn't find what he was thinking. Secretly thought, just now, at the critical moment of the battle, what is the thing that drew the power of the void in my body? Why suddenly I didn't feel it. If there was a problem in his body during the previous battle, Lin Tian would not stop his body at the last minute, and Anlu's life would have been taken. Fuck, I ran out during the fight, and now there is no movement. Lin Tian chipped under the thick vine, very angry. I felt that these two battles were too awkward. In the Blackbeard's case, the guy who was supposed to take the life turned out to be the guy above Anlu who issued a thunder pillar to sanction the residents of the sky. The powerful thunder pillar pierced the clouds directly. The clouds below were just under the ocean currents, and there was a thunderstorm. The thunder and lightning in countless clouds gathered on it and coincidentally fell on him. To be honest, Lin Tian recalled that so far, he was shocked. It has been indescribable, by coincidence that everything is like a pair of invisible destiny hands pushing. But Lin Tian was shocked by that illusory but undeniable fate. He shook his head and expelled the extra thoughts in his heart. Don't think about this kind of things, it was a bit weird. Suddenly Lin Tian's face changed, and his mouth made a soft sound. He squatted down, looked at the place where he was kicked out of a big pit, stretched out his palm and pressed it gently. A faint feeling appeared in his mind. He thought in a puzzled way, why, there will be a weak induction in the root of the tree. It is strange, really strange. Is it possible that the root of the tree is not good enough? It is really possible. In this illogical comic book world, everything is possible. There are islands under thunder and islands built on white clouds. Plants that have not yet matured. Now that the root speaks, Lin Tian believes. Of course, this is just a spoof thought in my heart. After all, if the root system speaks, it would be too ridiculous. This is not the world of fairy tales, where gods and demons fly around. However, the source is still in the plant where the root system is located. Just follow the root and just look at what the source is. After thinking about it, just do it. It was Lin Tian's consistent style. He scanned his eyes and discerned where the root system was extending, looking for a good direction. A silver-white mass appeared all over her body, and she nodded lightly. Although the side effects are too great and the physical strength can't support it for that long, it should be enough for half a minute to walk through at speed. Taking a step, Lin Tian's speed rose to the fastest in an instant, turning into a stream of light, instead of flying towards the entrance of the cave, but along the root system, rushing towards the black earth. Whoops! Lin Tian's figure entered the earth, not like that kind of knocking out a big hole, but merging into the earth, disappearing in the mud. The dense jungle above the surface, the running creatures, the warm sunshine, everything is so beautiful, but there is also an unusual beauty on the ground. Lin Tian, whose whole body was shrouded in silver-white light, was like the surface of the earth in the mud, without any obstruction by the thick earth. It turned into a silver-white light and shuttled through the soil. At this moment, Lin Tian seemed to have turned into the soil and became a part of the soil, just like a fish traveling through the sea, so natural. Underground, dark and humid is the only synonym. In this lonely and dark underground world, there are also creatures that don't need anything on the ground, and there are strange sights. On the top are countless towering ancient trees, and below are several roots of countless ancient trees, spreading freely toward the distance underground, with various shapes and a different kind of beauty than the surface. Countless well-developed root systems are entwined together like a huge city built underground. Several roots are the main body, the soil is the air, and the huge root system on the site is like a street that crosses the entire city. The underground creatures are the residents of this city. Several roots stretched freely underground, like blossoming dandelions. Some of the entangled roots resemble people, and some resemble a castle. This strange scene is a legend of nature. I separated my mind and experienced the strange scenery that was hard to see on the ground underground, and there was a beauty that could not be expressed in words. This kind of scenery can only be appreciated by Lin Tian. The power of the surrounding space made Lin Tian break away from this space. Everything around may seem to be together, but in essence it is already in a different dimension. Suddenly, Lin Tian, who admired the scenery, frowned, and the things he had handed to Robin disappeared. It seems that Robin is in danger. Isn't the guy anally ready to end the game? A trace of eagerness flashed in my heart, and the speed suddenly increased by a few minutes. As soon as the light passed, he had traveled thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. As the speed increased, the thick root system on the side became larger and larger, and gradually Lin Tian also saw many root systems, until finally Lin Tian finally reached his destination. A huge root system appears in front of you. You can imagine how spectacular a plant root system with roots reaching tens of thousands of square meters is. Although the roots of plants are much larger, you can also guess how big and majestic the plant on the ground is. However, these are not the places where Lin Tian paid his attention, because in the huge root system, a section of obviously not belonging to plants was exposed in the soil. It was a piece of gold that fell on the ground. A lot of gold was mixed with roots and was deeply buried in the soil. The feeling was getting closer and closer. Without hesitation, Lin Tian rushed into the plant. Near here, Lin Tian finally knew what was attracting him, that was the historical text. Starting from the East China Sea that day, even if he met two pieces of historical text in Alabaston, he didn't feel that way. After the power of the void in my body returned, the feeling of facing the historical text came, and the echo of that essential power was felt again. Along with a huge plant, Lin Tian found out that it was a huge vine standing on top of Japayado. Ascending into the sky along the vines, huge gold appeared in Lin Tian's eyes. It was a golden bell tower suspended above the vines, that huge golden bell tower. At the moment he saw it, even Lin Tian was shocked. He always thought that the heavenly gold he had robbed was the most he had ever seen. The 10-meter-high bell tower, made entirely of gold, refreshed his perception. When he got up and jumped, Lin Tian stepped on the bell tower, and the silver-white shield, covering his whole body also, dissipated at this moment. He was weak in a moment, and almost fell to the ground. Phew. I was gasping very hard. Even with my own physical strength, I felt exhausted after using this amount of time. Sure enough, this power is not so easy to use. Looking at the historical text in gold before him, Lin Tian smiled on his face, slowly stood up from the ground, and gently touched the historical text after use. Suddenly, a silver-white light rose from Lin Tian's body, but returned to his body in an instant. This sudden appearance made Lin Tian feel confused. Although he didn't know what it was, his body was not at all uncomfortable, and he didn't think too much. His attention was all attracted by what was in front of him. It was beyond Lin Tian's expectation to be able to get the historical text on the empty island. Stroking the above text, Lin Tian looked at it calmly and whispered, "Seeking Bo." To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 365 of the main text. And you will see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Phone reading. In Hokkaido, in the ancient ruins to the north, the huge vines built on it stand tall in the clouds, overlooking the entire island. Bang! Somewhere in the huge vine, an explosion sounded, exploding a huge hole, and a figure waving its hands blowing smoke stood out. Cough cough. The sawdust choked his nose, and Lin Tian slowly walked out of the hole, blowing away the smoke in front of him, and opened his eyes to look forward. There was a slight surprise on his face. It seems that I have come to the right place, the place where God lives, but I don't know if Anlu is still there. The battle is not over yet. However, the thing inside was almost copied. Relatively speaking, it is better to keep him hidden here. Not seeing the sun and disappearing is the best destination. Slowly stretched out the palm of his hand, aiming at the hole where he appeared. The scattered vines seemed to be drawn by some force, returning to their own position again, perfectly combined. With a light pressure, a silver-white spatial force covered the opening of the hole, blended into the vines, and finally disappeared, hiding it here with space. Presumably this world is hard to find except yourself. However, at this moment, a strange trembling sound suddenly came out from below, and the sound of don don came from below, making Lin Tian's heart flashed with puzzlement, stepping forward, looking down with suspicious eyes. I saw below a huge golden ball rolled towards him, and a figure quickly flashed in front of him. Lin Tian showed a happy smile on his face before he finished his voice. Hey, Luffy. Kang dang. Ah. A figure fell towards the underside of the vines, a violent hurricane blew in his mouth, and the intermittent voice sounded, Luffy, you bastard, ah. In midair, Lin Tian, who was about to greet Luffy, was hit by the huge golden ball and was thrown toward the ground. Holding the golden iron ball, Luffy muttered to himself in doubt, Hey, did I bump into something just now? No matter, Anlu, you self-righteous fellow, wait for me to knock you off. Bastard God, I won't let you get the golden clock. Under the vines, in the eyes of the injured, a black figure fell from the high school amidst the screams and plunged into the clouds, on the side like an onion. Hey, with his hands supported, Lin Tian pulled out from the clouds, sat on the ground, wiped off the white clouds on his face, and said fortunately, it's really good luck. Fortunately, I fell on the clouds, Luffy, that casters guy. Can't you see such a big figure? An angry Lin Tian was about to stand up from the clouds, and a figure flew up, before he could see who was already leaping on him, feeling the weak and familiar body in his arms. I immediately felt who the figure was in his arms, and smiled and asked, Hey, what is rotten? I am not good. It seems like something has happened to me depending on you. Woo. The tears in his eyes remained uncontrollably, and Robin cried and said, It's you who had an accident. Everything is to blame, you are to blame, everything is your fault. Something happened? Blame me? My fault? Touching the back of his head, Lin Tian was confused by Robin's words. He couldn't understand what he was talking about. Looking up, there were shocked people in his eyes, and Lin Tian was even more puzzled. Hey, can anyone explain what happened when I was away? Lin Tian? Soren didn't say much, just retracted the sword in his hand and whispered the word Lin Tian. But he could clearly feel the joy and relaxation in his tone. As for Usopp, he was much more excited. Standing there, with tears in his eyes, he danced and shouted, Ah, great, Lin Tian Heyo is alive. He grabbed Sanji lying on the ground, couldn't hide his joy, and shook desperately, Sanji, Lin Tian is not dead, Lin Tian is still alive, alive. What am I, dead or alive? What these guys are doing, but I haven't seen them for a short time, and they suddenly become so strange. Suddenly, Lin Tian remembered something, and quickly pushed Robin, who was leaning on his chest, with his gleeful eyes, a pair of big hands, fumbled on him. This abnormal scene immediately made Robin stunned, and then felt that the big hand that was acting on him had touched his chest. Although he was blocked by his body and everyone couldn't see it, Robin's cheeks still flushed instantly. He quickly pressed his hands tightly and said shyly, "Lin Tian. Don't be here. Will I give you a chance when I have a chance? Fortunately, it seems that there is nothing wrong with you." Lin Tian, who was groping for Robin, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, "By the way, Robin, what did you say just now?" Perceiving Lin Tian knew, Robin's face instantly turned blush. He was only concerned about his safety, but he was wrong. In order to conceal his shame, Robin quickly changed the subject. "Lin Tian, the previous casters Canlu said that you were killed by him and you never showed up. We almost thought you were dead." Hearing this, Lin Tian suddenly realized that when they saw him before, they had such shocking expressions, and they still said something unclear. "That's right." Soren looked up at the sky and asked puzzledly, "Lin Tian, why did you fall from the sky?" Speaking of this, thinking of the previous scene, Lin Tian couldn't conceal his anger and said angrily, "All this is that guy Luffy." "Luffy?" Usopp waved his hands and said in surprise, "That guy Luffy is clamoring to bring down the gods. Nami went and said that she wanted revenge, and now she should rush to the vines." "Lin Tian, why did you show up over there?" As soon as the conversation turned, Usopp recalled with his chin, "However, you are really real brothers." At that time, the guy Luffy said with certainty, "Lin Tian will not die. This world has not been able to kill his people." Patting his forehead for the boy Luffy holding a golden ball to find Ainlu, he felt helpless. "Hey, forget it, it's hard to tell, some are too complicated. I am not too worried about Luffy's safety. Lee has no effect on him as a rubber. There are only two people in the world who can restrain Ainlu, one Luffy and one Blackbeard." But suddenly Lin Tian smiled, with a meaningful smile on his face, said slowly in the eyes of everyone's puzzled, "At the top of the vine, I found the thing we were looking for, gold. The bell tower, made entirely of gold, at least hundreds of tons, is of inestimable value. We will send it this time." "What?" In a moment, everyone shouted in unison. Their faces were full of deep shock. They looked at Lin Tian dumbly. Their mouths could not be closed for a long time. This scene also scared Lin Tian, and suddenly felt guilty and said, "Hey, guys, is there any problem with this?" No." The Sky Knight, who reacted first, shook his head and said, "But from that look, it was obvious that he was framing himself." Soren explained, "We are still discussing where the golden bell is. Ainiro is ready to destroy the entire island. Now we are waiting to find the golden bell at the top of the vine. Www.com, but Usopp clutched. He was afraid to say, now even Lin Tian is not his opponent. How can we still be his opponent if he is defeated?" Upon hearing this, Robin and Soren both looked at him. To tell the truth, they still couldn't believe the news of Lin Tian's defeat. Could Enlu really be able to do that? Cut. Weber, who was seriously injured on the side, stood up from the ground and said in a very bad tone, "The thing's here still, don't need you King-hate people to solve it. This is a war between our Shandora people and the gods." He raised his head, looked at the clouded sky above, and said with a trembling voice, "Now, just the last step, I can find the bell that the warrior Calgala has been looking for." "Oh, isn't it?" Lin Tian said suddenly, "In that case, you still don't want to look for it. The things inside have been hidden by me. You'd better not get involved with such things, even if your body an empty island." Ah. Weber was taken aback at first, then holding his badly injured body, he barely raised his fist and charged towards Lin Tian angrily. He shouted, "Dare to hide it privately. The thing that we Shandora people have always guarded is our Shandora's enemy." Without even turning his head, Lin Tian gently stretched out his finger, pointed at the rushing Weber, set him into the void, and calmly said, "The difference in strength between you and me is greater than that of Ainlu. Regardless of Weber's ugly face, Lin Tian looked up at the top of the ship, made of gold that flew up, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Now is not the time to solve him. Who to solve? Fall couldn't believe his ears, and asked with a trembling voice. Robin and others were equally shocked. God! I want to get his power. To be continued. This book comes from phone reading. P.S. I was robbed of a computer by my brother and something went wrong. I'm so sorry, everyone. Come on. The endless sky was shrouded by black clouds, and the whole world saw thick thunder and lightning falling continuously, hitting the ones below. The thunder and lightning seemed to be sharp spears, but they still cut through the endless darkness. Every thunder and lightning that pierced the sky has an incomparable power to the violent force. When it smashed into the thunder and lightning, the house instantly cracked and the ground was scattered everywhere. Thunder and lightning walking in the clouds, most of the residents of the Sky Island fainted when touched. Countless people were knocked down on the clouds by the corona, and some people were unlucky and were directly in the center of the lightning. Not in the minority. The thunder and lightning that fell randomly in the sky, a deafening sound of thunder, passed through the sky and the earth, looking up at the thick dark cloud that could hardly be illuminated by a single light. Lin Tian frowned slightly. Such a thick black cloud, and the electrons gathered in it have reached a point where words can't be used for fear. Yeah? Robin stepped forward and said, it's just a few things that can't be stopped by manpower anymore. It has been beyond the control of anyone. Even at the level of falling in front of you, I don't know how long it will take. I can only wait for the dark clouds above disperse. The fruit of thunder is really strong. Turning back, Lin Tian said with a heavy expression, of course, after all, thunder fruit is one of the invincible abilities in history. Of course it is so powerful, let alone Anlu did not really use the power of thunder fruit. From Lin Tian's words, Robin can clearly feel that even if Lin Tian is actually very cautious about Anlu in his heart, he is also facing strong pressure. Among such devil fruit abilities, very few are regarded as invincible. It's not bragging, the word invincible is enough to explain everything. Looking up at Lin Tian, Robin asked worriedly, the ability to wring thunder fruits is so strong, Lin Tian. You are really sure to solve it, after all, that is in history. Looking back, he smiled at Robin and persuaded him softly, don't worry, don't you know my strength? I am 100% sure of killing Anlu. Hearing Lin Tian's words, although he could not completely alleviate the worries in his heart, it also gave Robin a reassurance and relieved him a lot. She pursed her lips, bit her silver teeth and said, I know you are sure, and you will do it no matter what. I just hope you can understand that now you are not only worried about you, but also... Hey, what is that? Yusuf's panicked voice came from behind, breaking the conversation between the two of them. Following the direction of their fingers, the two raised their heads and like to look up, their faces shocked. In the black cloud that kept falling under the thunder and lightning, many silver snakes appeared like dancing in the sea of black clouds, and each thunder and lightning gathered towards the black cloud somewhere. A ray of light shed from the dark clouds, countless thunder and lightning rushed towards this place, and the dark clouds in the sky slowly changed. As the eye shone, the dark clouds rolled towards the outside, as if something was about to come out. I saw that at the place where the dark clouds rolled, a huge thunderball emerged from inside, slowly and completely. As the sphere appeared little by little, a thunderball with a diameter of hundreds of meters was suspended in the sky, like a giant, with silver-white light wandering on the purple-black sphere. The huge thunderball hovered in the sky. Just looking at it from a distance, there was a feeling of heart trembling, and below it was the Angel Island. Nami was deeply shocked and looked at the huge thunderball above. That thing is too dangerous. The inside of the thundercloud, generated in the huge membrane, is a nest of amazing currents and curtain discharges. It is precisely because of these things that Nami can truly understand that if that huge purple-black thunderball explodes, how much lethality and power it will be enough to wipe out the entire Angel Island. This is a nightmare. Usopp's mouth was so frightened that he couldn't close it for a long time, couldn't believe what was happening before him. This is not what this world should have happened. Over here, what will happen next? Standing on the huge purple thunderwall, Ainlu's figure is so small, holding his hands high and laughing, obviously very satisfied with his masterpiece. The sky is mine. As long as there is the arc and my power, we can forge such a magic trick. Lin Tian, with a heavy face, felt the power contained in the thunderwall and was equally shocked. It was a huge force several times stronger than the previous Onilu Thunder Dragon. If this kind of power bursts out and is swept positively, you will not be able to retreat completely. It is either death or serious injury. The power inside is too strong, and as time goes by, a series of changes in the lightning, in the thunderwall, the power is also will get bigger and bigger. Even if the Angel Island is below, there is no need to say more. It will only be completely annihilated on this cloud in an instant, disappearing completely, so powerful that it is enough to make all matter directly vaporized without the slightest trace. After thinking a little bit in his heart, Lin Tian made up his mind at the same time. His figure flashed, his feet stepped in the void, and he flew towards the purple thunderwall in the horrified eyes of everyone. What does he want to do? The Sky Knight looked at this scene as if guessing something. His face showed a more shocking expression than before. Soren stood up and said calmly, "It seems that Lin Tian is preparing to stop this thunderwall alone." It's just that he clenched his hands and said a word, showing that his heart was not as calm as it was. Lin Tian? Robin didn't say much, just chanted these two words softly, but there was a worry that could not be described in words. Flying quickly in the air, Lin Tian stepped on the void. This thought was not because of Lin Tian's enthusiasm, but after careful consideration, he must have a lot of confidence. Lin Tian dared to give it a try. Coming to the sky above Angel Island, standing on a tall building, the top of the whole Angel Island, like a small forest sky like an ant, is so insignificant, compared to the huge thunderwall in the sky. But the indomitable domineering radiating from his body did not make people look down on it at all. The weak body seemed to be able to hold up a huge world. Looking at the combat-powered body below, Ainlu suddenly stuck his throat with a loud laugh. His face was more shocking than seeing a ghost. No. For Ainlu, seeing Lin Tian is indeed the same as seeing a ghost. Ainlu was puzzled and shocked, and couldn't believe it. How is it possible? I have already determined that you will definitely die. How is it possible to still be alive? 200 million volts of thunder pillar. How can you survive? In the previous battle, Ainlu had confirmed it several times, with a domineering look and feel, and Lin Tian in the deep pit, without a heartbeat, could already be sure of death, but now how he has survived. Ignoring the Ainlu who screamed above, Lin Tian shrouded the silver-white light with his right hand, and looked up at Ainlu. God! Don't be too confident in your own strength. No one can be sure. If you have not seen anything with your own eyes, maybe it is also really dead, a demon from hell. When the voice fell, the right hand, shrouded in silver-white light, penetrated into the void of nothing. The moment the right hand was inserted, it suddenly disappeared. Ainlu, who was stunned, reacted, and then showed a wild smile on his face. Do you think that you can stop this thunderwall? To be honest, even I can no longer control this thunderwall. The power is too great, beyond everyone's imagination. Is it? With a whisper of disdain, Lin Tian's right hand, enveloped in silver-white light, suddenly inserted into the void again, making a few slight clicking sounds, but it was instantly covered by the sound of wind and the thunder above. At that arm, almost all of the arm disappeared, and a series of pitch-black cracks appeared in the arm, slowly growing, but this speed was slower than that of a snail. Drive me. After exhausting all his strength, Lin Tian's cheeks were flushed, and the silver-white light on his arms was so great that it did not spread in all directions like normal light. Because it is not a light at all in its essence, the silver-white optical fiber winds along the light, twists and irregularly spreads towards the surrounding void. For a time, in the void below the thunderwall, countless silver-white rays of light spread all over the void, like a huge spider web, covering the entire Angel Island. For some reason, the white light disappeared quickly as if he had completed his mission and disappeared before everyone's eyes in an instant. With the disappearance of the silver-white light, a series of incomparable black cracks appeared, replacing the previous position, and the purple-black thunderball above had slowly fallen towards the Angel Island below. Cade, a sound like glass shattering, disappeared into the sound of the wind, but it seemed to be a signal. The continuous sound echoed, and the sound echoed throughout the whole world, even overshadowing the thunder in the sky. What the casters is this? Why does the orange come out from all directions? Someone cried out in confusion. Look. At this moment, when I observed the delicate person, I noticed something was wrong. He pointed to the figure in the void and said, "Why is the man's surroundings turned into pitch black and nothing can be seen? Hey." At the same time, many found that something was wrong and echoed, "Not only there are also many places where dark things have appeared, and they are slowly expanding." Everyone finds that there are many black thin lines all over the sky. Isn't it the place where the previous silver-white light remained? When everyone was arguing about this weird sight, www.com, with the sound of countless cracking spaces, countless black traces appeared in the void, which is the darkness that everything can attract, the pure to the extreme darkness. In a blink of an eye, the entire void centered on Lin Tian. A huge black hole appeared above the Angel Island. From below the thunder ball, the huge area was enough to swallow the entire black ball. "You think it's too naive to stop my attack, based on something that is nothing," Enlu cried out puzzledly, with countless thunder and lightning shrouded in the purple thunderball. The breath became even more terrifying. However, in the next second, Enlu's face was covered by fear, and he stared blankly at what was happening below. He couldn't close his mouth for a long time, and his eyes seemed to burst. I saw that the huge thunderball plunged into the dark hole without any reaction, but the huge volume slowly fell into it. The dark void can clearly be felt trembling, and the void fluctuates like water lines, but the black void still maintains and does not disappear. Space. Black hole. I don't know if it is a second or a few minutes, because everyone is deeply shocked by the scene before them and has forgotten the time, knowing that the purple-black thunderball was completely swallowed by the black hole. At the same time, the black void slowly disappeared, and the heaven and earth slowly returned to what they had just been. Everyone hasn't reacted to the scene in their eyes just now, and can't believe that the scene really happened before their own eyes. When many people rubbed their eyes, they realized that they didn't make a mistake. It was all true. There was a sound of inhalation, and there was only one expression on his face, that is, fear. To be continued. This book comes from Remember Words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Cough, cough, cough. Several violent coughs were accompanied by repeated bloodstones coming out of the mouth, slowly staying along the corners of the mouth. Standing in the void, Lin Tian looked very decadent. His face, lacking normal rosy, became very pale. It was obvious that his physical strength and energy had been consumed too much in a short time. Reluctantly standing, the whole body was trembling slightly, especially on the right arm. The blood was like a stream under the action of gravity. It gathered together along the arm and flowed down quickly. Following the urging fingers, drops of bright red blood dripped quickly on the spire. The clothes on his right arm had long been torn, and the shocking wounds were densely covered on his arm. At a glance, it felt very shocking. He lowered his head and glanced at the injury on his hand at random. Lin Tian didn't show much change in his expression. After spending so long on the Great Sea Route, this type of injury was not commonplace, but it was quite a lot. Looking up at Enlu in the sky, Lin Tian's pale face showed a faint smile, but he was taken aback by the stunned Enlu. The pale face and the smile on his face reminded him of the previous scene, which made Enlu's heart tremble, and he couldn't help taking a step back, but this step also showed that his heart was changing. As the arc got higher and a huge cloud layer flew up, Ainlu's gaze was gradually attracted, turned into a lightning bolt, and disappeared in front of everyone. Phew. After taking a few rough breaths, Lin Tian recovered a lot. After all, he was not seriously injured. He was only physically exhausted, but his face was still pale. He lost too much blood in his right hand. It will take a while to recover. The figure flashed, Lin Tian recovered slightly and controlled flying towards the vine. In this case, it was not that Lin Tian didn't need to chase the wind. With such a big layer of thunder, you take a sword and fly in the sky, aren't you looking for death? Even if he carried him on his back, Lin Tian secretly isolated him with a void, otherwise he would have been struck by thunder and lightning a long time ago. Lin Tian. Are you okay with your arm? Robin ran over with worry and heartache on his face and asked softly while looking at the scarred arm. Shaking his head, Lin Tian smiled faintly. Don't worry, this kind of scar doesn't matter much to me, it's just that my physical strength is too much. Upon seeing this, the faint smile really made everyone feel at ease, and they also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, although he didn't know how Lin Tian did it before. But everyone knows how powerful the Thunderball is. If you want to completely block it without causing a trace of damage, the price is terrifying and not light. Only after he was familiar with Lin Tian did he understand Lin Tian. Robin was very familiar with taking out the medicine bottle he carried with him from his pocket and silently helping him deal with it. Looking up at the faintly visible golden orb placed on it, Lin Tian said, Luffy and the others, they have not climbed to the top of the vine, so they can't attack any road. Yes, Soren was also very anxious. Although Luffy is rubber, Ainlu's only natural enemy, it is useless to attack everything. If you continue to wait like this, you don't know what will happen. After all, you don't know how many times Ainlu can send out the previous attack. Usopp suddenly suggested, by the way, Lin Tian. You can't chase the wind and take Luffy to fly up. It would not be more convenient. Impossible. Before Lin Tian happened, Robin, who was dealing with a wound, objected and explained, the nature of the chasing wind is iron, which is very conductive and causes changes in the lightning layer. What happens then will not be so easy. Can be expected. That's it. Usopp raised his chin and looked up, hoping to find something and think of a better way. However, one thing happened to be found and fell towards the top. After experiencing the previous experience, Usopp hurriedly jumped to the side in horror and shouted, Danger, something has fallen from above, everyone get on the ground. As soon as the voice fell, Usopp had already buried his head in the clouds. A huge leaf slowly fell from the sky and finally fell on the clouds, covering Chopper and Sanji. Leaf, everyone made a puzzled voice. The little asterisk Kasai leaned over and took a closer look, and found that there was a pattern on it, and it said something. It is a message Luffy and Nami conveyed to us. Looking closely at the above pattern, Robin said, cut off this huge vine towards the west. What? Usopp, who was sitting up, exclaimed, and then he didn't explain how to do this. Looking up at the vines and the places prescribed by Arc, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with comprehension, and he lowered his head and turned back. What else can I do? Just cut him off, as Nami said. Hey, Soren deserves to go up. It's going to fall. Come up, Luffy, Nami shouted loudly as she mobilized Power Master. Feeling Luffy coming up from behind, Nami reminded in a deep voice, actually, I haven't tried the maximum speed of this squirrel shell so far, because it is too fast and I can't even control it. So, just do this is what Luffy is looking forward to, the sooner the better, fast enough to solve the god. Okay. With a thud, the giant mighty, at extremely fast speed, tilted its head high and quickly climbed up the huge vine. Seeing that the vine standing on the island collapsed like the Optimus Prime, everyone couldn't help but move their eyes along the little black spot. Now it depends on the two of them whether they can save the entire Sky Island. Lin Tian. who had just started, wanted to stop this thunderball again. It was already very difficult. He would not use his own methods as a last resort, because there was no other way to do it. Looking down at Luffy from a high altitude, Enelu showed a contemptuous smile on his face. Haha. Do you think you can stop the gods? This thunderball has already taken shape. No one can control it, let alone even you guys who can't reach my place. Wan Li. A ray of thunder light lit up, and the huge electrons, gathered in the cloud layer, led by Enelu, turned into a ray of real lightning, and fell towards the bottom. The sky full of thunder and lightning, like rain, fell crazily towards the ground, and the amount was enough to be called 1,000 thunder. Driving, Power Master Nami whispered, he wants to destroy the roots and sink him into the ground. Looking back at the countless thunderbolts on the clouds, Luffy yelled anxiously, find a way, Nami. There is no way, we have all climbed here. Nami was also anxious. If the vines sink into the ground, we won't be able to reach that height. Faced with the countless lightning strikes on the ground, the earth shattered and the forest was covered by flames. The huge Shandora finally revealed its true colors, that magnificent city under the sanctions of the gods. The silver-white light rises from Lin Tian's hands. It is really impossible to use his own methods to create a small black hole in space between the thunderballs. Although it is not powerful, it can cause chaos in the current. What will happen? Even Lin Tian didn't know. I'm coming, Enelu. With a roar from Luffy, Webmaster finally reached the top and rushed towards the huge arc. Upon seeing this, Enelu's face was full of anger. Why are these guys like Zayukiang unable to kill them anyway? They have been blocking themselves, and the arm sent a thunderbolt into the lightning ball, speeding up its landing speed. On the mighty rushing towards the arc, Luffy pushed Nami away, using the mighty as a paddle to rush towards the thunderball above. Hey, the Luffy ship is over there, where are you going? What do you want to do? Nami, who fell towards the bottom, didn't know how to fly, but that was how she worried. Amy Road, full of thunder and lightning, looked down at the rushing Luffy and laughed disdainfully. What can you do in front of such a powerful face, Rubber Man? What? In an angry roar, Luffy took the huge golden ball with his arm and rushed into the purple-black thunderball in the sky. When Nami saw this scene below, tears could not be kept in her eyes. Luffy wanted to use her own strength to stop the falling of the thunderball, and the price she paid was probably death. A bolt of thunder and lightning hit the clouds, and the thick clouds were instantly shattered. Nami followed the scattered clouds and fell towards the bottom in a scream. Roughed into the thunderball, Luffy, who had thought about everything a long time ago, faced the next. No matter what happened, Luffy had a firm consciousness. The huge golden ball of his arm is flying fast, like a huge peony in full bloom. Inside the thunderball, countless lightning flashes around. Rubber. Fireworks. Golden peony. In the next moment, in that huge thunderball, countless lightning flashed on the sphere, and a series of thunder and lightning split from the thunderball toward the outside. In a moment, countless thunder and lightning appeared around the thunderball. One after another thunder and lightning fell on the ground, and huge pits were formed. Numerous trees were directly destroyed and turned into gasification, completely disappeared, not even burning. Faced with this unusual curtain discharge phenomenon, Enelu was stunned. By the way, that guy has gold as a conductor in his hand. www.com, then I will take him before the inside of the lightning ball starts to damage. Cast. However, it is too late. The balance of the thunderball has become inevitable. With such a huge thunderball, the balance is out of control, and even the creator is already difficult to control. In an instant, countless cracks crawled on the purple-black spherical wall, and more lightning ran out along the cracks. The entire sky was shining with a shining light of thunder and lightning, and people couldn't help closing their eyes. In the next moment, the huge thunderball finally burst. The huge energy vented in the sky. In the dazzling light, countless people shocked their eyes. The thunderball exploded. The heavy clouds in the sky were washed away. The darkness disappeared, and the light was completely scattered on the land, abandoned by the sea. Not only the darkness disappeared, but also the despair in people's hearts. Not only the sunlight appeared, but also the hope in people's hearts. Everything seemed to have come to the end. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 368 of the main text, Luffy's Awareness, and open the bookshelf next time. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Okay, Luffy, good job. Looking up at the clear sky, the sun began to fall at this moment, and the heavy clouds finally disappeared completely at this moment. There was only a deep shock in the eyes of countless people. Everyone watched the scene in the sky silently, unable to extricate themselves for a long time, and there was no word enough to describe the mood at this moment. Knockin, sombrero, light Shandora's lamp, kneeling on the ground, Weber let out a final scream. Seeing Luffy falling from a high altitude, Enirode's face twisted and angrily shouted, Shingamayo monkey, you actually welcome Lee, asterisk fellow. Luffy's clothes shook loudly in the violent wind. Goodbye, I will ring you on the bell together. Guy who doesn't understand the rules. In the short words, it has already manifested Enlu's extreme anger. Countless thunder and lightning were released from his body, and even the huge and incomparable arc was completely shrouded in the terrifying thunder and lightning. 2 billion volts, Thor. Under the bright thunder light, Enlu's body suddenly changed. In a blink of an eye, a huge figure stood on the arc, surrounded by countless lightning, and the whole body was pale white like a flame of lightning. Such a change also scared Luffy, and shouted in surprise, what is that? To release all the 200 million volts of lightning from his body, all these released lightning surrounds himself, thus making himself huge. This is Enlu's most powerful move, the most terrifying. At this time, Enlu, like a real Thor, terrifying and solemn, exclaimed, do you want to ring the golden bell? I heard that once he rings, the war will end. I just believe that kind of rumors, I'm a god. When the voice fell, Enirode turned into a huge thunder pillar with his right hand, which instantly penetrated Luffy's body, and the shining thunder and lightning appeared in the sky. You are only a Superman at best, and I am the strongest natural type. I can crush you easily. I don't know if it's justified. Even at the last moment, Enlu is still telling the status of his ability. What makes the capable person powerful is not the status of his own ability, but the use of the ability. In Lin Tian's view, Enlu's use of the Thunder Fruit ability is completely wasteful. At present, Enlu's use of its ability is only to release thunder and lightning, and almost all moves are discharged. In the thunder and lightning, Luffy supported the twisted arm and swooped towards Enlu. As a rubber man, even if Enlu put too much electricity on him, it was of no use to him. This point is completely a bug to the protagonist. You have to know that hundreds of millions of volts of lightning, and there is no rubber that is powerful enough to directly molecularize matter. Stepping on that huge arm, Luffy rushed towards Enilu's face, with Jin on his arm. Didn't you say it's useless? There's a asterisk on the left and a asterisk on the right. Don't bother me, there is no such thing in the world. I miss you, asterisk who has no heart to save. Bang! The huge golden ball hit Enlu's face, with a scream, and a faint blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Just as Luffy was about to continue his hands, Enlu didn't know when to pick up the golden fork and stabbed Luffy's abdomen, but was grabbed by Luffy's hand. The huge heat made a scream. The swollen face squinted at Luffy, who couldn't move, and smiled. It's pretty supportable. It didn't turn into skewers. What are you going to do, Rubber Man? There is nowhere to escape now. Being pulled by your own hand will only make this gun pierce deeper and deeper. If you let go, you will fall. How do you choose, Rubber Man? Thinking of the scenes he had experienced in this country, Luffy felt extremely angry in his heart. How could he let this kind of guy scream here wantonly? Luffy let go under the huge weight of the golden ball and fell towards the ground, firmly grasping the clouds in the sky. The huge length of his hands was pulled, but it was still in the air. Don't underestimate me, vigor-loved rubber rocket. With the help of the elasticity imparted by the rubber in Aimelu's horrified gaze, Luffy flew towards the high-altitude arc and returned to that height. Rubber swim bomb! Including his own anger as well as the expectations of countless people, Luffy shook this fist, and the twisted arm made Luffy accumulate incomparable strength. Under the characteristics of rubber, the elongated rubber will regain its original shape. The golden ball of the arm spins rapidly, and it breaks through in front of Aimelu in an instant. The extremely strong golden fork is crushed in an instant and hit hard in the abdomen of Aimelu. The incomparable strength instantly knocked Aimelu away, and even the huge roof of the ark was marked with deep rifts and flew straight towards the golden clock on the clouds. Climb! 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 The resounding bells passed on the Sky Island, and through the thick clouds they passed to the great route below, Kaya Island. The ringing of this bell means that this 400-year battle is over, and peace is restored in this land. Countless people hold their hands and are heartily excited for the arrival of this day. Aimelu was right. The ringing of the bell really did not confirm the end of the war, but he forgot a little. The decision by the ringing of the bell is a person, and the battle is also a person. The ringing of the bell represents this battle. It has been fought for more than 400 years, and has experienced countless generations of Kandeo residents and Shandora people. Everyone is tired and tired. Since the goal is realized today, why the battle without a goal goes on. The huge golden bell fell towards the sea of clouds below with the sound of its ringing, and the whole sky was there, resounding through the ears of the bell. Without Aimelu's control, the huge ark also fell from a high altitude and smashed into the sea of clouds. As for the Aimelu, he did not know where he was hit by Luffy. Seeing this scene, everyone became happy, and Usopp jumped up with excitement and shouted, okay, victory, we finally won. That was defeated. In the sky, Lin Tian got up and jumped and hugged Nami, who had fallen from a high altitude. He thought he was about to fall and was about to fall to death, but was caught by a figure. Nami, who was puzzled, looked up and saw a familiar face appeared in front of her. At that moment, Nami was shocked and she did not make her own voice for a long time. Tears flowed from her eyes. They were tears of joy. Without thinking about it, Nami turned her back and hugged Lin Tian. Lin Tian. You bastard, you are a big bastard, to save me, not promise me to live well, are you stupid? The ensuing impact almost made Lin Tian's control unstable, and both of them fell together. What's wrong? I'm alive and well, and nothing happened. Holding Nami tightly in his arms, Lin Tian slowly stroked Nami's hair with his right hand. The silky hair wrapped around her fingers, and Lin Tian's eyes showed gentleness. Unstoppable tears stayed. However, it's really great. I thought I would never see you, Lin Tian. As long as you live. Without saying much, Lin Tian could only hug the person in his arms tightly. All feelings could only be turned into silence, but they were secretly transmitted in the hearts of the two. Without words, they already understood each other. Hey www.com Lin Tian. Hurry up and catch me. It's a pity that at this time, Luffy in the sky fell down towards the bottom, clutching his hat, and shouted loudly to the two who hugged tightly towards the bottom. Leaving Lin Tian's embrace, Nami exuded immense anger. The air was trembling, her face was dark, her fist was tightly clenched, and she punched upward. Roll! Seeing this scene, looking at Luffy flying backwards and falling in the forest, Lin Tian couldn't help silently mourning for half a second in his heart. Dare to interrupt him at this time. Suddenly, Lin Tian thought of something. His face changed drastically, and he cursed towards Luffy, who had fallen below. Ah, Luffy, you idiot, where did you beat that fellow Aimelu? Didn't you say that I wanted him to be useful? To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. the latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. The bell ringing in chapter 369 of the text, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net in 1 second. Read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Hey, the ending is like this: the golden clock and the shiny ship of Anlu. Sanji said with a sigh. In this regard, Usopp also sighed. He could get rid of poverty and become rich overnight, but he was still poor. Yes, they all fell into the sea. Leaning on the wall, Soren said, so we have to continue to live a life of impoverished pirates. Ah. It doesn't matter, Robin said with a faint smile. If you need money, you can find Lin Tian. He is a big tyrant, and he kept my money in the past anyway. Hearing that, everyone looked at each other, and they couldn't help nodding secretly. Anyway, don't worry so much if he is there. The night came slowly, and the white moonlight began to shine on the earth. The battle during the day seemed to have experienced a reality long and fearful. At night, the entire Sky Island fell into silence at this moment, no matter how excited the residents of the Sky Island were due to the failure of Oni Road and the end of the war. The entire Sky Island fell into a strange calm at this moment. Japayaduo, this piece of land that has been contested for more than 400 years, today ushered in the biggest carnival in history. The people of the Sky Island, or Shandora, finally abandoned all prejudices and exchanged together. The prom begins at this moment. Let's all party. And in this carnival ball, a figure took advantage of everyone's attention, has left the ball and disappeared into the silent forest. In the sky, a huge moon hangs high in the sky, and the Sky Island is 10,000 meters in the sky. Therefore, the moon you see is much larger than that seen on the ground. Above that moon, a huge ship is facing the moon flies away. It was the Ark that sank in the sea, but was found again by Anlu, who let Luffy fly and activated it, and continued to head towards the boundless land, the legendary kingdom of gods, that is, the moon. Sitting in a high position, Anlu, with his whole body scarred, looked at the approaching moon with a smile on his face. I'm going back, return to the place where God should go. Things that block my sight, I will never allow appear in the air. Oh, really? On the peaceful Ark, apart from the roar of the machine, human voices rang at this moment, causing Anlu to be stunned, and the net of heart opened quickly. Turning his gaze to the dark place on the side, he shouted, "Who is it? That little bug is hiding there. Come out quickly, or don't let me shoot." The surrounding thunder light rises from his right hand, and the thunder and lightning sound of thunder is very loud at this moment, and Anlu's eyes are fixed in the darkness. Step on. A calm footstep sounded slowly, and then a figure slowly appeared. Anlu, you may disappoint you today. You can't return to the Infinite Land, no. It should be said that you can't go back there, because you have to go to another place. The voice fell, and the footsteps stopped. The figure had walked out of the darkness and appeared in front of Annie's pavement. It was Lin Tian who had left the party by taking advantage of the chaos. Seeing that it was Lin Tian, Anlu was very angry. His hands tightly grasped the two golden casters on the side of the seat, and thunder flashes all over his body. The hard golden casters in his hands were all under the powerful strength of Anlu. Gradually clear palm prints appeared. It can be seen how strong Anlu's anger towards Lin Tian is. He originally thought that this guy died there before, but he didn't expect to be resurrected in the end, and he also blocked Li Ying and made his plan deviate. Angrily said, "You King monkeys, you really are lingering in the shadows. You have been stalking in front of me. It seems that God is still too merciful, letting you go without any repentance." Putting his fingers up, Lin Tian shook it gently and explained, "No, I have no interest in you as a god. If you want to go to the Infinite Land, it has nothing to do with me, and even I am not here to stop you." Huh? Hearing Lin Tian's words, a trace of doubt flashed in Enlu's eyes, and a lot of anger in his heart was transferred. But as soon as the conversation turned, Lin Tian said suddenly, "You have something I need very much. If you go to the infinite earth, then I can see it and I won't see it." Thing? He let out a suspicion and then laughed. Haha. From Chingay, it seems that you haven't recognized the current situation. The asterisk you are facing actually wants to ask the asterisk to take things. God. God said, "Are you annoying?" After buckling his earwax, Lin Tian almost wrote the word disdain on his face. Just a demon fruit-capable person who claims to be a god, not to mention just being caught people defeated. After a pause, Lin Tian ridiculed, "Now you speak nicely, you are just a bereaved dog who has just been defeated." Hearing that, Enlu was furious immediately. Without hesitation, his right hand turned into a thunder sword, and it stapled towards Lin Tian in an instant. The sharp thunder sword flashed with electric arcs, making a squeaking sound, and it arrived instantly. Facing this thunder and lightning attack, Lin Tian did not fight as before, but stretched out the bandage-wrapped right arm and gently stretched it forward. In a moment, the thunder sword seemed to be washed away in the void, as if it had hit something, but in the calm void there was nothing. This scene stunned Enlu. But at this moment, Lin Tian moved, flipped his right hand gently, stretched out his middle finger, and swiped lightly towards the void, and a drop of blood dripped down the fingertip with a slight rattle. He swept his eyes lightly and said calmly, "It seems that he is still too tough. Although it is a lot better than before, it is still too violent and cannot be supported by my body." The powerful art network gave Enlu unparalleled perception. A death crisis came from the front. Although I didn't know why, his heart was full of doubts, but Enlu didn't think much and turned his whole body into lightning. In the next second, Enlu's body split into two segments without the slightest sign, hovering high in the air, unable to reunite for a long time. Bang! Behind him www.com, the huge golden asterisk sheet was chopped into two ends at the same time and fell to the ground with a loud noise. The incision is extremely smooth and can clearly reflect the dazzling lightning. As his body slowly recovered, Enlu covered the wound in his abdomen with his right hand, squinted at the falling throne on the ground, unable to extricate himself for a long time. He had quickly turned into thunder, but was still injured by that invisible force. At such a fast speed, the most important thing was that he didn't even know how to hurt himself and what the power to hurt himself was. I couldn't help crying out, "What kind of power is this? How can there be such an undiscoverable power? How is it possible?" Just like you said, since ancient times, human beings have interpreted the incomprehensible things as gods and the phenomena that human wisdom cannot understand as the will of heaven. From this point of view, perhaps you should call him the power of God, to be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 370 of The Power of God, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net. In 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. The plain voice sounded like a thunder in Enlu's heart. He thought he was a god, but at this time he heard these 4 words. The irony and the meaning brought by secrets are not so trivial to say. Clear. But for Enlu, there is no rebuttal. If that kind of power is not worthy of being called God, then what is oneself? Don't say what to call God. However, these only flashed in my mind for a short time and were replaced by my own invincible ability. Thinking of the power of the thunder, my confidence suddenly increased. Madly said, I want to go to the infinite land. Anything that blocks me will be destroyed. No one can stop me from going to God's place. As the voice fell, countless thunder lights rose from his body, and thunder and lightning shone in the night sky, bright light illuminating the entire deck. A self-righteous voice sounded at this moment. God is the product of the birth of heaven and earth. I am not a casters who can control thunder and lightning, who can still be called a god. Thunder cannot help but represent the mighty power and the power to expel all darkness, standing opposite God. The existence of evil. Stop talking big words here. Lin Tian's mouth curled slightly, showing disdain. Even if thunder is the power of a god, you are not a god, you are just a victim, waiting for its ultimate master. With a wave of his right hand to the front, a pillar of thunder rushed towards Lin Tian. In the corner, an Ainlu smiled and said, Yo-ha, master? Now I am the master of thunder, and I am his master. 100 million, God's sanction. Reluctantly shook his head. The silver-white light of Lin Tian's body flashed, and the huge thunder pillar passed directly through his body without causing any harm. This. How is it possible? Ainlu looked at the scene in front of him with an incredulous expression. It felt like the other party was a thunder and lightning fused with lightning. More terrible than the Qinghe native. As a rubber man, he could not be afraid of his own thunder and lightning, but it does not mean that he was not armed when he encountered his own thunder and lightning, but the other party was like a thunder. The mission shook his head, and Ainlu couldn't believe it. Impossible. Only I can control the thunder and lightning in this world. If he could do it, he would have used it in previous battles. By the way, that must be the devil fruit ability. Ainlu deceived himself and thought, yes, that's it, it must be another ability. He stretched out his right hand that was shining with thunder and lightning, inserted a huge golden bell and huge golden gun, and pierced towards Lin Tian. I won't play with you anymore, my time is running out. Lin Tian said lightly, words that Ainlu didn't understand, and when he stepped on, he appeared behind Ainlu. There was no extra fancy action, just a flat kick out, but this kick was kicked out of the air, making a sonic boom. I can imagine how powerful this kick is. Call out. A thunder light sounded, an Ainlu's figure disappeared in front of Lin Tian. Leaving his powerful foot on the air, a hint of surprise appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his mouth exclaimed, the reaction is fast and the speed is good, but... With a beautiful turnaround, Lin Tian's right foot quickly moved with his body and swept towards any road that appeared behind him. It's late. Ainlu roared excitedly, because he had already touched Lin Tian's clothes behind his thunder and lightning. At the speed of thunder, this distance and time were completely negligible. Even those with natural devil fruit abilities can't react in time at this kind of moment, eliminate them in time, and avoid attacks. But Lin Tian is not a capable person. The powerful thunder and lightning pierced Lin Tian's figure, but the stabbing was not an entity and passed directly through it. Not good. After Ainlu's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly stopped his figure and looked around. As for the kick that was swept away, he did not pay the slightest attention. That is already an afterimage. It is not a physical attack, but an illusion. What you need to be wary of now is an entity that is hidden in the dark without showing up. Bang! What? That powerful kick kicked his face fiercely and forcefully. His pale cheeks collapsed from being kicked in an instant, and the teeth in his mouth were kicked flying, full of blood splashing out of his mouth. Boom! The figure fell heavily on the golden wall, and even the hard gold was smashed out of a big pit, and cracks and chaos spread all over it. Slowly retracting his right foot, a blood stain came out of the corner of Lin Tian's mouth, and his figure trembled slightly, but he was directly pressed down. How is it, God? How is the power of my foot? Touching his shattered chin, the lower part of the entire face was distorted and terrifying. The pain was even more unimaginable, but Ainlu had no time to care about it. Roared puzzled, how is it possible? Aren't you the afterimage? How could it be an entity? What kind of powerful ability is this? The Fruit of Thunder is the strongest demon fruit ability. Lifting his head slightly, Lin Tian said in a tone, didn't I tell you? That is the power of God, the power of thunder. Now, You will die for me. The deep gaze stared at Ainlu in front of him without concealing his killing intent at all. The murderous aura leaked from the killing intent had already turned into a blood-red light like a substance, exuding it like a demon walking out of hell. I stepped on the foot and landed in front of Ainlu, squeezed the fist with his right hand, bursting out a powerful force, and blasted towards it. A flat punch gave people a feeling of being difficult to defend, but that kind of momentum, if ordinary people couldn't even raise the courage to fist. The figure hurriedly retreated to the back, turning into a thunder and lightning, and instantly melted into the countless gold behind him, concealing his figure. Thinking that this can be avoided, in that case, I will break the entire wall. With a bang, Lin Tian struck the gold with a strong fist, and the hard gold could hardly stop his fist, sinking deep into it, and cracks spreading around the fist, centered on the fist. Click. Click. In a squeaking sound, the 10-meter-high golden wall collapsed suddenly, and countless huge gold nuggets fell downward. At this time, a road, hidden in the golden clock, was revealed. With his arms stretched out, countless lightning flashed from his body on the surrounding gold. Electric alchemy. Electric light shines on the gold, and the high-speed moving electrons have undergone a strange chemical change with the gold. The extremely hard gold melted into a liquid in a blink of an eye, and the hot gold liquid fell towards Lin Tian. See him here domineering. The perception that increased exponentially made the gold that dropped rapidly in high school look like a turtle crawling in Lin Tian's mind. I saw Lin Tian. His steps slid back slightly, and he dodged the falling gold liquid directly. His body slightly changed his position under the footsteps. Like a ghost, only 3 figures appeared in the sight. In the air. Avoiding the falling gold liquid, Lin Tian still had the energy to move towards Ainlu and said, "Hey, Ainlu, you who have the heart net, do you think this kind of attack will still be useful to me?" "Really?" Ainlu showed a smug smile on his face when he heard the words. "Who said that? My purpose is this, not running away is your biggest mistake." With the arms together, the falling golden liquid stopped abruptly. There were countless small golden asterisk floating around Lin Tian. The densely packed small asterisk tightly surrounded Lin Tian. And no one could escape from the gap that could not accommodate even one arm. 200 million volts, electric prison. A huge amount of electricity sounded on Ainlu, following the floating asterisk around, and spreading to the surrounding space balls. In an instant, lightning connected to the surrounding small balls. Ainlu proudly, build an electric prison with a voltage of 200 million volts, based on gold with excellent conductivity. The most important thing is that with these lightning balls, the lightning channels constructed, I can turn them into lightning transmitters, each of which is 200 million volts of lightning, and there are hundreds of thousands of lightning strikes in a small space. Die! With a grip of his right hand, the powerful electricity gathered on the golden ball, and the dazzling light gleamed. The next moment, countless lightning strikes towards Lin Tian, who was in the middle. As Ainlu said, with so many lightning strikes in this small space, only a large group of lightning can be seen filling it. As for the power, the wooden planks in the ground were instantly annihilated, turning into molecules smaller than dust, and disappearing completely. You can clearly feel how strong it is. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 371 of the text, The Full Power of the Void, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net. In 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. The dazzling thunderlight shone on the deck, clearly shining the triumphant smile on Ainlu's face. Who can escape this level of lightning attack? The power of the gods is unmatched. I am an invincible thunder. This world does not exceed the power of the gods. After solving this guy, no one should stop me from going to the Infinite Land. Phew. Suddenly, there was a rapid burst of air behind him. Before Enlu could realize what was happening, he felt a powerful force hitting himself. There was a creak, and Enlu let out a miserable scream. A mouthful of blood spurted directly from his mouth and fell on the deck, splashing a flower. The 80 road, which was knocked off, rolled down on the deck for a few laps before it completely stopped. The white deck, under its strong impact, broke directly into cracks. Lin Tian's figure, with his fist retracted, appeared in the air, with drops of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, but he said calmly, "It's too arbitrary to get the answer so quickly." The spine behind him was interrupted by Lin Tian's punch, and Enlu was lying on the ground curled up like a prawn, with fear in his eyes. Just listen to Lin Tian continue to say, "No matter how strong it is, what use is not in the same space, it can hit me in another space, and it's also useless." Hearing Lin Tian's explanation, Enlu understood everything instantly. His eyes tightened, and the fear in his eyes deepened again. If, as he said, he would not be able to attack the other party no matter how he attacked, and only faced death. But when his eyes were swept away, Enlu suddenly noticed something unusual. His face gradually showed a smile, his whole body flashed with lightning, and he slowly stood up from the ground. However, this kind of strength must also cost a lot of money. Although I don't know what happened, now your trembling body should have been traumatized. He wiped off the blood from his mouth and showed a smug look on his face. Obviously Enlu was very happy when he guessed this. After all, if this is the case, then he has a chance to win. Lin Tian didn't care when he spit out blood foam, standing there with a look on his face. For him, it didn't make much difference whether Enlu could find this. The figure flashed, Lin Tian jumped out, rushed towards Enlu, turned into a silver-white light and disappeared into the void, but a powerful fist flashed in the face, knocking it out with a punch. Facing the thunder and lightning shot by Enlu, Lin Tian did not evade. His body passed directly through it, and the fist, wrapped in his fist, struck Enlu fiercely again. Next, Lin Tian seemed like a ghost that couldn't attack. No matter what kind of attack Enlu attacked, it was of no use to Lin Tian. Enlu, whose cheek was beaten directly into a pig's head, finally reached the extreme of his anger in his chest. A loud roar was heard in his mouth, his arms stretched out, and countless lightning flashed out. Bang! However, the straight fist that appeared in front of him directly slammed it to the wall with a single punch, knocking out a big hole. Waving his blood-stained right arm, Lin Tian slapped his face. "What's your name? Don't you claim to be a god? Don't you think that you can win the battle by shouting?" He walked steadily towards the fallen Ani road. Leaning on the wall, Enlu yelled frantically, "You are angered. You anger me thoroughly. I want you to pay the price of your life. Anyone who prevents me from going to the land of God will be severely punished." Thor! An angry voice sounded like a blue and white thunderbolt of flames, wrapping Enlu's whole body, and a huge figure appeared in the blue and white thunderbolt. A huge body of tens of meters high, surrounded by lightning that turned into substance. At this time, if Enlu landed on Chingay, he would indeed be a god. Thor! Stopping his progress, Lin Tian, who was like an ant, looked up at Ani Road, who was overlooking him with a calm and indifferent face. It was difficult to see what expression he had at the moment. In the presence of God, everything must be destroyed. Enlu roared, and his fist slammed out. The thunder and lightning flames burning in his arms were the essence of lightning, as if even the void could burn out, and the air was twisted in front of him. A violent fist wind came towards him, blowing away Lin Tian's hair, and the encircling fist's strength, even the deck under his feet, could not bear the huge pressure, and it shattered. Facing the attack, Lin Tian's face changed slightly, but he disappeared from his face. In an instant, his right hand was covered by the silver-white light, and he slipped in front of him, and the silver-white light appeared in front of him. That huge thunder and lightning fist stopped under the silver-white light. It was not that Enlu didn't want to move, but Enlu's fist had already hit his fastest punching speed, but could not touch Lin Tian's body. With a face full of shock, Ainlu's right fist turned into a huge thunder pillar and shot straight out quickly, but also stopped in front of Lin Tian, where the silver-white light was shining. Do not. It is still moving, but the speed is very slow, as if there is no movement. You must know that the speed of lightning is comparable to light. Between heaven and earth. Lin Tian shouted secretly in his heart, and the power of the void in his hand increased by a few points again. The silver-white light was extremely bright. The space in front of him was slightly shaken, and even the naked eye could clearly see the change. The power of the endless space was vented in the space in front of him. The short distance of tens of centimeters was expanded to endless by Lin Tian. Even the speed of lightning can only reach this point. Squeak. Suddenly, the static thunder and lightning crossed this small distance and hit the Lin Tian's arm. The shining thunder and lightning, like a sharp sword, pierced Lin Tian's arm instantly. Sure enough, although that kind of power is strong, there must be a price. How long can you use it now? Aini said in a voice. Puff. A mouthful of blood came out of his mouth, and Lin Tian staggered and almost fell to the ground. Half kneeling on the ground, a wry smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. It was a little bit bigger just now, but now I want to achieve that level is still much worse. Extending the space of just tens of centimeters so that even thunder and lightning can hardly fly out. The difficulty involved can be imagined. Only now can we adapt to this kind of power. This kind of step is too big. It caused a backlash, and he didn't even have time to react. He was directly hit by this guy. He turned over and jumped, and a loud bang sounded on the deck where he was standing before. Slowly withdrawing his fists, a large pit of several meters appeared on the deck. His hands turned into two thunder swords, and they slashed towards Lin Tian below. Turning into a spatial phantom, two thunder sword attacks flashed, and before Lin Tian could stand firm, a huge golden fork pierced his neck. At this time, Lin Tian could no longer transform himself through space, chasing the wind out of its sheath with a scream. The chasing wind exuding silver-white light, and the wide-blade crossbar was on his chest. The huge force hits directly on the body of the wind-chasing sword, and there was a sharp metal collision sound, and the hard chasing wind actually bent down under the golden fork. The surging power bombarded his chest. Standing Lin Tian was shot and flew out, and fell to the ground severely, marking dozens of meters away before stopping. A successful blow. Ainlu seized the opportunity, and a huge thunder and lightning fist blasted from above. Ha! Used between dodge and transforming phantoms, only to show one problem, that is, you can't always switch, there should be limit. Hearing that, Lin Tian's eyes showed a look of surprise. Obviously he did not expect this self-righteous guy to observe so carefully. Holding on to the wind, the silver-white light slowly passed from the arm to the sword. The jet-black sword body was now covered with a layer of silver-white metallic streamer. It's true, but you know, what's the use? It's too late. Your injury is several times heavier than mine. You can support it now. It's just relying on the power of lightning to stimulate your cells and overthrow your life. What's the matter? Ainlu yelled, now that I know your weakness, how can you who can't use that power be my opponent? That huge fist, blue and white flames burning in his hands, seemed to burn everything in the world, like a meteorite falling from a high altitude, wrapped in a huge flame, destroying the world. The silver-white sword body turned over, and the sharp sword light radiated through the tip of the sword. The silver-white sword light tens of meters long cut through the night sky and instantly cut the fist in half. Swordsmanship, profound meaning. Space sword. The tiny figure lifted a tens of meters long sword. Lin Tian lightly waved it, directly cut off his arm, swiped it backwards, and the sharp blade instantly cut his body in half. Seeing that the color is full, Lin Tian made a backhand sword, and the sharp blade slashed upwards. Several sword shadows flashed past. The huge thunder god under the Lin Tian space sword did not have the slightest backhand strength. Thunder and lightning hovered in midair. The remaining body turned into lightning and disappeared into the sky, and only the last group of lightning continued to shine in the air, which was the entity of Ainlu. Backhand retracted the chasing wind. The tens of meters long sword was quickly dissipating. Lin Tian's space sword was not only as simple as cutting the space, at the same time, the space recovery was forbidden, and the broken place would form a short separate space. Knowing that he could not escape, Ainlu did not continue to hide. The floating thunder and lightning gradually transformed into his body, and the angry face, reading www can't you come, couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. Facing Ainlu, Lin Tian continued to say, if you could discover those things before, maybe you still have a chance to win, but now everything is a foregone conclusion. Before the words fell, Lin Tian's hand chasing the wind had leaped high and pointed at the forehead of Ainiro that was trapped in the void. Your life is up to today. As for your ability, let it fall into the hands of the real master. Facing the sword tip that was getting closer and closer, Ainlu knew he was going to play this time, but even so, he still couldn't believe that he was the casters who mastered the strongest natural thunder fruit. How could he fail twice in one day? Time, and eventually even lost his life. No! This is impossible. God cannot fail. Thunder's power will only belong to God. Even if I die, you will never get it. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 372 of the main text, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Stand. The sharp point of the sword instantly, without the slightest obstruction, pierced Ainlu's head. Along the sharp blade, a drop of blood, mixed with some white things, dripped on the deck below. At the last moment of holding his breath, Lin Tian's figure flashed. His right hand formed into a palm, and he lightly patted his face, silver white light, covering Ainlu's whole body. Tick. Tick. Lin Tian slowly withdrew the sword in his head, looked at that crazy face at the last moment before Ainlu died, and said lightly in his mouth, you don't need to worry about these things. Since I did this, it proves that I have the confidence to take your power into my hands. Thunder's power belongs to me. With a light wave, the white things on the sword's body were scattered on the ground, mixed with blood on the deck, and looked down at the corpse that fell to the ground. Being able to get the thunder fruit is enough to show that this guy is indeed a lucky guy, but it is a pity that he can get the ability, but there is no strength to develop. For the thunder fruit, that can be said to be the greatest sadness. The death of Ainlu means the disappearance of the thunder fruit ability, which means that the thunder fruit will become fruit again and appear in a certain sea. Devil fruit is a kind of magical power. Not only can it endow powerful abilities, but its appearance and disappearance are also full of mysteries. In this world, there is only one person who has studied the devil fruit the most, and that is Vegapunk, the old man, who has reached a terrible level of research on the devil fruit. In the Lishan understanding, Vegapunk not only understood the principle of devil fruit, each devil fruit is a carrier of blood factor. But this kind of thing is very peculiar and unique. Only the person who takes the first bite will have it. There is only one kind in the world, and each person can only eat one. Why is there such a thing? Look at Lin Tian come, there are only rules to explain, this is the rule of this world. Vegapunk broke it. Not only did he use the power of the devil to load it on the dead, but it also allowed them to change creatures. This is simply the ability of the creator to let the dead have life. Not only that, the old man finally dreamed of the ability to make devil fruits too quickly, and it almost succeeded. It stands to reason that failure is very normal for scientific researchers. But the old man stopped and continued to study. Lin Tian once asked, he just looked at his eyes, shook his head, and said nothing. Lin Tian didn't ask too much, but Lin Tian knew a lot about the power of devil fruits, just like now. When the devil fruit-capable person dies, the ability will remain on the body until it finds a suitable carrier. This is after the death of the Whitebeard. After a period of time, the Blackbeard will start to seize his ability. But in this case, Lin Tian took the initiative to bring the carrier, and the devil fruit needed to find the carrier, so just in case, he changed his mind and fixed the spread range himself. This is based on the scene that appeared on Ice and Fire Island. There were too many carriers in Java before, but now it is tens of thousands of meters, with only white clouds in the sky. Everything is ready. Lin Tian can only do this, can only wait for time to slip by. I found a place to sit down at random. Although I solved any road, I was not uninjured. The arm was directly injured by thunder and lightning, and a big hole was directly blasted out of his chest. When fighting at their level, it is generally difficult to injure the opponent with an attack, but once the opponent seizes the opportunity, it is a full-scale thunder offensive. It is very uncomfortable to resist. The most important thing is that this is the first time that I have used the power of the void with all my strength. That kind of power is indeed powerful, but the price is not light. It is a serious drain on physical strength and energy. At the same time, the strength is too strong. Even if I am a little stronger today than in the past, the burden on my body is too great. It also means that this kind of power can only be used as a whole card, and you need to pay attention to the time of use. Moreover, through this battle, he has already understood other shortcomings, just like Ainlu said. Tudidi. The Jaibe moon is about to fall from the beginning. Looking from the sky, at the junction of the day, you can clearly see that a little bit of light appears in the cloud. Pulling out the chasing wind and looking in front of him, Lin Tian is also very nervous at this moment. Whether he succeeds depends on this moment. His gaze slowly moved down the scattered medium and tall towering on it. Lin Tian showed a happy smile on his face. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, slowly stretched out his hand, and grabbed it towards him. Without hesitation, the familiar and fascinating spiral pattern on it could only be held by one hand, and Lin Tian directly bit down. What? Before Lin Tian could bite him, he let out a scream and said, "It's still that kind of taste, it's really unpalatable." Lin Tian kept coughing out of the flesh in his mouth. This was really unpalatable. He had suffered a lot of injuries inside his body. This sudden feeling made his whole body feel uncomfortable. But now he doesn't have so much energy. After taking care of so much, after eating the devil fruit ability, Lin Tian is eager to know, does he have the lightning power now? Stretching out his completely black right hand, it was scorched by powerful thunder and lightning when he was fighting Ainlu. Looking at his right hand, Lin Tian thought. Squeak. A series of small electric arcs flashed in Lin Tian's arm, so beautiful and alluring, lightning entwined on the arm. Ha. Laughing wanton on the arc sounded, the sun of dawn shone on Lin Tian. Ray of red and orange light scattered from his body as if put on a coat. The wanton laughter echoed high in the sky. Even in the sky it's hard to tell Lin Tian's joy at this moment. Thunder and lightning radiated from his body, and flashing electric arcs appeared all over his body. At this moment, Lin Tian was surrounded by countless thunder and lightning. The sound of thunder can be described in one word, that is, God, a divine residence. Call out. The figure flashed. Lin Tian turned into a flash of lightning, disappeared into the air, and appeared on the top of the arc. Feeling the speed, Lin Tian's mouth showed a faint smile. Shoo. A series of lightning mixed with Lin Tian's figure appeared. The wide roof of the boat has now turned into a huge performance venue, and the dazzling figures flashed. I stopped and recalled the speed just now. I had a rough contrast in my mind. The speed of electricity is about the same as that of light. My speed should not be slowed by that of Wang Yuan. Moreover, electricity is not faster than light, so I can only move in a straight line with the help of electric field. Can move at any time. Next, I should try how much lightning I can release. The electric light of the right hand flashed and turned into thunder towards the huge ore. Not far away, a thunder pillar made a loud bang, and the huge ores of several people not far away split directly into two sections. Fell from the bottom. Raising his arm, Lin Tian's face was filled with excitement. It should be around 30 million volts. It was at this level at the beginning. It's not bad. Later, as he develops himself, he will be even higher, surpassing the fellow Enlu. It's just a simple thing. Trying the abilities I've been waiting for, with his eyes closed, his open hands, flashed with thunder and lightning, scattered towards the surrounding void. Without stopping, Lin Tian kept releasing thunder and lightning through his hands. Suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glow flashed through his eyes, and a creaking sound came from the ground. The tightly sealed wooden boards were shaking at this time, as if they were about to fly out at any time. At this time, Lin Tian's body slowly rose from the air without using the six poses or using the power of the void. Just so slowly flew into the air. Dangling. Huge iron nails flew up from the wooden planks, and the wooden planks trembled more severely. Some of them were already tilted high, as if they were about to fly out at any time, but there were still many iron nails fixed on them. What? In a scream, Lin Tian, who was several meters high, was suspended and fell directly in panic. He lay on the deck backwards. Lin Tian kept a happy smile on his face. He whispered, "I just got it now. I don't understand it well. It's still a bit difficult. After a while, it's almost fine." Squinting, looking to the side, Enlu's body lying on the ground, flashed a flash of lightning, hitting his body, and the heat generated by the lightning directly burned it. Resolved by thunder, this may be the best place for you. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 373 of the main text, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Ha ha ha. Joyful laughter from the night of the arrival of the morning. The one-night banquet still did not stop everyone's joy in their hearts, and everyone had a smile on their faces. In this mixed banquet, Lin Tian disappeared very peacefully and came back very peacefully. Except for Nami and Robin, who focused on him, and Soren, who was very vigilant at all times except for sleeping. The rest are like Luffy, Chopper, Usopp and Sanji, these 4 guys who have been crazy at the party. Don't talk about it. Returning to his seat, Lin Tian took the beer that Nami had handed him and took a big sip. From last night until now, he hasn't touched the water, and he has been thirsty for a long time. Robin leaned over and asked softly, "How is it? Did you succeed?" A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Tian stretched out his right hand, and small lightning flashes on his arm, but he didn't know the result. How is it possible? It really succeeded, Nami yelled with a look of surprise. She noticed that her voice was a little loud, and she was about to startle people around her, and she quickly covered her mouth. Robin and Soren on the side, although not as excited and moving as Nami, their faces were also deeply surprised and could not believe them. Everyone knows about the devil fruit, and only heard that you can gain power by eating the devil fruit, and that a killer like Lin Tian can still seize the ability of the other party has never heard of it. Before hearing Lin Tian's words, everyone didn't believe it in their hearts. Even if Lin Tian went there, they would never think that it could be done. It was not that they didn't believe in Lin Tian, but that this kind of thing was really ridiculous. But he didn't expect that Lin Tian actually did this. Won the opponent's ability. So, Lin Tian is already a thunder-sounding ability now, Soren said, which means Lin Tian has become stronger again. Soren knew how strong the Canlu was. He couldn't even resist a single move by others. Lin Tian possessed his abilities and how strong he would become. Robin and Nami showed excitement on their faces after experiencing the shock. Lin Tian has become stronger, which is a happy thing for them. Anyway, they are also his people. The three are already glorious. All damage. Sounding Thunder Fruit is one of the Devil Fruit abilities known as invincible in history, and it is also the strongest natural Devil Fruit. It is extremely powerful for Lin Tian's superposition, Robin explained softly. Lin Tian also nodded secretly, agreeing with Robin's statement. After losing the Space Fruit ability, Lin Tian's combat strength can be said to have dropped to an extreme, and even the general level threshold has also fallen out. Although the power of the Void obtained later is powerful and strange for Lin Tian, it can only be regarded as the last whole card. There are too many restrictions and the cost is too high. The full explosion of combat power also happens to solve Anlu. Regarding the strength of Anlu, in addition to the Wan Lian created by the Ark, Anlu's combat power is not as good as the Green Pheasant's, and the outcome must be defeated. Oda said that if Anlu is on the Great Route with more than 500 million yuan, but the latest Kaido's strongest man has 1 billion dailies, the Admiral is no worse than him. The Thunder Fruit is very strong, but as Lin Tian said, the ability depends on the person who uses it. Anlu has completely varied the Thunder ability, knowing that Thunder is the master of electricity. Now Lin Tian got the fruits of Thunder, and as long as a period of time passed, even if the power of the Void was not used, the threshold of combat power was enough to reach the Admiral level or even surpass them. Thunder is known as the strongest natural element. Nami leaned her head and said with curiosity, so Lin Tian can already use the power of Thunder now. Well, in response, Lin Tian sent out a flash of lightning from his finger, hitting Nami's finger, and suddenly felt a small numbness coming from his arm, but it disappeared immediately. Just listen to Lin Tian said, I have just obtained this ability now, and it can only emit 30 million volts of electricity. If you want to improve it, you can only develop the Devil Fruit in the future. However, it is still very strong, the thunder scattered from the sky, but the power of genius. Nami looked happy. The 3-day banquet completely let everyone vent their joy. In the early morning, Lin Tian and Robin were strolling on the street. Those wealthy guys had already ran into the snake's belly to find gold, while Lin Tian exchanged some useful shells with the residents of Sky Island through some items. It is also considered the only thing that can be useful to oneself in Sky Island. Turning his head, Lin Tian asked Robin next to him, by the way, Robin's piece of the historical text of Poseidon, how is your translation? Although I had learned the historical text from Robin, this kind of thing is really too difficult to read, and I only understand a small part of it. Lin Tian can't do it if I have to interpret the whole historical text by himself. Yeah, Robin said with a heavy face, this does not record any history. It is another historical text that records weapons. From the one in the Alabastan Palace to here, it records legendary weapons. Holding Robin's shoulders, Lin Tian smiled and persuaded, well, we still have time. No one knows what is recorded in the text of history and what kind of types are there. Only if we keep going, we will always find. After a soft response, Robin did not continue to speak. Obviously, what was recorded in the historical text still disappointed him. The bell tower is found. The sudden voice made the two of them stunned. The bell tower that had fallen into the sea could be found. They looked at each other and decided to go and take a look. After a lot of effort, the golden bell tower hung on the vine was finally pulled up. That huge clock tower, standing on the ground, dazzling gold, exuding golden light, the huge clock made of tens of meters high and full-body gold, is so majestic and beautiful. Bang! Looking at the huge golden bell tower in front of him, the chief suddenly knelt on the ground, with a blank expression. How is it possible, the historical text that our ancestors desperately tried to protect in this city, where has it gone? How can it disappear? In the generous gold vase, a huge gap is recessed inward where the historical text was originally embedded, but now it has disappeared. Chief, let me hide that thing. Listening to the words that sounded behind them, the chief and the Dora people on the edge of the mountain quickly looked back, only to see Lin Tian and Robin slowly walking towards this side, passing through the crowd. The chief stared at the huge golden bell in front of his eyes and explained, "That piece of historical text has completed its mission and continues to be preserved here. Maybe it will bring disasters just like your ancestors, so I looked for it. A place that no one knows, hide it." The information contained in the words made the chief unable to react for a long time. After a while, he dared not to reply with certainty, "My mission has been completed." Thinking of their Shandora people who have guarded for hundreds of years, they finally do not need to continue to guard today. The chief cannot help but shed tears. We don't need to fight anymore." Glancing at this huge golden bell tower, suddenly in the historical text, a different text appeared there. "I have come here and lead this hyphenated text to the last place, pirate, Jeluluo. G. One Piece." Robin trembled and his face was full of shock. One Piece Roger actually arrived here and left this sentence, which shows that he has also embarked on the path of tracing the text of history. Thinking about it carefully in his mind, Robin suddenly reacted when he thought of his own experience in pursuing the text of history for many years, as well as recording history. Turning back to look at Lin Tian, he asked excitedly, "Lin Tian, are you hiding something from me? Here is a passage left by Roger, why didn't you tell me?" Okay. Lin Tian stopped the excited Robin with both hands, and Lin Tian showed a wry smile on his face. When he recovered his mood, realized that he was too excited about Robin, he stopped and apologized softly, "Lin Tian, I'm sorry. This is also my fault." Lin Tian's face slowly became serious. "I do know that the text about history disappeared, and Roger once got the real history. In this world, there are probably many people who know the real history. Roger, Hades, Raleigh, Marshal Sengoku, Whitebeard, my teacher." Hearing this, Robin was deeply surprised. The news was beyond his expectation. He always thought that the text of history was hidden in the deepest part and no one knew it, but now there are so many top experts know. Thinking back to these people, Robin realized something. These are all of them back then, and they are in the same era as Roger, the Pirate King. Either friends or enemies, so to speak. Yes, they can know the text of the history, which is largely related to Roger, but... After the conversation turned, Lin Tian stared at Robin and asked, "They have been hiding these secrets. Why?" Lin Tian calmly said, "Why? Because the time has not come yet. I once asked Roger's deputy captain, Pluto Raleigh." This is his answer. Pluto Raleigh. Robin is no stranger to this name. If besides Roger, there are people who are familiar with the legendary great treasures and historical texts, then there is only Roger's most important partner, the Hades King Raleigh, who is known as Roger's right arm. Robin, the real answer may be the best way to pursue it personally. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Guidelines for Chapter 374, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net in 1 second. Read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Hey, I'm leaving the empty island. Luffy lay on the sheep's head and said weakly. Although it was only a few days in the Sky Island, the experience of the past few days has really opened everyone's eyes. Suddenly, it was a bit reluctant to leave. Chopper, who hung on the handrail, said, "The trip to the Sky Island is really enjoyable, although it is a bit scary. Just go through that gate and you can take the canal to Chingay." Looking into the distance, that huge gate, there is the end of the Sea of clouds, as long as you pass there, you can return to the great route below. Step on. The Cornish father and daughter who came to see off along the river chased the Merly, which was slowly heading towards the end of the clouds, waving their hands to bid farewell to the people on the boat. So everyone, I'm sorry, I'll send it here. Please take care, everyone. Nami smiled and replied, thank you for sending us off. Miss Canis, thank you for coming to send us off. The Sanji shouted excitedly. I also trouble you to see us goodbye for others. I want to thank you for not knowing what to say. Canis, old man and Zaide, goodbye. Seeing that the gate was getting closer and closer, Kanish's father reminded him a little eagerly, in this case, you should put away the sails and hold on to the hull. Everyone hurriedly moved. After all, it was a 7-kilometer ramp. I am afraid that the Merly would be driving at a very fast speed. Oh, the falling ramp directly gave the Merly extremely fast, and the violent wind blew on everyone's faces head-on. Suddenly, Lin Tian said, hey, do you have a bad premonition? Bad premonition? No. Usopp looked confused, but the speed was a little faster and there was nothing. Luffy laughed. This speed made him very excited. How is it possible, Lin Tian? We can just go straight down the 7-kilometer ramp. That feeling must be very cool, haha. No. Withdrawing the cigarette from his mouth, Sanji objected. Do you think it's wrong? The with a drop of 7 kilometers always feels unrealistic. Robin rested his chin and thought, if there is such a ramp, how could the Great Root not know? Then the Sky Island is not a legend. At this time, Canis on the side reminded her loudly, everyone, be careful, it's going to fall. Everyone glanced at each other and they could see the panic in each other's eyes. No way! Zayu. The melee rushed out of the canal in an instant and fell towards the Great Root below 7 kilometers below. Time seemed to be forbidden at this moment, and the violent wind around it stopped blowing. The people far away from the deck of the Merly looked at the scene below them, and they were suddenly stunned, their faces full of horror, their eyes seemed to burst from their eye sockets, and their open mouth could not be closed for a long time. What? A scream of miserable screams sounded from the fallen Merly, which could not disappear for a long time, echoing in this world. It's going to be released, Sashima specialty, octopus Peru. With both hands tightly grasping the railings beside them, Nami and Robin hugged their bodies tightly. The powerful weight loss caused everyone to slowly float in midair. Sure enough, I thought it was a bit strange before. At an altitude of more than 7,000 meters, how could there be a canal rim that leads directly to the Great Sea Route? I have never heard of it. I didn't expect it to be like this in the end. Suddenly, in that huge cloud cover, there has been a huge, empty island octopus, piercing out of the cloud cover, the sail of hundreds of meters, tightly grabbing Melly. Upon seeing this, Luffy and the three were about to take action. They thought that these octopuses did not give up and wanted to attack them, but the Melly suddenly stopped. Under inertia, the fallen Sora and others suddenly fell on the deck. Lin Tian hugged the fallen Nami and Robin, relying on strong feet to stop them from falling. It's amazing, we slowed down. Luffy raised his head and looked at the octopus above, and shouted with a smile. After falling to the ground, Usopp hadn't recovered from the shock just now. I thought I was going to that world. Nami, who left Lin Tian's embrace, looked at the huge octopus above. Because of the Sky Island environment, the Sky Island creatures are different from the Great Root. Most of their bodies are air, with huge buoyancy, and lighter than air. Clang, tilde. The resounding bell rang from high above. Instead of saying goodbye to the pirates, who rescued them face to face, the residents of Sky Island used the huge golden bell to ring to express their gratitude to Luffy and the others. A faint smile filled everyone's faces. Gold, 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 gold. We are finally rich. What should we buy? How about buying a huge bronze statue? Luffy suggested, looking at the gold all over the floor. No, Usopp objected at the time. For what you can do with gold for copper, you should buy the cannon on the ship and add 10 more. Sanji leaned over and Xianmi said, Nami, Nami, I want a locked refrigerator so that we can better preserve food. In the face of the quarrel, Nami stopped and said, wait for you, how do you deal with these treasures? But Lin Tian, who was standing on the side, uttered, facing everyone's puzzled eyes, I think we should solve an important problem first. Luffy wondered, what's the problem? Lifting his foot and stepping on it lightly, Lin Tian pointed his finger down and said, that is the melee under our feet. From the East China Sea to here, we have gone through such a long distance. The damage to the melee has been very serious. Even the main mast outside has been broken twice, not to mention the rest of the place. Even the bottom of the ship has been repaired. I don't know how many sides. If we rely on the current melee, we can't sail far. After listening to Lin Tian's words, everyone's expressions slowly sink. This is indeed the most serious problem that needs to be solved before everyone. Finally, Nami, who is in charge of finances, made a decision. In this case, we will first convert the gold to Bailey, and then after repairing the melee, we are talking about the rest. Riding on that huge octopus, the speed of Melee's descent was indeed slow. By night, the sun had already set, and the white moonlight had begun to rise, and it had not yet landed on the great root. Leaning against Lin Tian's arms, Robin raised his eyes and held the beautiful white moon in the distance. In such a high sky, the moon is very beautiful. Huh? Nami looked up and praised it. It's really beautiful, much more beautiful than on the great root. Holding the two people in his arms, Lin Tian said nothing, with a faint smile on his face, savoring the scene carefully. Slowly approaching the great root below, the size of the octopus sparrow was getting smaller and smaller, and it was no longer enough to resist the falling speed of the melee, until it finally became the size of an ordinary octopus. Everyone, hold on to the hull, Luffy shouted. Amidst several screams, the melee fell from a high altitude with a loud bang, and a huge spray splashed on the melee, directly to everyone who had not yet reacted to the shock. Bright. The calm sea tumbling under the huge impact force, layers of waves slapped on the wall of the ship, and on the swaying melee, everyone stood unsteadily and fell straight to the deck. Hurriedly reached out to catch the fallen Nami, Lin Tian stepped on the deck with his right foot. An invisible force radiated on the melee. The tumbling sea immediately stopped, and the melee also recovered its stability. Phew. Heaved a sigh of relief, Lin Tian said, fortunately we fell on the sea, otherwise we fell on the ground, then we are done. I was scared to death. Nami, who had escaped after death, was shocked why the octopus suddenly became smaller. After pulling out the octopus that fell on his face, Luffy was still in a mood to laugh. But, finally, we don't have to die. Lighting his own smoke, looking at the sky, Sanji said with feeling, however, we really went to an amazing place. I only found out so far after I fell down. It's like a dream. Nami responded with a tone of unbelief. Chopper looked at the sky and said with great expectation, what kind of country is it really? When can I go again? Hearing this, Soren looked at Kyoto with a faint smile. If you die, you can go so far away. Usopp, lying on the ground, raised his head with a speechless expression. Soren, you. Raising his hands calm, Luffy stood up, leaned on his hat, looked towards the dark surroundings, puzzled, but before the words fell, orange and yellow light beam shone from the surroundings, illuminating the entire melee like daylight. Woo. Afterwards, the alarm sound that resounded across the sky began to sound, resounding across the sky, with countless footsteps mixed in, and the calm surroundings instantly became noisy. Where the asterisk is this? Luffy looked confused, illuminated by such lights. Looking at the familiar scenes around, Lin Tian smiled bitterly, lowered his head and said helplessly, I think we came to a bad place, the fortress of the 8th branch of the Navy, to be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 375 of the text, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net in 1 second. Read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Dozens of huge searchlights shone on the Merly, the sirens that came from the surrounding area, and the mixed eye, Lin Tian. What are you talking about? Yusuke asked incredulously. Although everyone on the side did not ask any questions, the shocked faces are enough to explain what kind of mood they are at this moment. Any pirate, when they learn that they actually broke into the naval fortress, I am afraid they will not be in a good mood. Yes, this place is the huge fortress that the Navy has always been proud of, the G8 Fortress, and it also belongs to the Navy headquarters of the 8th branch of the Navy, Lin Tian explained when he looked up at this familiar place. Nami suddenly ran in tears. Ah. What luck is it for us to fall out of the Navy fortress? Why is that? Yusuke was in the mood at the moment, but it was down to Nami, the headquarters of the 8th Navy branch, so that it is now surrounded by unknown navies. We introduced the 3 generations of ghosts in his hand, and Soren immediately replied to the fighting state. It seems that we will have a fight today. I think that's right. Sanji slowly exhaled smoke from his mouth. It's amazing, but Luffy's eyes flashed, very excited, a breath of adventure. If I were you, I wouldn't have thought of fighting, turned around, and Lin Tian walked towards the side of the ship. This is the most powerful fortress of the Navy, and it is also the headquarters of the 8th branch of the Navy. Here, there are at least 1,000 permanent naval soldiers, dozens of officers below school level, and several brigadier generals and major generals. At the same time, the highest commander is one of the lieutenants of the Navy. As Lin Tian's words slowly uttered, the faces of Nami and others behind it became more and more difficult to look. There was no need to fight. So many Navy soldiers and a lieutenant admiral could simply surrender. According to my thoughts, we'd better escape from the Merly as soon as possible and hide in this huge fortress. Even the Navy can't find us for a while. While speaking, Lin Tian slowly turned around and looked at him. He was stunned. He saw Soren, Nami, Yusuke, and Sanji. These people had already jumped off the Merly, and Luffy and Robin also helped themselves. Ability, swim towards the shore, not far away. Damn, you beasts, you all ran away. Without thinking about it, the faint sound of water could clearly feel that several warships were rushing towards this side. After all, here, even in the Navy, the rankings are the top fortresses in the open and secret organization. Although they have not experienced any battles for many years, if that person is stationed, the level of defense here will not be much lower. This kind of reaction speed is not bad. If there is no such thing, then this big fortress is really unnecessary. These thoughts just flashed through my mind quickly. Since the Navy has surrounded this side, then I have to run away quickly. The voice fell without hesitation. Lin Tian flashed directly, leaping towards the sea, several leaps, and lightly landed on the shore. Turning back and looking under that huge light, there are already several naval warships closely surrounding the Merly. If you are late, you will be spotted by those navies. Many navies are leaning on the ship's side and holding their guns nervously, aimed at the deserted gully. Luffy and the others who ran away now don't know where they are going. It seems that I can only hide in this fortress first, and then I am looking for an old friend to drink tea. Lin Tian thought secretly in his heart. Anyway, the guy Luffy caused trouble. I'm afraid that if he hasn't passed this evening, he will turn this fortress upside down. When I was about to turn around and enter the woods on the edge, I suddenly felt as if something was staring at me, coming from my body. This was an instinct, formed during years of fighting. He quickly raised his head and scanned the surroundings with his eyes. There was nothing but darkness, and the sense of spying disappeared when he turned his head. Is it because I'm too nervous recently? Shook his head, muttered in his mouth, and walked toward the huge fortress. Behind the small mound, a figure was sitting on a small chair, holding a fishing rod in his hand, and looking at the lighted Merly in the distant sea. It's really surprising, coming in from the air, the Straw Hat Pirates, so that guy is also here, but I don't know what he is here for or what is attracting him. An orange-yellow beam of light swept across the lush bushes, and Lin Tian, who avoided the light sideways, slowly walked out from behind a big tree. Hey, have you heard? It seems that a ghost ship full of gold has just entered our base. The sudden voice made Lin Tian's face change slightly, and his step slightly stepped back, hiding again and entering the place where he had just avoided. Two Navy soldiers along the shore searched towards the jungle here and looked around vigilantly, not letting anything wrong. Bang! A gun sounded, and the two of them clenched the guns in their hands and walked vigilantly toward the tree where Lin Tian was avoiding. Obviously they found something, otherwise they would not shoot suddenly. Lin Tian, who was hiding behind him, noticed that the faces of the two Navy soldiers were incomprehensible, and he hid himself. How could it be so simple to be discovered by two ordinary Navy soldiers? With the sound of getting closer and closer, Lin Tian's body also moved slowly. As long as the two Navy soldiers really noticed themselves, as soon as they had extra movements, they would shoot thunderously. I was taken aback by your kid. I really thought there was a ghost. The naval soldier who was talking looked at the bird falling in the ground and breathed out. Hanging the gun on his back, the Navy soldier shot the gun, and he walked forward and smiled. You kid, you are too timid. Where is there any ghost? I heard from the commander that they are just a group of pirates. It's just a group. I don't know how these people got in, but they all seem to be hiding. The entire base is now looking for those guys. With a cold snort, another naval soldier said with disdain, just a pirate ship, dare to come to our naval fortress. It is too rampant. They must be called back and forth. Yes, this is. Listening to the sound of the two men walking away, Lin Tian walked out from behind the tree and glanced at the bird that was hit by the bullet and fell on the ground, as well as the back of the two Navy soldiers leaving. It seems that the Navy already knows the identity of these people, so he should have guessed that I am here, so that is to go there for a cup of tea. At this moment, in this huge fortress, a lieutenant admiral wearing a special lieutenant admiral costume led a series of navies and quickly walked through the corridor. It seems that the ship passed by Gaiden recently. Judging from the color and aroma of the coffee left on the deck, it is indeed the so-called Gaia coffee, but you didn't investigate at all, and you really have the courage to drink it in your mouth. Yeah. The lieutenant commander next to him choked up his words and didn't know how to explain it. After being reminded, he immediately recalled that the lieutenant commander felt a little afraid. The lieutenant admiral continued, plus the guide bird, it is a bird that lives in the jungle of Gaia. You know, there is a legend that there is a lot of gold buried in Gaia. It is for sure that it is from Gaia. It is not a ghost ship. Alongside, the lieutenant commander said, I have seen that ship twice. It is a ship of the Straw Hat Pirates, and that man is also on that ship. Hearing this, many Navy soldiers couldn't help but stop, with a look of fear and caution. Everything was because of the man whom the major said, the admirer of countless naval soldiers. Before mentioning his name, it was enough to make countless men in the Navy tremble. Lin Tian, the strongest genius in the history of the Navy. A Navy captain behind him said, that man is too strong, we can't be his opponent. I think we should be like the Navy, for help as soon as possible, and only the Admiral can deal with him. Do not. Jonathan did not hesitate to speak out against him. In this fortress, there are many people besides our Navy. If the battle takes place in this place, the destructive power will be the end of the entire fortress. Furthermore, if the other side knows about it, I am afraid that we will be destroyed by the other side if we are still waiting for the Navy headquarters. The power difference between the two sides is too great. But if it's not like... What else did the captain on the side want to say? Pelmahu tilde, but was stopped by Jonathan, waved his hand. It is absolutely impossible for him to agree to a request for help, whether in public or private. Undoubtedly, he said in a tone, well, about that man, I will deal with it myself. It is enough for you to hunt down the rest. Follow the previous order and go on command. Yes. Although they didn't understand or agree with Lieutenant General Jonathan's order, the soldiers took obedience to the order as their bounden duty. Now that the chief had a solution, they only had to execute it. When these soldiers retreated, Jonathan slowly twisted the door of his office with his back on his back and said in the empty passage, since it has already come, let's come out. It's good to meet old friends. It's not a shame that Lieutenant Admiral Jonathan, who is known for his resourcefulness, can infer so many things through short messages, and orders of this kind are ordered systematically. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 376 of the main body of the Lively Fortress, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Luffy and others broke in, instantly making the fortress that had been calm for a long time noisy, and thousands of Navy soldiers woke up from their sleep. Whether it is in the huge fortress passage, or in the bushes outside, or on the shore, or on the lake, in the fortress, the Navy soldiers can be seen everywhere. All the giant searchlights are fully powered, looking for the disappeared Luffy and others. After all, since the fortress was established, there are only a handful of brainless pirates who can actively attack the fortress. Many Navy soldiers stay here until they go elsewhere, and they may not be able to meet them. Not to mention, there are rumors in the fortress this time that it is a ghost pirate ship full of gold, which allows the entire fortress to search for 8 people. This is also a very high specification. However, one of the pirates in the fortress command room, where the level of alert has reached the highest level, the most severely located, is sitting in it. Opposite him, there was the highest officer of the fortress and Lieutenant General Jonathan, who was also the leader of the G8 branch. The two sat facing each other. There was no verbal collision and no internal confrontation. The two people sat here quietly, smelling the fragrance of tea floating in the air along with a heat in the teapot slowly boiling on the table below. Gently sniffing the fresh tea scent in the air, it made people feel refreshed, and the whole body was comfortable. After a long time, Lin Tian walked out of the sense of peace of mind. Looking at the boiling teapot below, Lin Tian said, "Tea is a kind of thing. Among so many admirals in the crowd, you can find the best tea here, and you keep it hidden every time." Wow. Picking up the boiling teapot, Jonathan smiled and cursed calmly, "Smelly boy, what kind of virtue your boy is. The entire high-level Navy knows that the things you are looking at rarely escape your clutches. Many people in the Navy are resentful of you, but they are helpless. They have to fall into the pit of their knowledge. I treasure this kind of tea. The island has been destroyed in our hands. The only one in the world. Use a little less. Speaking of this, I regret it." Lin Tian showed a look of regret. "I was scammed by you at the time, and you took all the good things. In the end, I was criticized by those old guys." That was the first time that Lin Tian gave the order to kill the island since he became the Navy. He was very impressed. Neither did he get the approval of the Navy headquarters. It was the two of them who decided to do this at the time. Later, they were held accountable by themselves. The decision to destroy an island with his own hands can be said to be the cruelest thing Lin Tian has ever done, but countless lives, all due to their two orders, all died overnight. Hearing Lin Tian mentioning the matter, Jonathan stopped pouring the tea. Obviously in his heart he was also very uneasy at the moment. After a pause, he continued to pour the tea. "That has happened, and we don't regret it. Say this, now you kid is still a wanted criminal with a reward of $1 billion. It's so rampant. In the Alabastan incident, killing almost all of the Baroque workshop is indeed in line with your style. However, after hearing that you became a pirate, I was really shocked for a long time." He picked up the poured tea, gently put it next to his nose and sniffed. The fresh scent hit his face. His face was intoxicated, and he took a sip. Calmly said, "In some respects, I still agree with the style of the Red Dog. Some things must be suppressed with iron and blood, and even some things must be discarded when faced with choices. As for the Navy and pirates, I don't have much to do with me. Justice and evil only care about events and people and don't represent positions anymore." Sipping a cup of tea, Jonathan said, "No wonder, Dog, you have always said that you are the only one who has the same style of doing things in the Navy and believes in the Iron Blood policy." Turning the warm teacup in his hand, Lin Tian smiled faintly. "He who can tolerate the existence of evil, I am afraid that he has now listed me as the #1 offender. As long as he has a chance, he will definitely attack me. After staying in the Navy for so long, I understand the temperament of the yellow ape, the red dog, and the blue pheasant very well. According to the Red Dog's style, no matter what it was before, as long as he stands on the opposite side of the Navy, even the brothers will become enemies." "Indeed," Jonah nodded helplessly. Based on his understanding of his friend Akinyu, although I didn't listen to what he said in previous conversations, I could sense that he was unwilling to fight the last time. Waved his hand, Lin Tian said with a look of reluctance, "Forget it, of those 3 guys, I don't want to fight that guy the least." It's not that Lin Tian is afraid of the Red Dog, but that he is indeed a real soldier. When he fights, no matter who he faces, he feels like Saburo desperately. At the beginning, he is a deadly fighting method. Fighting with this guy is really annoying. Suddenly, Lin Tian also put down the teacup in his hand and asked in a deep voice, "By the way, Marshal of the Warring States period, are there any deliberate plans against me lately? Ever since I returned in the Alabastan incident and advertised myself to the entire Great Root in a high-profile manner, I have been secretly wary of the Navy's actions in my heart. Based on my understanding of the Marshal of the Warring States period, since I appeared, it was inevitable whether it was in the face of pressure from the upper echelons, or because of the justice of the Navy to do something to myself. But after so long, the Navy headquarters hasn't moved at all, and it always feels something is wrong and very abnormal, so Lin Tian is worried that there is a huge conspiracy behind it." A look of surprise appeared on Jonathan's face. Lin Tian suddenly asked himself, the Vice Admiral, about the Navy's plan for him. He was surprised to know that they were the pirates and the Navy. Looking up at Lin Tian, Jonathan had an intriguing smile on his face and asked, "You are indeed a pirate. You are asking like a Lieutenant Admiral about the high-level secrets of the Navy headquarters. I heard it wrong." Hearing the ridicule in the words, Lin Tian stopped the teacup that was about to be placed on his lips and laughed abnormally. "Then you say that you are a Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters, but now you are drinking tea in the naval fortress with me, a naval rebel admiral who is as high as 1 billion wanted. Would that also shock the old men in the headquarters to death?" Jonathan was taken aback, and then reacted and laughed directly. "That's right, the Lieutenant Admiral is drinking tea with a most wanted criminal. I am afraid those old guys will be shot on the table." But Jonathan suddenly changed his words, and he was puzzled. "It stands to reason that your strength and the weird demon fruit ability will be very difficult if the headquarters wants to deal with you. Is it because—" "That's right," Lin Tian nodded with a serious face. "He is not alone now. You must know that he is now a member of the pirate group. As for Luffy's combat power, if the Navy headquarters is now watching, the consequences will be difficult to control. After all, it is difficult for even oneself to survive intact, and it is difficult to guarantee the safety of oneself." Jonathan thought for a while, and his expression became serious. "To be honest, it is difficult for us to know what plan the Marshal of the Warring States actually has at the moment the plan is implemented. After all, since you have been in the Navy for so long, the Marshal of the Warring States period will definitely pay attention to this move. I am afraid that the specific plan is difficult for the 3 admirals to know in advance." Hearing this, Lin Tian nodded silently. The Warring States Marshal was known as a wise general. Beware of this. There was no surprise, especially for those admirals who had good relations with him. Jonathan continued, although I don't know the plan of the Marshal of the Warring States period, the Navy has been under a lot of pressure recently. There is a great opportunity to do it. According to my idea, it is indeed very unwise for you to join a pirate group now. Relatively speaking, turning the light to dark is your best course, both for you and your friends. Ta ta ta. Lightly tapping on the side chair, Lin Tian already knew this in his heart, but now, if he leaves, there are still things to do, which is not safe. After all, the Navy knows about their relationship with him. Even if you leave www.com, it will cause damage to Luffy and the others. They are very likely to be wanted by the Navy to take hostages against herself. In this case, everything will be completely messed up. If so, it can only follow the development of the story. However, some things have to be changed. For people other than Luffy, growth seems very slow in that way. Right, suddenly realizing something, Jonathan asked, then what should I do this time? Should I let you out or? Lin Tian said to himself, forget it or. Suddenly, several eager knocks came from inside the door, followed by eager but excitement voices coming from outside the door. Lieutenant General Jonathan, as you said, there really is a pirate outside the fortress, and the pirate hunter Roronoa Solo was caught by us. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 377 of the main text. See the old friend, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net. In 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Inside the fortress, in the huge kitchen. Two guys, Luffy and Sanji, were in that huge kitchen at the moment, and the same group of naval chefs were mixing together, cooking delicious food for many Navy soldiers, even though Luffy was just eating. Have you guys prepared the food I mentioned earlier? The food for the 8th table is ready quickly. There is a visitor. Yeezer. Sanji turned around with an idiotic look and looked at the beautiful Chef Jessica. He immediately exploded in combat power, and several exquisite foods were made in more than 10 seconds. With the prepared food, Jessica directly led several people, including Luffy, to the 8th table. But at this time, at the 8th table, Lin Tian and Jonathan were staring at the table with wide-eyed eyes. The delicious food was all vegetables. Putting down the knife and fork casually, Lin Tian looked at the sad Jonathan and laughed. Hey, it looks like Sister Jessica. For so many years, the prestige and prestige are still the same, and you are still in charge of you. Lin Tian. You guy, you are talking bad about me behind your back. Do you think you are very powerful? With a click, the door opened, and a beautiful figure walked in with the words. It was Jessica who was the chef. Oh, Sister Jessica. Lin Tian was stunned for an instant, and looked up at Jessica with a smile on his face, with an embarrassment on his face, saying that they had been heard by others. Withdrawing her smile, she gave Lin Tian a ferocious look. Jessica went directly to the position next to Jonathan and did it. On Coddle Island, when I first saw you, I thought you were full of bad water, so small. I got the main, and now I want to destroy my Jonathan. Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled, and the other people caught it on the spot, and had to stare silently. After all, they were weak, and they were a husband and wife. There was only one of them. 2 fists were hard to beat 4 hands. Jessica suddenly asked with curiosity. The raging gossip fire was burning in her heart. By the way, Lin Tian, how did you fall from the sky? What ghost ships are there in the base, and what is going on? Say, you seem to be. Looking at the gloating smile on Sister Jessica's face, Lin Tian couldn't help showing a wry smile. How could even she know this? It seems that Tina must have been preaching everywhere. That one. Just as Lin Tian was about to speak, he suddenly noticed something. A different smile appeared on his face, and the figure slowly disappeared from the two of them. Our captain is here, so I won't intervene and do whatever you want, but Jonathan remembers our bet, half-tea. Luffy and Sanji, who escaped from the kitchen, broke into the dungeon directly. Although the method of blowing up the cell was not commendable, it is undeniable that these four guys escaped. Listening to the alarm sound in the air and the footsteps and shouts of countless naval soldiers from the passage, Lin Tian, sitting on the chair, showed a faint smile on his face. Looking at Jonathan on the balcony, he said triumphantly, "It seems that I won this time, and you gave me half of the T points." Turning back to look at Lin Tian, Jonathan said with confidence, "It's too early to say, blocking the table, I still have a lot of chips to decide everything." The ghost ship that he got into the dock, and the other two pirates, who disappeared without knowing where, and one of them was a historian posing as a colonel in the headquarters. In addition to this huge, there is only one exit. No one can open the gate without their own orders. These things are their own bargaining chips, as long as the same is enough to make it difficult for them to escape. No, no. Lin Tian shook his fingers and said several nos, with a confident expression on his face. Our captain is going to be the man of One Piece. I don't think a fortress can contain him. One Piece? There was a cracking sound of glass cracking, and the huge floor-to-ceiling window was directly pierced by Luffy and Nami, who were riding on Weela. It really shocked me. There was a sudden sound in the dark house, and the lights were bright. A Vice Admiral Jonathan, wearing a Navy costume, stood at his desk. Staring at the mighty rushing up, he looked puzzled. What is that magical means of transportation? This is the fortress commander, Nami asked, staring at Jonathan nervously. Yes, it's Uncle Fortress. Luffy pointed to the tower he under his feet and said happily, "That's right, it turns out to be a vehicle in the sky only Nami can drive." Turning his eyes, he looked at Nami, who was driving, and Jonathan's eyes were full of interest. "This is the first time you meet the little girl over there. Welcome. If you are not a pirate, I would definitely welcome you. It's a pity." Both decisive and courageous, it seems exactly the same as what Lin Tian said. Lin Tian? The two cried out in shock. Holding the straw hat on his head, Luffy asked doubtfully, "Uncle Fortress, do you also know Lin Tian? Then do you know where he is?" Stupid. He turned his head and glared at Luffy. "This thing is certain. It is very normal to know that Lin Tian was a lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters at the time, and to know the fortress commander who is also the same lieutenant general. I just don't know." The commander of the fortress suddenly mentioned Lin Tian for what he was doing, but Lin Tian didn't know where he was going now. It was really anxious. Suddenly, Luffy shouted, "Ah, Lin Tian. Why are you here?" Nami hurriedly followed Luffy's fingers and turned her head away, and saw Lin Tianjing sitting there with a teacup on the side in a corner where she didn't notice, and the gold they collected was piled on the side. "Hey! I have been here for a day, and you guys are too late." Putting down the teacup in his hand, Lin Tian barely wrote the word boring on his face. "Ah!" A scream came from Nami's mouth, and she looked at everything in front of her with a look of disbelief. "Lin Tian. Why are you here, Lin Tian?" "Me?" Pointing to himself, Lin Tian asked in a rhetorical voice, and recalled with his head, "I have been drinking tea here since I got off them early. I waited until now to wait for you." Lifting the packaged gold on the side, Lin Tian walked over and threw it to Luffy. "Okay, since you are all here, let's leave now." Catching the flying gold, glanced at Jonathan on the edge of the desk, and said goodbye. "Uncle Fortress, we are leaving. Thank you for your hospitality." Seeing Luffy walking towards the window at random, Nami felt unreality. They were pirates, but the other party was a lieutenant admiral. It would not be me dreaming to leave like this. Patting Nami on the shoulder, Lin Tian explained, Don't worry, I'm all done. Hey, Jonathan, this time I won. I will take your tea away. Bye. Looking at the waving tea leaves in Lin Tian's hand, Jonathan felt a kind of heartache, but that was the last bit of his own collection, which was actually half taken away by this kid www.com. Seeing the three of them were about to leave, Jonathan he quickly reminded, by the way, the inspector of the headquarters is still here. I can't do nothing without doing anything. It's up to you to go out next. Rest assured. He waved his hands behind his back. Lin Tian had already thought about this matter. At the beginning of the design of the Nabaru fortress, everything was calculated. Even the seawater was used, and the melee was stranded in the fortress at low tide through the seawater. But for these, under the reminder of Jonathan, Lin Tian had a solution in his mind. With the help of the wind, breathing shells taken from the Ark of Sky Island, the Merly flew directly out of the G8 fortress. This is abbreviated directly, and there is no need to write anything, including the next competition, to be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 378 of the text breaks out of the G8 fortress, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. It was another calm day, the scorching sun, and Melly was still sailing on the Great Sea Route. Shred. Land, there must be a lot of meat here. I want to eat meat, a lot of meat. Luffy, the first to jump off the boat, glanced at this ordinary island, looked excited, and almost wrote the word meat on his face. On it. Turning back to the people who were disembarking, shook his hands and urged, hurry up, everyone, this island is very interesting. Hey. Leaping off the boat, Sanji looked at Luffy rushing into the forest, and said puzzledly, this guy, how did you know this island is interesting? For Luffy, every small island is interesting because there is meat on it, Usopp said on the side. Stretching his waist gently, Lin Tian looked like he had just woken up. It's more comfortable to step on the land. The sea is shaking, and I always feel something is wrong. Nami suggested, let's find a place to rest early, and then everyone is doing their own things, preparing supplies and so on. We also have a little less food. Yes, Ms. Nami. Sanji suddenly blushed and followed Luffy's footsteps, running towards the forest with excitement. For Sanji's action's sincerity, Nami glanced lightly, holding Lin Tian's arm in her backhand, and following everyone's footsteps towards the forest. Usopp turned around and asked, Chopper, have you found the medicinal materials you need on this island? Chopper replied with a smile, found it, but there may be fewer medicinal materials on this island. By the way, I noticed earlier, what is this underground ditch? Looking at the clear ditch below, Chopper's eyes were full of puzzlement. Usopp said casually, it seems like a trace of a bicycle. Before they went far, everyone suddenly came to a very spacious place in a plain in the forest, very suitable for temporary camps. Behind a large rock, Chopper suddenly fell to the ground and pointed to his horn very excitedly and shouted, I am a reindeer. Look, this is a horn. Luffy rushed over, worriedly shouting, it's okay, Chopper, hey. Who is this guy? A very tall man, wearing a white suit vest and dark blue shirt, with a shirt in his hands and an eye patch on his forehead, stood behind the stone and looked at the saliva left at the corner of his mouth. He was obviously still there before. Go to bed. The rest of the people who rushed over couldn't help being stunned when they saw this tall man. Only Robin and Lin Tian showed deep surprise on their faces. Robin trembled even more and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Tian was behind his back in time and reached out his hand to support him before he did not fall, but the sound that made everyone also alarmed. Yo-yo. The tall man made a surprised voice, I didn't expect to meet old friends here. It's really rare. Old friends? Everyone looked at each other, looking confused. Who was his old friend and who was this guy talking to? Holding Robin, Lin Tian's face also flashed with surprise. I really didn't expect to see you here, King Pheasant. You are still as lazy as before. You can fall asleep in this place. Being able to see the green pheasant here really surprised Lin Tian. At the same time, he was secretly vigilant, seeing the domineering, quietly opening, and with the help of the power of the thunder fruit, the whole island suddenly appeared in his mind. Inches, the green pheasant suddenly appeared here. Lin Tian didn't believe that all of this was a coincidence. This guy is usually lazy, but he knows some things better than anyone else. There must be a purpose for appearing here. Sure enough, as Lin Tian had expected, dozens of figures were hidden here in the woods on the edge. It seemed that the news from Jonathan was not wrong, and the Navy headquarters would probably act against him recently. The green pheasant is likely to be the vanguard. If you want to deal with yourself, the Admiral of the Admiral is the most suitable. Usually the Lieutenant Admiral is not your opponent. Green pheasant is this guy's name? Soren put his hand on the sword around his waist and was vigilant. It was not easy for Lin Tian's face to change like this. Usopp was puzzled and curious. Hey, wait, Lin Tian. He said it's your friend, then who is he? Yeah, Lin Tian. Who is this guy? How do you feel that you and Robin are not right when you see him? The observant Nami was equally confused. Robin, who fell in Lin Tian's arms, stared at the tall man in front of him with a nervous expression. He is the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. General? Hearing this, Sanji also became nervous in an instant. General, how capable is this guy? There are only 3 generals in the Navy, the Red Dog, the Green Pheasant, and the Yellow Ape. Only the Admiral Sengoku will rule over them. This man is one of the 3 men who are known as the highest combat power of the world government. Usopp hid behind Soren and shouted in horror, how come this kind of guy appears here? Let's go find the big pirates, who bounties hundreds of millions of dollars. Anyway, let me disappear soon. Pushing his hand, the Green Pheasant said with a helpless look, you guys are not obedient. I'm not telling you, just come here for a walk. Don't be so excited. Let's say you are not that. While talking, the Green Pheasant actually forgot what he wanted, so he did it on the spot and lay on the ground. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately felt that the worldview had collapsed. Is this really an admiral? When he said that, he even forgot what he wanted to say. This kind of person is actually an Admiral of the Admiral. Everyone looked incredulous. Hey! Green Pheasant, Lin Tian said aloud, why is it that the Navy headquarters has prepared a thorough plan and did it for me? You are the vanguard. The words that suddenly appeared made everyone nervous. Everyone knew about Lin Tian. It was indeed normal to send a Navy Admiral to deal with him. The Green Pheasant lying on the ground lazily said, hey, Lin Tian. You guys, you all said that I'm just here for a walk. I haven't received the order from the Marshal of the Warring States, so you know, I don't know how to do it. Cut. Lin Tian disdainfully raised his asterisk and did it directly on the ground. Since this guy has said so, it seems that Warring States is really not ready to use himself now, and there is no need to be nervous. But things are definitely not like what he said, come for a walk. Well, Green Pheasant, in that case, why are you here on Earth? If there is nothing to do, it is absolutely impossible to come here, because of the urinary nature of the Green Pheasant. For him, if it is meaningful to do something, it is better to sleep in bed. It's really a headache if someone who knows you so well is an enemy. Holding his head, King Pheasant muttered sadly. To tell you the truth, I came here mainly to confirm whether Nicole Robin who disappeared in the Alabastan incident is with you, and at the same time I am here to see you Lin Tian. And to see you joined. Please. He held his chin and thought, for a while the Green Pheasant came here to understand these things, but to know what these are for. While Lin Tian was thinking, the Green Pheasant raised his finger and slowly clicked. However, I will still write a report. 1 billion dailies. 0.100 million dailies. 0.60 million. 0.15 million plus the last 79 million. Well, that's 1.264 million. The pirate group of this size is enough to cause headaches for the headquarters. It seems that this report is a bit difficult to write. Rubber, an angry Luffy was about to do it, but was hugged tightly by Sanji and Usopp, and quickly persuaded him. Holding Robin's nervous hand, he gave him a relieved look and stared at the lazy blue pheasant lying on the ground. Shen Sheng said, "So, your purpose is Robin, so it is your personal wish, the Navy headquarters, or those people's wishes." No, the green pheasant waved his hand, and the laziness on his face slowly disappeared. "This is entirely my personal wish, but I didn't expect that the little girl who was let off back then will become so harmful one day." Hearing that, no matter how noisy Luffy was on the side, Usopp and Sanji who would persuade them, everyone calmed down. From the conversation just now, their eyes slowly turned to Robin. Everyone seemed to have noticed an unusual secret, a secret belonging to Robin, a secret that was heavy enough to make both Lin Tian and the Admiral. Robin carried something that everyone did not understand. In that case, Lin Tian suddenly raised his head. "It is inevitable that we will go into confrontation. Robin is my person. If you want to deal with her, you have to step on me first." Hearing Lin Tian's uncompromising words, everyone couldn't help being silent. As for the relationship between Lin Tian and Robin, everyone knew everything about the relationship between Lin Tian and Robin. "No, Robin is our partner. In any case, we will not hand over our partner." Luffy held the straw hat on his head with a serious and determined expression. Even the timid shopper did not hesitate to say, "Robin is our partner, and we are the guardian of her." That's right, the only 2 words, but it expresses the firmness in everyone's hearts, and will not abandon the firmness of their partners in any case. The green pheasant looked helpless. I said don't be so excited, I don't know how to do it, I just came for a walk, don't you understand?" "I've said it so many times, but these guys didn't even listen at all. Did they express themselves incompletely, or they didn't listen at all?" But Palma will calm, in this case, it will be a headache. Lin Tian and Robin's relationship has reached that point. This is what the green pheasant did not expect. If this happens, I am afraid what to do to Nicole Robin, it must pass Lin Tian. Now it seems that some things are getting more and more complicated. I don't know how the Marshal of the Warring States should explain it. Quietly, he squinted at the woods behind him. Lin Tian tightened his eyes and asked, "Green Pheasant, you said you were here for a walk. If you say that, there will be only one person." "Huh?" I heard that the Green Pheasant seemed to have guessed something, and the laziness on his face was gradually replaced by vigilance. "I did come by myself on a bicycle." That said, who is hiding in the woods? As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the air immediately became tense, and everyone quickly turned their heads to scan the surrounding woods. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time, the appearance of the 379th chapter of the text, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net. In 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. The ship of the victims who were fortunate enough to survive shocked everyone. Originally thought it was the rest of the people, they did not expect it to be just a group of lucky shipwrecks. In places like the Great Sea Route, they can survive a shipwreck. I have to say that they are indeed very lucky. Watching the Admiral King's pheasant walk towards the beach, Nami asked inexplicably, what is he going to do? Is he just taking these along? Lin Tian said in an uncomfortable tone, pretend to be forced. Lin Tian didn't know what this guy was going to do. Even if he wanted to use the Ice Age, he only needed to launch an icicle, and he needed to reach out into the sea with his hands, which was obviously pretending to be forced. Reaching his right hand into the sea below, the laziness on the green pheasant's face instantly became serious, and a breath exhaled from his mouth. Even the moisture in the air was instantly frozen, turning into small ice crystals, turning into white air. Although he didn't understand what he was saying, everyone could clearly feel the tension in the air. The Admiral King Pheasant, who was one of the world's most powerful forces, in front of him. The strength can be imagined, and at the same time, I am also curious about the ability of this person in front of him to reach the position of Admiral. Time slipped bit by bit, and at this moment, an alarm sounded, and a huge sea beast suddenly rushed out of the sea, opening its blood basin and gliding towards the green pheasant. Luffy's face changed drastically by the shore, and he quickly reminded that the green pheasant did not move at all, as if this huge sea beast did not exist. Ice Age. With a low sip, in a moment, the endless rolling sea, the waves several meters high, and the sea beasts that washed out from the sea, were all covered by heavy ice. Before everyone could react to what was happening, they could feel the sharp drop in temperature in the air. The originally comfortable weather suddenly became bitterly cold, and the cold hair on the body could not help but stand up. In front of me, the boundless ocean is now covered by ice, and the eyes are covered with white ice. The entire sea has been covered by ice. The beasts tens of meters high are frozen by the sea and stand on the endless ice field. The sea remained frozen at that moment. Ah! The people on the shore were already dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Their mouths were huge, and they couldn't be closed for a long time. What they wanted to say was as if their throats were blocked and they couldn't be born. No words could be used to describe the mood of everyone at this moment. The endless sea is frozen in front of my eyes, and there is no resistance at all. This kind of power has surpassed the understanding of ordinary people, and it is completely a miracle. Compared with encountering any route on the Sky Island, this is completely downwind, destroying an island which is not comparable to the frozen sea. Devil Fruit. Robin, who has seen this kind of power, performed much better. This is the strength of the General of the Navy Headquarters, the highest combat power of the world government. The cold air radiating from his body instantly froze the water vapor in the air, and his body was covered with a layer of ice. Pulling out the arm made of ice, the tall pheasant slowly stood up. Turning around and walking towards the shore, he said after passing by the victims, "This can support for a week, so just keep walking in this direction. You will be able to reach the island with people in 4 days. It's a bit cold. Keep warm." Hearing the voice of the green pheasant, everyone reacted to the shock just now, but looking at the scene in front of them, they still couldn't believe that this was the sea, which was actually frozen. The sea has become the earth. The shipwrecked person turned back, facing the back of the green pheasant, and said excitedly, "This way I can get through the sea and this island." When the people were seeing off the shipwrecked people, Lin Tian said to the green pheasant, "You fellow, you are really the same as before. You are completely dependent on your own preferences and orders, which fits your lazy justice." Oh! A trace of puzzlement flashed across the green pheasant's face, and then he said, "Are you saying, am I not doing it to you?" Nodding slightly, Lin Tian smiled and said, "If you do, these guys don't even make you pay attention to it. After all, they are still too weak." "No way." Hearing this, the green pheasant showed a distressed look on his face. "I can't act without the order of the Marshal of the Warring States, period. If I break the martial plan of the Warring States, it will be troublesome." Hearing this, Lin Tian's smile disappeared instantly, and the whole person was stunned. The information contained in it was really too important and terrifying. To deal with myself, I am afraid of disturbing the Warring States Marshal's plan. In that case, the headquarters already has a clear plan for myself. Previously in the G8 Fortress, Lin Tian had already learned from Jonathan's reminder that the Navy headquarters was making plans to deal with him, but the confidentiality was too strict. Even the Navy headquarters Lieutenant General did not know about it. But it is certain to deal with himself. From the words of the Green Pheasant, after he left the G8 fortress, the Navy must know his whereabouts. And the general plan, I am afraid that it has already begun to work out, as the Admiral of the Green Pheasant must know the plan, and it is impossible to keep the general secret under strict secrecy. It seems that just as I thought, the Green Pheasant came here, probably not a personal will. The comparison is also part of the plan. It's just that when I came here, I didn't do anything, and something was wrong. If so, what did the Green Pheasant do here? What was the Marshal of the Warring States thinking about? After thinking about it, Lin Tian didn't continue to think about it. If he really guessed so easily, then he wouldn't be the Warring States, period. After allowing the Navy headquarters to discuss for so long, I'm afraid the next action would be very bad for them. After a long silence, Lin Tian said softly, "Green Pheasant, thank you, I will remember this favor." "Thank? What did I say?" Green Pheasant, raising his head, his face full of confusion, looked at Lin Tian. The corner of his mouth smiled softly and disappeared in an instant. Some things don't need to be said so much, and you can't say so much. You can understand it with a little bit. The Navy has already acted, so you may have made preparations early. Thinking of something, Lin Tian asked, "By the way, this time, how many old friends come to me? I look forward to it." Dragging his head, Green Pheasant's expression changed serious. "This operation, because of you, the Marshal of the Warring States, period, did a very good job of keeping secrets. Everyone only knows the complicated part of him. The entire Navy only has the Marshal of Warring States and Crane staff." Hearing that, Lin Tian also showed seriousness on his face, but he was not surprised. It seemed that the Marshal of the Warring States, period, was going to be true, but the level of confidentiality was achieved. Suddenly, Lin Tian showed a different smile on his face. However, I don't know the Marshal of the Warring States, period. I know what you are doing now. No. I'm afraid the Marshal of the Warring States has already guessed it. Seeing Lin Tian's slightly changed face, the Green Pheasant continued, "You have to understand, we don't know the plan of the Marshal of the Warring States, period. That is, everyone is in his plan, and this time besides the Navy, call the rest of the power, those guys above, their goal is rotten." As the words spoke, Lin Tian's face gradually became heavier. He didn't expect that with his own participation, so many forces would join in this time. Turning around, looking at Luffy and the others behind him, Lin Tian felt worrisome in his heart. Next, in addition to the headquarters, there will be those guys who will do it. I am afraid this time will be a huge test for the pirates. It seems that my journey will not be so peaceful anymore. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on Add Bookmark below to record this reading. Chapter 380 of the main text is the naval action. You can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net. In 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Seeing Luffy approaching, the Green Pheasant was holding a phone worm, touching his head and looking confused, as if thinking of something inexplicable. Very strange. How can I say, you and your grandpa are exactly the same, Monkey D. Luffy. I should say that you are unrestrained and still can't understand. When the Green Pheasant mentioned the word grandfather, Luffy's face suddenly showed fear. Cold sweat continued on his forehead, his teeth clenched, and he was very afraid of his grandfather Luffy. Grandpa Luffy's. Usopp turned his head to look at Luffy, who was sweating coldly. Isn't that Lin Tian's teacher? But, Luffy, why are you sweating all over? Luffy hurriedly waved his hands and defended. No. No. Just listen to the Green Pheasant hug his hands and continue to say, I used to be thankful for your grandpa's care. I came here to see you, Robin and Lin Tian. It's just As soon as the conversation turned, the green pheasant slowly raised his head. I just received an instruction to capture you alive, but in my opinion, it is better to kill you here. Everyone's expressions changed in an instant, especially Lin Tian. Feeling very strange and puzzled by the sudden saying of the green pheasant. Could it be that he changed his mind, or was it the previous call? The green pheasant continued, although in the eyes of the government, Lin Tian is the most dangerous in your pirate group, but they did not take you seriously, but since Lin Tian will be in your pirate group, it means that you are not easy. After careful investigation, I found many things, Robin and Lin Tian who can endanger the safety of the world, as well as the chef, with a not simple identity, a swordsman who even has great confidence in Eagle Eyes. My father is the sniper of the senior cater of the red-haired cater, casters, you, and there is also a navigator who cannot even be investigated by the world government. The last one is you, Monty Luffy. Because of Lin Tian's joining this pirate group, the Green Pheasant had specifically investigated the pirate group, only to slowly discover that everyone in it was not simple, and these people grew up to be extremely dangerous characters. Usopp waved his hand quickly and shouted in horror, "Hey, what we call us is not easy. Didn't you say to deal with you?" "Didn't I say it? It was a personal wish before, but now it is an order, and it's still your grandfather's order, Monty D. Luffy." The Green Pheasant raised his head and said with murderous intent in his words, "Wait a minute." As if thinking of something, Nami suddenly said, "This is the Admiral. According to Robin, the only one who is above them is the Admiral. Your grandfather is the Admiral." Everyone looked horrified. "What? How is it possible? Grandpa Luffy is a Marine Marshal, how could this happen? Marshal's grandson will be a pirate. If you want to tell this story, you will surely shock the entire Great Root. No, is the whole world. There is no reason for these crazy thinking guys." Lin Tian stood up and said, "Do you think you can keep these people from my hands if you are alone?" "Oh yeah." The Green Pheasant, sitting on the grass, placed the phone worm in his hand on the ice made on the side, tapped his head with his fingers, and looked sad. "Lieutenant General Garp, I really found one for me. I can't do difficult tasks alone, but..." The Green Pheasant raised his head, exhaled a white cold air, and instantly condensed into a white ice sword in the air, staggering towards Robin, who was nervous on the side. Haven't reacted from this sudden change. No one thought that the Green Pheasant said so well, but suddenly did not even predict it. Kang Dang. Holding 3 generations of ghosts in his hand, Soren, who stabbed the ice sword in his hand under that huge tower, could hardly control his figure to explode back, and his hands and sword were trembling slightly. Reluctantly stopping his regressive figure, Soren said excitedly, "It's so strong, but it's a Navy Admiral." Perceiving something wrong with a sword in his hand, Soren hurriedly looked up, following the chill that erupted from the ice sword. Countless cold-covered ghost sword, and his arm had been eroded by the ice. The piercing chill instantly froze Soren's arm, and with just a slight movement, he could feel the unbearable pain coming from the icy area of his arm. Sanji stared at the man in front of him and asked worriedly, "Hey, Chrysanthemum, are you okay?" At this moment, Lin Tian, on the edge, grabbing Soren's right arm, a small electric current flashed through his hand, transforming it into strong heat, slowly melting the ice on his arm. A loud reminder said, "Those ice has just melted and your arm has not fully reacted, otherwise it will cause unhealable trauma to your arm." After finishing speaking, Lin Tian turned his eyes, looked at the peaceful Green Pheasant, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that you have already decided, and you really want to take action." "Yes," the Green Pheasant stood up, "although I am pursuing lazy justice, but I am a Navy after all, so I have to think about things from the standpoint of the world. This is the order of the headquarters. In any case, for the safety of this world, she must not be able to live in the world. Needless to say, Lin Tian, there are certain things that cannot be pursued for the so-called answer, and no one can be sure whether it is vitality or despair. Luffy shouted angrily, "Ah, you guys still have to deal with Robin." Directly waving his fist and rushing up. For Luffy, it doesn't matter whether the opponent is a Navy admiral or not, but as long as he comes to deal with his partner, that is his enemy. Rubber pistol. A hand stopped Sanji, who was about to shoot, but Luffy, the guy, had already rushed out, with a fist that had increased its power several times under the elastic force, and fiercely hit its abdomen. But a fist that was enough to break a huge boulder did not even make the green pheasant tremble. Instead, it was eroded to the arm by the extremely low cold, and the entire fist was instantly frozen into ice. The green pheasant stretched out his right hand, which turned into ice, and moved towards Luffy, who was holding his fist in pain, and grabbed it. If he was caught, Luffy would be directly frozen by the cold. Behind, Lin Tian, who rushed over, quickly raised the dark fist, covering the domineering arm color, and punched it out to help Luffy block the attack. The ice-turned right arm was crushed into countless pieces of ice, which was scattered on the ground. Grabbing Luffy, who fell on the ground, he retreated backwards. A small electric current flowed along his arm and toward his body. The ice, wrapped around his fist, quickly melted into water droplets under the heat of the electric current. Throwing on Luffy to Sanji and Soren, he instructed Chopper, "Chopper, these two guys have just been frostbited, and now they just melt the ice. You are continuing to deal with it. As for you all, return to Mian Lee. You can't get involved in the battle here." Without any hesitation, Nami grabbed Robin, who was stunned, and ran towards them early without saying anything. Just as Lin Tian said, in this level of battle, they couldn't get in at all, and the opponent's target was Robin. Now they took Robin to leave. It's the best choice. Lin Tian is here to stop King. Pheasants are enough. Seeing his goal fleeing, the green pheasant did not chase, but stared at the figure standing in front of him, Lin Tian. The woman Nicole Robin is a person who can give up everything for the sake of history. That kind of thing shouldn't be revealed. In the world, even you can't bear the price of opening. Instant. Without saying much, his figure flashed. Lin Tian flew out, raised his fist, and attacked the standing green pheasant. Ice shield. His hands were gradually covered by ice, raising the hands that turned into ice arms, and shot an icicle to him, turning it into a solid white ice wall, blocking him. With a muffled sound, the ice wall actually blocked Lin Tian's powerful punch. Before a second had passed, there were cracks, centered on Lin Tian's fist and spread across the entire ice wall. In the sound of a few clicks, the huge ice wall suddenly burst. It seemed that pieces of broken ice of various sizes smashed towards the surrounding area and fell to the ground. Even the emerald green grass was leaked by the cold air. Freeze. Lin Tian, who broke through the ice wall, swept away with a powerful blow. With a whirring sound, the air vibrated with that powerful force. The fast speed accurately hit the blue pheasant's abdomen, but it was a pity that only some ice was chipped and it did not attack its entity at all. The Admiral of the Navy is the Admiral of the Navy. He is top-notch in the development and application of the Devil Fruit ability. It is very difficult to hit their entities, even if they have armed domineering. Call. A cold breath was exhaled from his mouth, and the moisture in the air was instantly frozen by the cold air, turning into an ice blade and being held tightly by the green pheasant in his hand, and slashed towards Lin Tian below. A cold light passed by the mountain in front of the green pheasant's eyes, and the dazzling light made his eyes blind for an instant, and then he felt a force of power coming down his arm. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Lin Tian had leaped high, and the ice saber in his hand had been cut off instantly by the sharp chasing wind, and a powerful slash was slashing towards his volley. Slashing down in the air instantly cut the green pheasant in half from the beginning and fell to the ground, but this attack was not that easy to injure the Admiral. The fallen body slowly turned into a block of ice, braving repeated chills, and the figure of the green pheasant slowly emerged from the continuous ice. A wisp of white chill came out of his mouth. Calm, tilde, the green pheasant said calmly, Lin Tian. Now you have become a threat to the government, plus Nicole Robin, a historian. Get together, don't you know what she means? Backing backwards, his feet rubbed 2 marks of several meters on the ground. Lin Tian said blankly, I understand some things better than you, even the words of those guys in the world government. Nicole Robin is not the woman who used to know nothing in order to know history. Now she has changed and has something that can be protected by her life. Lin Tian has always understood Robin's heart, because she has never hidden it from herself. As for the things that the old men of the world government have been worried about, Lin Tian dismisses it even more. The mistake is not in the weapon but in the you. Those are just excuses they are looking for their rights. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time, the order of chapter 381 of the main text, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net. In 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Cut. The green pheasant's figure exploded, and the hands that turned into cold ice blocked his chest. The air and moisture were gathered, forming a huge block of ice to block his chest. Bang! But in front of Lin Tian's attack, the hard ice block was instantly cut, and at the same time, there was the body of the green pheasant, which turned into countless broken ice and fell on the grass. With a successful blow, Lin Tian did not continue to rush forward, but quickly pulled away and blasted away behind him, because on the emerald grass, a band of ice rushed towards him. He picked up the chasing wind with his right hand and waved a wave of sword kai of several meters, slashing across the ground in front of him. The powerful sword kai created a huge jelly several meters wide on the ground, blocking the extension of the ice belt. At the end of the white ice belt, a huge piece of ice slowly rises from the ground, and the blue pheasant, braving all over his body, slowly emerges from it. He opened his mouth and said, Why, it feels like you didn't use your full strength, your devil fruit power. Why didn't you see you use that kind of weird ability? Lin Tian was stunned. There was obviously something in the words. During the battle, he suddenly mentioned his devil fruit ability. It was very strange. Could it be? Suddenly thinking of something, Lin Tian's face was full of comprehension. The guy with the black beard should tell you the last battle, and at the same time I lost the devil fruit. It seems that the guy with black beard is not an ordinary hatred of him. Knowing that he can't deal with him, he told the Navy about his loss of devil fruit ability and wanted to use the hands of the world government and the Navy to deal with him. Because, compared to Blackbeard, it is the Navy and the world government who are more eager to deal with and solve themselves. They rebelled against the Navy and killed 5 dragons at the same time. The two sides are in the same situation. But it was also right. I just thought that if I got the power to rule the world, I didn't need to hide it, and went on the Great Route openly, but I didn't do anything yet and was almost killed. That invincible power was not worth mentioning in front of me. As for why it was Blackbeard, because since entering the Great Route, the only one who fought with all his strength was Blackbeard. He was the only one who knew this, and he was the only one who could do such a thing. That's right. If you lose the ability of the devil fruit, your combat power may not drop a little bit. Even that kind of pirate will let him escape. Without disguising, the green pheasant directly and generously admitted that this kind of thing is not necessary to disguise. A town disappeared under the attack of pirates. Even a criminal town has also entered the eyes of the Navy and the world government. Not to mention the fact that Lin Tian, who is deeply troubled by the Navy, of course, has to investigate it. Similarly, Blackbeard deliberately leaked this news by borrowing from the Navy. A wave of cold air gathered on the hand of the green pheasant. His right arm was slowly covered by ice, and he suddenly stretched forward. The right wrist quickly transformed into a giant ice bird and emerged from the arm. Ice. Storm pheasant's mouth. Fanning the ice winds of more than 10 meters, the air directly froze, with endless cold air and small light blue ice crystals suspended in the air, and the violent cold wind fanned up an ice tornado. The ice bird, wrapped in cold ice, came towards Lin Tian. Wherever it passed, the emerald green grass was covered by cold ice in an instant, and the entire coast of the island was instantly sealed by ice, as if recounting the cold winter. Even if you don't have the devil fruit ability, but if you want to deal with me, you are not enough for the green pheasant. You should know my strength. This kind of attack is useless to me. Facing the attack of the green pheasant, Lin Tian did not use his ability to squeeze the fruit of thunder. He squeezed his right fist, surrounded by invisible fists, and the air trembled and made a deafening noise. The air was blasted by its fierce fist. The light blue light covered the fist wind, and it slammed out towards the ice bird that was approaching. Heda. A powerful fist hit the void, and waves of invisible waves radiated out. The huge ice bird, starting from its mouth, exploded inch by inch, and pieces of crushed ice fell on the ground. That massive and powerful attack broke directly under Lin Tian's fist. Without stopping, Lin Tian flew out with his footsteps. He clasped his backhand to chase the wind and moved towards the ice particles that shattered in front of him. He couldn't see anything and suddenly pierced into the white ice mist. The sharp tip of the sword body, covered by the domineering arm color, directly pierced all obstacles, cut through the white ice particles, and pierced into the white ice mist, only hearing a click. The sea breeze blew, and at the tip of the wind-chasing sword, the figure of the blue pheasant emerged. The sharp chasing wind directly pierced the abdomen of the blue pheasant, accompanied by domineering power. The pierced green pheasant said calmly, "Is it domineering? But this is useless to me." As the words sounded, the light blue ice spread from the sword that pierced into his abdomen to chase the wind. As the Admiral of the Navy, he is also a natural demon fruit-capable person, and his domineering arm force has weakened their restraint a lot, even if he is pierced by the chasing wind of the arm color domineering by Lin Tian, he is still avoided by him. They are also those with natural demon fruit ability, but generals are not. As long as they have arm domineering and can touch entities, they can easily cause harm to them. Ice, 2 spears. The endless cold air wrapped in front of the green pheasant, and the moisture in the air quickly condensed. In a blink of an eye, 2 huge ice spears appeared beside him, staggering towards Lin Tian extremely quickly. There was not a distance of 1 meter, and he dipped in front of the ice spear. Lin Tian hadn't moved yet. His hands were already frozen by the green pheasant. Without letting go of this perfect opportunity, King Pheasant Handing's right arm stretched out towards Lin Tian in front of him, and immediately 5 icicles immediately covered Lin Tian, who was frozen by the ice spear. Strands of extremely low cold air emerged from the icicles, and in a blink of an eye, Lin Tian was frozen in it by the huge ice ball, unable to move. Breathing out cold breath, looking at Lin Tian who was frozen in the hockey puck, the green pheasant slowly left the chasing wind, but did not relax his vigilance at all. After knowing Lin Tian for so long, the green pheasant didn't think it could solve Lin Tian so easily. Without hesitation, the green pheasant's right fist turned into a huge ice fist and hit the ice puck in front of him. Although the ice cube was hard, it was also very brittle. As long as it hits a force point, it is enough to make the huge ice puck split instantly. Things are not difficult for the Ice Emperor Blue Pheasant. But if Lin Tian in the deep shot is shattered, his body will crack and he can no longer die. As his fists get closer and closer, if Lin Tian has not broken free from the ice, it will really die this time. At this moment, cracks surfaced on the ice hockey. Seeing this, the green pheasant frowned slightly, and the speed of the huge ice fist increased. Before Lin Tian had escaped, it had already hit the ice hockey. Click and click. Under the force of this last punch, the cracks that emerged quickly expanded, and there was a sound of cracking ice cubes. The huge ice ball that appeared on the grass broke apart, and pieces of ice fell on the grass. Suddenly a figure sprang out from the shattered ice ball. It was extremely fast. I didn't see what it was. It turned into a stream of light. It ran on the frozen sea and ice field and appeared on the nearby sea. There was only a small black spotted merly ran away, leaving a paragraph of words echoed in the air. Blue Pheasant, today is not when we are fighting. Today's battle will be left behind, and I will say hello to the Marshal of the Warring States period who is hiding behind watching. Hearing this, the Green Pheasant did not show any disappointment on his face. Not only Lin Tian but also himself did not use all his strength this time, because both knew that the real battle would be in the future. Picking up the coat on the ground, the Green Pheasant turned and walked behind him, picked up an object on the ice, and sat directly on this flat piece of cold ice. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 382 of the main text and the battle with a Green Pheasant, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Alu Alu. At this moment, on the uninhabited island where the Green Pheasant and Luffy met, blocks of ice are shining brightly on the shore in the sun, and the Green Pheasant is still sitting on a piece of flat ice. Holding a special phone worm in his hand, the Green Pheasant's face lazily disappeared completely, leaving only seriousness staring at the phone worm in front of him. Calmly said, "How? Marshal of the Warring States period, can you confirm the news through the battle just now?" At this time, in the distant naval headquarters, Malin Vander, in a meeting room of the Navy headquarters, Marshal Sengoku, Lieutenant General Crane, and Lieutenant General Cap. The three of them were staring at the house, the huge display screen, on which the huge face of the Blue Pheasant appeared. Hearing the Green Pheasant's question, Zengo replied, "It's still not 100% sure, but since you mentioned the loss of the Devil Fruit ability earlier, the expression of surprise on your face is completely instinct. The news from Blackbeard is very great credibility." Yeah, the Green Pheasant nodded lightly, although the fight was only a short time, but its expression really does not seem to be a lie. If you say that, the plan is definitely realized. Of course. Sitting on a chair with his chin in his hands, the white-haired Lieutenant General Crane does not belong to the Warring States period at all in terms of resourcefulness, otherwise he would also be in the position of General Staff of the Navy. I saw it, staring at the Lin Tian wanted order on the table and said, "In fact, it doesn't matter, the news is definitely not confirmed. Since you revealed our combat plan, the plan has already been implemented, and it is impossible to interrupt it suddenly in any case. Although the main personnel of this operation is our Navy and the CP organization is only assisting, they are also, based on the realization of their goals. From the above order, except for a few members of our Navy, even CP does not know about this operation." Sitting on the chair, the Warring States period rubbed his brows and looked tired. The Navy had been preparing for this plan for a long time. At the same time, for reasons of confidentiality, even the Warring States period should not be underestimated for Lin Tian's connections in the Navy. The core of the entire plan is only himself and he. Even the three naval admirals did not know the complete plan. Such a large transfer of personnel, coupled with a series of issues such as the coordination of the rest of the organization's personnel, was really busy for the Warring States period and did not sleep peacefully for more than a month. He rubbed his brows and said, "This plan, both the high-level government and the Tianlong people are paying great attention, because Lin Tian is too harmful to the government, especially since he has so many government secrets." Furthermore, in the recent investigation, Lin Tian was still with Nicole Robin, who was able to turn on Nai's ancient weapons. Originally, Nicole Robin was still under our control, but now, with Lin Tian, who has a strong combat power, things are developing. It's far beyond our control. Therefore, this time, the government gave us the power to call other special institutions and used so much power to solve Lin Tian's harm at once. On the side, Garp, who listened to their conversation, did not say much. After all, they were dealing with their own students. As a Navy soldier, he had his own position. Even if he was a student in the past, he has become a pirate today. Standing on the opposite side of the world government is our enemy. But the frowning brows showed that Garp was not so peaceful in his heart. In any case, after all, Lin Tian was also his only student. He was extremely proud and a devoted family member. Garp was usually careless and represented him. My heart was lost, but like a mirror. Lieutenant General Crane, fully playing his role as Chief of Staff, observed the dialogue between the two sides and the battle scene from the previous phone worm. Analyzing one's own disadvantages, although I don't know why the government still has the Dragonites and believes in the information provided by the Blackbeard gang, we were probably sure in the battle just now. But Lin Tian must not be taken lightly at any time. He is the strongest genius cultivated in the history of our Navy. I don't have to say about strength and resourcefulness. We know him and he knows us. At this moment, Garp, who listened silently and did not express any thoughts, made his first voice at this moment. I don't care about you, but there is one thing you two old guys have to remember. Since I promised you things, then you have to do what you promised me. As soon as these words came out, the conference room fell into weird silence. A silent silence sounded at this moment. He and Zanguo looked at each other and nodded to each other. Turning around, looking at Garp, who was sitting in the chair with his eyes closed, he said in a deep voice, "Relax, if this plan succeeds, we will definitely keep our promise, but you promised us that we must do it too." Without speaking, Garp just nodded, but this already represents Garp's answer. The Green Pheasant, who had not said anything, said through a phone worm, "Marshal of the Warring States period, if the plan starts now, then I will almost get there. After all, the next thing must be done." The Green Pheasant's words were just right. Breaking the silence in the air, the Warring States nodded, gave a few words, then hung up the phone worm and cut off the video communication between them. In the conference room, he suddenly asked, "You said, even if our plan is implemented smoothly, can we catch Lin Tian at the end?" This question completely asked the point. In fact, the Warring States had always been worried about this issue. Even if it used so much power, it was still not completely sure. If the weird ability really disappears, then we are only 90% sure, if not. After a pause, the Warring States period continued. If it doesn't disappear, then we can only look forward to Dr. Vegapunk. After all, we still have no good solutions for his ability. He was silent while holding his chin and staring closely at the several wanted orders below. On the sea, the Merly sailed steadily towards the next island. The effect of the appearance of the Green Pheasant slowly disappeared in this lively boat, but in Lin Tian's heart, it was a huge axe floating high above his head, as if it would fall down at will, taking his own life. That day, the Green Pheasant told him about the plan, which really made his heart urgent. After coming from the Great Route for so long, Lin Tian had not lowered his vigilance against the Navy in secret. Because he understood that it was impossible for the Navy not to take action against himself for what he did, but they didn't find a way to deal with him. But Blackbeard appeared and gave them a chance in the end. Nothing was wrong, everything was logical, but in the end Warring States overthrew everything by checking the battle and dialogue through the phone worm. To explain one problem, the Green Pheasant came here to meet them, and indeed accepted the order of the Warring States period, so telling myself the plan is also its order. In this case, everything doesn't make sense. Since they have prepared a thorough plan and know that they have no devil fruit ability, they can completely catch themselves by surprise. Why should they tell themselves at this time? Isn't this just giving yourself time to watch out? Without the suddenness, the difficulty has risen a lot. Could it be that the Marshal of the Warring States period is 100% sure that even if he tells himself, he can solve it by himself? Or it was the plan from the beginning? Hey, Lin Tian. Lin Tian. After yelling several times from behind, Lin Tian, who was still missing, Nami showed a trace of puzzlement on her face, and she stepped forward and patted Lin Tian's back lightly. But she was taken aback by surprise. She suddenly turned her head, seeing Nami worryingly asked, "What's wrong, Lin Tian?" What happened? How do you feel weird these few days? Seeing that it was Nami, Lin Tian heaved a sigh of relief, with a pretentious smile on his face. It's okay, it's just that I just thought of something, and I'm a little fascinated. Why, is there anything you want to do with me? Staring at Lin Tian suspiciously, with a woman's instinct, Nami felt that Lin Tian was telling lies, obviously hiding something, but as a smart woman, she would not ask about such things. Just when Nami was about to speak, the smoothly running Mary suddenly shook, and if it hadn't been for Lin Tian to reach out and hold it in time, it would almost fall to the ground. He hurriedly walked to the escalator, looked at the three guys rowing the oars, and asked angrily, "Hey, what are you three doing? Why are you suddenly turning directly and deviating from the course?" Rowing the oars, with all his strength, Luffy raised his head and explained, "Hey, Nami, we saw a hugely injured frog. We must use it as a roasted whole frog." Picking up the binoculars, placed on the side, Nami looked forward, and sure enough, there was a huge frog swimming freestyle, but the direction in which the frog was swimming was actually a lighthouse. Nami whispered in confusion, "How can anyone have a lighthouse on this kind of sea?" Although I don't know why they are chasing this frog, the whole ship seems to be very motivated, as if this frog had to chase it. With a few strokes of animals that surpassed ordinary people, the Merly broke out at a speed far exceeding 200%. It didn't take long to catch up with a free and eternal frog, and at the same time it reached the strange one. Lighthouse. Suddenly Lin Tian stopped him and said, "Hey, everyone, stop as soon as possible. There is a sea train track in front of him. If it gets stuck in, it would be a bit bad." Hearing this, everyone was stunned, their faces full of doubts and disbelief. How could there be such a thing as a train on the sea? Isn't it only on land? Clang, clang, clang. As soon as the sound fell, one could clearly hear the red light flashing from a tall signal lamp in the lighthouse, and the loudspeaker above it sang loudly. In the horrified eyes of everyone, a series of strange iron blocks, with thick black smoke at the front, drove across the sea very quickly and passed in front of the Merly until it disappeared on the sea. In the lighthouse, two figures walked out at this time. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Discussion in the main text of Chapter 383, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Caracalla. He pulled up the huge canvas, tied the cable, turned around, clapped his hands, and walked to the gunwale. The railroad tracks floating below the sea surface and faintly visible through the sea surface appeared in my eyes and set in my heart. It seems that this is not far from the famous shipbuilding factory, the water capital. Even the sea train has appeared. It's just that Lin Tian's face slowly became heavier. Water City is not a simple place. There are many things involved in it. In particular, there is the world's largest shipbuilding center. In the Great Sea Route, many forces cross there as long as they want good ships. In fact, none of this made Lin Tian worry. From the words of the Green Pheasant, if the naval operation is in the near future, then the most likely thing is only in the City of Water, which is the only place that fits. Everything happened there, and it must be solved there. If this is the case, then you need to prepare early. It is not easy for the Marshal of the Warring States to take my life. Hey, Lin Tian. Come down quickly, we are going to the Water City. Where is it? Luffy yelled out of the melee, waving his hands. Lin Tian? On the edge of Luffy, one had two straight yellow hairs, like twists, and he was wearing an ordinary train attendant costume and holding a wine bottle in his hand. It was very ugly, like a monster. The wine red on the face, after hearing Lin Tian's name, instantly disappeared from his face, revealing a panic. Okay? Hearing this strange voice, Lin Tian's face was puzzled. His eyes moved downward, and he saw a terrifying-looking mother-in-law standing next to Luffy. After seeing who was clearly, Lin Tian's face was filled with memories, and then covered with a faint smile, he jumped down. Like an acquaintance, he said, "Hello, Hello, Granny, long time no see. It turned out to be you. I didn't expect to meet you here." The reaction turned, but Granny Luo returned to her drunken look again. He picked up the wine bottle in his hand, took a big sip, and said drunkenly, "I didn't expect that you who left the Navy would become a pirate, but that's right. For you, the pirate may be the best place. Things are not people." Lin Tian recalled the scenes that year and sighed. "Compared with the past, you have changed a lot, and everyone will change." Luffy yelled in confusion, "Lin Tian, you actually knew Granny Monster?" "Idiot," Sanji said helplessly from the side. "Is there any question? Lin Tian has been on the Great Route for so long, it is not strange to know people at all." "Oh, is that right?" Luffy said as he touched his head. For Luffy, it is still a difficult problem for him to understand such a profound problem, but the biggest advantage of Luffy is that he never thinks about things that he doesn't understand. Hiccup. After a full hiccup, Luo said, "Since you are with Lin Tian, then I don't need my letter of recommendation. He is very familiar with Vinberg, so he can take you there." "Okay, Granny Monster, then we are going to the Water City," Luffy shouted. In the breezy sea, Luffy, Sanji and others are bored and making a fuss on the ground, while Soren is still lying on the deck to sleep. For Soren, apart from training, he only sleeps. Usopp, who was held down by Luffy, raised his head and looked in front of him. A vaguely visible outline of an island appeared in his eyes, and he hurriedly shouted excitedly, "Here, the capital of water is here." "Really?" Luffy quickly got up from the ground holding his straw hat, and ran to the bow of the ship to take a look, and sure enough, an island began to appear in front of everyone. As the distance gets closer and closer, the city of water that everyone is looking forward to slowly emerges in front of everyone, saying it is an island, but it is better to use a large fountain. In the middle of the island, which is also the highest point of the island, a large water column rises, and the water flows down the open channel along the high ground around the island and flows back to the sea. This is a large fountain. The entire water capital is like a layer of cakes. Houses are built around the fountain in the center, neatly arranged there. Wow, it's magnificent. Is this the city of water? Nami couldn't help but exclaim from her heart. Robin also praised it. "It's really spectacular. I've only seen this place in books, but it's more beautiful in reality." And Lin Tian nodded lightly and introduced the city of water, a very famous island on the Great Sea Route. Not only has the world's largest shipbuilding factory, but also a unique sea train. The Great Sea Route has many powerful pirates, as well as government officials or power controllers. They build ships here, and the forces here are also very complicated to other places. Usopp raised his head and exclaimed excitedly, "That said, the Merly must be repaired here." "Well, if the Melee can't be repaired here, there will be no place in the world, but..." Lin Tian hesitated to say something. Seeing the excitement on Usopp's face, Lin Tian thought for a while, and let's not say it. After all, it is not the right opportunity to talk to Usopp at this moment. In fact, according to Lin Tian's opinion, the Melee is no longer necessary to repair, because its main body has been completely destroyed, and nothing can be changed after repairs. Even if it is repaired, it will not be the equivalent of rebuilding a ship, because the Melee has to be changed everywhere. But this ship, for Usopp, is not a partner or a precious gift from Kia, brought out of the village by him. How could he abandon it at such a moment? With Lin Tian, a person familiar with Water Capital, led the way. The Melee docked directly in a remote place in Water Capital. Although the Water City is under the jurisdiction of the government, it has a lot of self-control and is not afraid of the existence of pirates, but after all, the group of pirates is not suitable to appear in the Water City with integrity. Leaning on the railing, Nami yelled to the following guys, "Hey, guys, the record pointer has to stay here for 7 days to be full of magnetism, so we are going to stay here for 7 days. Next, I will give you some pocket money. Money." Oh. Hearing that, everyone smiled happily. As the navigator on the ship, Nami is also in charge of finances, so except for Lin Tian, Robin and Nami, the rest of the people on the ship are poor ghosts. Normally, I don't have a coin on my body. Only when I get to the town will Nami divide the pocket money evenly, so it is only this time that these people are not poor. Walking up the escalator, Luffy turned around and looked at Lin Tian, who was standing on the side of the ship. He asked, "Hey, Lin Tian. Why are you standing there? Don't you go?" Turning around, Lin Tian suddenly said, "I still have some things, so I won't act with you for now. I will do some private affairs alone." Everyone couldn't help but was stunned. Obviously, this news was very abrupt to everyone and made everyone unresponsive for a while. Robin asked, "Lin Tian, when can you come back?" "No, I don't know either." Lin Tian shook his head. Even he might not be sure of this kind of thing. After all, the decision is not in his own hands. Moreover, leaving for the time being was the last decision I had thought about for a long time. If I had been following them, the Navy's attention would have always been on them, and leaving by myself would indirectly protect their safety. The wise Nami, who thinks about what's wrong with Deo Lin Tian in the past few days, seemed to understand something and said, "Lin Tian, are you hiding something from us?" "Yes." Sanji kept his cigarette in his mouth as usual and said calmly, "We have been together for so long. Do you think you have something to say we will not see it?" After gritting his teeth, Robin said in his mind, "Did Shinji tell you something? Since then, you have been wrong with Shinji for the past few days." Robin doesn't like talking. It doesn't mean that she hasn't noticed everything on the boat. She just doesn't like talking. She is used to hiding everything in her heart. Robin won't say it when she has to. Seeing that everyone was so nervous, Lin Tian chuckled and said lightly, "What are you all thinking about? I have something wrong these days. I'm just thinking about some solutions. I don't have any navy. I'm not sure that the Navy will not deal with me. It's just that some things involve some things that are not suitable for telling you. So, let's go and fix them early first. We'll come back naturally." Although Lin Tian's performance was indifferent, as if it were a trivial matter in everyone's skeptical eyes, it was obvious that they did not believe this explanation. Just knowing, but as a partner, how can I stop it at this time? Even if my heart is full of doubts, it is only buried in my heart. They believe that when it is time to say, Lin Tian will explain everything to them. He took out an envelope from his arms www.com, and threw it to the boy Luffy. With that puzzled look, he explained, "This is my letter of recommendation written to the mayor of Fuji. Everything has been written on it. Once things are explained, you can just show him the letter. At the same time, he is also the owner of the largest shipyard in the City of Water. Just ask him to repair them early." After confessing something, Lin Tian was about to turn around and leave, suddenly stopped his advancement, turned around, took out 5 stone pendants from his arms and threw them to everyone. "Remember, it's best to stay with this pendant, don't lose it." Looking at the pale red pendant in his hand, with strange patterns inlaid on it, before everyone could ask, Lin Tian's figure had leaped under the ship and disappeared into everyone's eyes in a cloud of smoke. Only the people with puzzled faces were left, observing the light red stone pendant in their hands. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 384 of the Water City, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. In the noisy city of water, densely packed but vertically unorderly waterways, countless peculiar brutos are driving along the river with goods and people. Gulu, a special means of transportation in the city of water. In the city of water, with dense rivers, land can only be regarded as an auxiliary means of transportation, and the real means of transportation is only water. However, the special geographic item location of the water city make it difficult for ships to sail in this place, so the creatures such as Drew were born and became a major feature of the water city. Lin Tian, who had separated from Luffy and the others, was walking casually on this busy street, but his eyes were secretly alert to the surrounding environment. Lin Tian left Luffy and others after careful consideration. Although he didn't know what the Navy plan was, from King Zai's words, one problem could be determined, that is, the Navy had definitely taken action against himself. If this is the case, then I must leave Luffy and others. The purpose of the Navy is myself. If I stay with Luffy and others, then they are also in the eyes of the Navy. And once you leave them, you can hide in the dark, turn the light into the dark, and you can take the initiative and take advantage. At the same time, disappearing by oneself can also attract more attention from the Navy, so that Luffy and their environment want to be much safer. And if you stay with Luffy and the others, it will be the greatest harm to them. You must know that according to the Navy plan, a big battle will definitely happen. Luffy and others who follow him are bound to be involved. You must know that the Navy sent to deal with him is definitely a general-level combat power. There was more than 1, 2 or 3, or the Marshal of the Warring States in person. The Navy headquarters had 3 generals and 2 4 Emperor-level combat powers, the Warring States and the Stinky Old Man. At that level of battle, Luffy and the others, let alone join, the impact of the battle is not something they can stop now, that is, they are not even qualified to approach the battlefield at this time. Regardless of the advantages or disadvantages, leaving Luffy, turning the light into the dark, and taking the initiative, are more advantages than disadvantages for yourself. These are Lin Tian's determination to leave and walk alone in this prosperous water city. Lin Tian doesn't have much interest and time to appreciate the prosperous water city. Who knows how many Navy's eyeliners are now covered in this water capital. I am afraid that at this time all my actions have been exposed to the Navy's eyes. Just like now, the power of the Fruit of Thunder has greatly improved his perception of seeing, hearing, and domineering, and Ainlu can monitor the entire country anytime, anywhere with a heart network. That's a country. Although it hasn't been long for Lin Tian to get the Thunder Fruit, he still has no problem perceiving the entire island. After entering the city of water, it didn't take long for him to find that no less than 3 people were staring at him in secret, and he could still feel Deo peeping into his own eyes after turning another street. In this way, most of the streets in the entire city are already under the surveillance of the Navy. In order to deal with itself and understand its whereabouts, the Navy has really made a lot of effort. An open-air restaurant above a 4-story building. At a table near the edge of the house, 2 men in black clothes and sunglasses. There are delicious food on the table, but 2 people pay attention not to be on it. From time to time, they look secretly toward the street below. Lin Tian strolling easily on the street. Quietly, he took out a phone worm and whispered, "Hey, this is the No. 2 Street in District 10 where we have disappeared Lin Tian. Now he is walking at will and he still doesn't know what his purpose is." Received. You continue to observe here. We will immediately dispatch the nearest man nearby. Rush over there. Be careful not to let the other party find out. Understand. The man who had finished reporting to the phone worm raised his head at random and saw his companion in front of him, his face full of fear and huge sweat bursting out of his forehead. He stared at the bottom, his whole body trembled slightly, and there was no more basic reaction, and he sat there blankly. Seeing the appearance of his companion and the place where his gaze fell, the man suddenly understood something and slowly turned his head back nervously and looked down. The sweat dripped from his face without money and gathered on his chin. Just as the man thought in his heart, I saw Lin Tian strolling on the street. I don't know when he stopped. He turned his head and looked in the direction where they were seated. There was a faint smile on his face, which was obvious. Breathing seems to stop at this moment. In the world government, who doesn't know Lin Tian's reputation and who doesn't know his methods of doing things, especially dealing with enemies? Now that they found out that they were following him, it was hard for the men to think what Lin Tian would do to them. No! Maybe I can't even think about it. It's just that Lin Tian on the street, after looking back, he disappeared directly toward the corner of the street. There is no need to deal with such small characters. They are just some low-level cannon fodder with a real big head behind. Seeing Lin Tian leaving, the two black-clothed men suddenly felt weak, lying softly in the chair, panting loudly in their mouths, as if they had just experienced a life-and-death battle with nervous sweat on their faces. The oppression that Lin Tian caused to them was too strong, and he did nothing. He just watched them quietly, as if they had come to a ghost gate. That feeling is really unforgettable in a lifetime. Lin Tian. Chaz. The figure flashed, Lin Tian disappeared in the crowded crowd, turned into an uninhabited alley, and threw away the two guys behind him. This time the Navy has lost its capital. Even the espionage organization of the world government, CP, has been dispatched to secretly form a large network to investigate its tracks. However, these navies have underestimated themselves. They came from the same navy. They also know a lot about the CP organization. It is easy to get rid of them. Before taking a few steps, Lin Tian stopped. The smile on his face turned serious, turned around, and looked behind him. Not far from the entrance of the alley, a man in a black suit bowed his head and stood silently without saying a word. After a while, a trace of puzzlement flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He could perceive his movements, and followed up, indicating that this guy is not simple, just this way. Lin Tian, who was the first to speak, broke the silence in the air. In the CP-19 World Government Spy Agency, which agency do you belong to, or are you directly affiliated with? Before Lin Tian could finish speaking, the guy in the suit finally acted. He raised his hand, stretched out his asterisk in the air, and slowly drew it. It should be said that he was writing a word. Dead. That's right, this agent who belongs to the spy agency of the world government lowered his head and wrote a word of death in the air to Lin Tian with a very contemptuous attitude. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but stunned. This arrogant posture wrote dead words to himself. This was the first time Lin Tian encountered it, and he didn't react for a while. Afterwards, the corners of his mouth were raised high. It was a deep disdain. No one in the whole world dared to make such an action to himself. Not even the highest ruler of the world government, the 5 old stars, and this one belongs to the world government. Agent actually feels arrogant or stupid to do this kind of action to himself. However, I always felt that something was wrong, frowned slightly, and thought to himself, how does it look like this man's movements are so twisted and unsmooth? I don't know what language to use to describe it, but the feeling is very uncomfortable, and it always feels a bit strange. Seeing the man not answering, Lin Tian placed his right hand behind his back and was flooded with flashes of light. At the same time, he said, "Don't you speak? Who are you, government agency, navy, or other people? If you don't speak, don't blame me for doing it. Presumably my temper. You should have investigated me when you followed me." However, when Lin Tian's voice fell, the man still did not move at all, but stood there quietly, with his head down, doing nothing. Calm, and said nothing. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with deep puzzlement. This was the first time he encountered this situation. This guy wrote a dead word, and he didn't move. It was too rampant. There is no time or energy to spend on the other person. Since you don't say anything and refuse to show your face, then I will hit you to show your face. The thunderlight on his hand was even worse. Blue rays of light emerged from behind him, and when Lin Tian was about to do it, a strange scene happened. Suddenly, the man in the suit with his head down fell to the ground without the slightest sign. His face was facing the ground. There was neither a scream nor the slightest extra movement, and he was motionless. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian suddenly realized something. His face did not change. His figure flashed, appeared next to the man who fell on the ground, and quickly reached out his hand and flipped the body of the man who fell on the ground. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. The text of Chapter 385 Death Information, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net. In 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. No one passed by. In a remote alley, Lin Tian half squatted on the ground, grabbing the strangely fallen man with his right hand. But at the moment he grasped it, Lin Tian sensed something was wrong, and the cold feeling in his hands was completely different from the warmth that ordinary people would touch. Suddenly, Lin Tian suddenly realized that. He quickly turned over the figure on the ground in front of him, and the scene before him was exactly the same as he had expected. It was pale, without the slightest blood color, with dry blood still remaining at the corner of his mouth. His eyes had been turned up, and the cold body temperature on that hand. All of this explained that this man was dead long before he met Lin Tian. But he would appear here, and he wrote himself dead with his fingers, for only one reason. That is, this man, after his death, controlled by others, he followed him towards him, and at the same time he drew a death word, but someone behind the scenes controlled everything. After releasing the man's figure, Lin Tian's astonishment turned into a doubt. Who did it, the Navy or the rest? I just entered the Water City, and even the Navy hasn't encountered one. Now someone is secretly controlling the corpse, hiding behind the scenes and expressing a declaration of their own death. Following the dead, it was the first time I banged. If it were the Navy, this would not be in line with the style of the Navy. After all, using dead people to express a dead message to oneself, no matter how it sounds like a wild talk and completely unrealistic. But Lin Tian worried that this was indeed the Navy's trick. After all, starting from seeing Shinji that day, and then the Navy arranging so many people to observe his whereabouts, these made Lin Tian very puzzled. It is completely useless to tell oneself that the Navy will act on oneself and use so many spies from government secret agencies. These guys, who are slightly stronger than ordinary people, cannot stare at themselves no matter how many people there are. They are not at the same level at all. How can they make such low-level mistakes and use their own ships in the way of doing things in the warring states period? Come to do something that you don't need to do, completely disagreeing with the style of a conductor. Similarly, Lin Tian believed that the Navy did it because of Brother Ming, who can control the actions of corpses. Among the many people he knows, only Brother Ming is good at this. In addition, Brother Ming belonged to the Kiwusi, and he was called by the Navy to deal with him. It was entirely possible that the Warring States period would make use of the corpse, but for the guy Ming, this was simply commonplace. Private revenge is not impossible. It's just that among the people who can control the corpse and offend him, there is no one except Brother Ming. Could it be someone else's killer? Suddenly, I felt that everything was filled with puzzles and doubts, and shook his head. Lin Tian expelled these thoughts from his mind. Thinking about it, he would only fall into a dead circle. I checked it carefully, and found nothing worthy of the news I got. There were no scars on his body, not even a mark. The whole person was killed by a special force that hits the brain and directly attacked the inside of the body. This is a strange attack method, probably the power of the devil fruit. Standing up, the person behind did a good job of confidentiality. He didn't even have any information, and he didn't even know what the identity of the dead guy was. Murmured, it seems that this time is a bit troublesome. The game is full of clouds without even entering the foreplay. After so long, what plan the Marshal of the Warring States has considered is really anxious. Ta ta ta. Several footsteps sounded from a distance. Although the opponent's footsteps were extremely light, he was spotted in an instant under the domineering perception of seeing and hearing. He stretched out his right hand and struck out a lightning bolt, scorching the body. Hastily followed the street, walked to the end, disappeared in the corner without even thinking about it. Several people approached this alley. The footsteps were deliberately so quiet. There will be others besides these world government agents. Only a few seconds passed, and in this remote alley, several agents of the world government emerged from each side, walking in vigilantly. It's a pity that when the two parties met, they didn't find Lin Tian's figure, only a charred black charcoal, but they could still vaguely identify a person lying on the ground. One of the agents took out a phone worm, called the headquarters, and relayed the latest news to the headquarters. Clatter. A calm voice came, "Hey, this is the headquarters. Have you met Lin Tian? A traitor in the Navy." These world government CP chiefs also have self-knowledge, knowing that they want to deal with Lin Tian, the strongest genius, who surpassed the admiral of the Navy at the time, and they were talking in a dream, so when inquiring, they directly used whether they met. "No," the agent replied nervously. "When we entered this alley, there were no people, but our personnel outside did not see the traitor Lin Tian coming out from the inside, and there was no one on the roof. Disappeared out of thin air." Hearing these answers, the officer on the opposite side was very calm. Obviously, he had already anticipated the news. It would be weird if they could find that kind of character. In this case, if there are no other things, then return to your post. Looking at the scorched corpse on the ground that was being stored next to him, the agent quickly reported, "Yes, we also found a charred corpse on the scene. Send a photo of the scene immediately and transport the corpse as soon as possible." An obviously different voice came over in an irresistible tone. Different voices were heard abruptly, causing the agent to be stunned for a moment, and did not react for a while. Why suddenly the opposite person changed. "Hey, what are you doing over there? Don't hurry up and follow the order just now." The familiar chief's voice came at this moment, and he could also clear the feeling of flattery and tension. "Oh yes." In an office building belonging to the government in the city of Water, a group of busy people in black suits walk in the office building. At this time, in a sealed office, the chief CP who had finished speaking, hung up the phone bug in his hand, raised his head and looked at the two bosses above him, and asked nervously, "General Shinji, do you have anything else?" "Things to do." He waved his hand at Will and signaled him to go out. "We have nothing more to do here, and you can just do what you ordered before." Hearing that, the officer didn't say much and turned around quickly. It felt like there was something terrifying in it. It was really shocking, the aura that these two big men showed. "I really don't know what your Navy thinks. It just grabbed it and made it so complicated to do and dispatched so much combat power. He can't escape the palm of our hands, even when he is strong." The figure on the window, in words, did not hide the irony of the Navy at all. In the high position, Shinzai replied, "Brother Doflamingo, you'd better close your mouth. Remember that you belong to Kyohei. It is enough to know what you should do. The rest is not something you should consider. It's not that you can understand. Even if you are the former Tian Lindgren, if you dare to cross the line, I don't mind doing it, grabbing you into Pushing City so that you will always stay at the bottom layer and can't get out." Pushing his hands, Minji hurriedly said, "Well, our Kyohei belongs to the Navy, how can we exceed those bottom lines?" It's just that his laughter tone and the indifferent expression on his face obviously didn't put the threat of Shinji in his eyes. Suddenly Shinji asked, "By the way, Doflamingo, where did you go before you left? Don't tell me you did something other than planned." Doflamingo waved his hand and explained at Will, "Don't worry, I just found a very interesting thing, so I wasted a little time calm, tilde." Although Ming's explanation is ambiguous, he didn't reveal anything. Something of value, but since he didn't destroy the plan, it doesn't matter. In this plan, Ming is just a combat power. Shinji didn't ask much, and of course Brother Ming wouldn't delve into it, but the smile flashed in his eyes proved that everything was not as simple as imagined. Lin Tian can be said to have a deep hatred, and the relationship between the two parties is as incompatible as water and fire. Only by killing the other party will this hatred be completely resolved. I have been counted and suppressed by Lin Tian in the past. Even if he seeks revenge in secret, he was resolved by the other party, but he got angry. This time Brother Ming finally came across this opportunity, but he wouldn't let Lin Tian go so easily. He, Brother Ming, can never feel at ease. HMPH, Lin Tian. I will be more and more interested this time, to be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click Add Bookmark below to record this, Chapter 386 Dead Man. Ming Brother. Reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Shred. Stopped in front of a quiet bar. On this lively street, the door of the closed bar had a very conspicuous sign hanging above it. Stopping, Lin Tian looked around at random, actually secretly inquiring whether anyone around him was secretly observing him. After all, the corpse that suddenly appeared just now gave Lin Tian a sense of vigilance. This city of water is not so peaceful, and there may be some black hands hidden in the dark. It would be stupid to appear in the street so publicly. Powerful sight and domineering, covering the entire island, behind this bustling, but secretly hiding many murderous intent towards him. Just like before, Lin Tian heard the bulletin from the superior in the alley clearly, and the voice coming from behind must be the fellow Admiral Qingji. It seemed that Qingji had already arrived in the Water City and was in control of everything secretly, but there was no news about Lin Tian, since there were other navy coming. Stepping towards the closed bar door, grabbing the locked handrail, a flash of thunder and lightning flashed through, reminded of a few strange clicking sounds, accompanied by a faint black smoke coming out of the handrail. Click. Lin Tian slowly pushed open the door of the bar in the sound of the door bolt rubbing, and walked in without hesitation. The figure disappeared with a closed door. On this busy street, there was no such ordinary scene. The slightest attention. When the door was closed, the sunlight outside disappeared suddenly, and the whole bar was in darkness. Only through the blinds, on the other side, the sunlight that broke in could vaguely see the outline of the bar. There are many neatly arranged wine tables, as well as the long bar at the front. The counter against the wall is filled with countless drinks. This is an ordinary bar that cannot be in an ordinary bar. Just as it was written on the business sign of the exhibition hall, there was no one in the whole bar. It was very quiet, but in this silence, it exuded a strange atmosphere. After a pause, for a few seconds, his eyes adjusted to the light here. Lin Tian took a step and walked towards the bar. I don't know if it was Lin Tian's opening of the door or his slight footsteps, which awakened the people behind the bar. The back door in the bar opened slowly, and a figure came out from inside. Due to the light, the appearance of the figure cannot be clearly seen, but from the outline it can be determined that it is a man. The figure leaned on the bar and looked up and said, "This friend, is there something wrong with the way you came in?" The sign has already stated that the business is closed. The faint light, let alone the expression on the face, can't even see the outline of the face, but from the tone of voice, it is obvious that it is not good. But it's right to think about it. The signs are already hung up outside the bar and the doors are all locked. Since someone comes in, it means that the lock is broken. In this way, the other party has a purpose if it is not good. Stopping, Lin Tian lowered his head slightly and replied calmly, "The sign is written on the sign, but it doesn't mean that the bar may not be open. No one has come out, so it doesn't count as a suspension of business." Hearing that, the man's face was slightly angry, and with such a bad reason to explain it, it was obvious that the other party was not good, and it was very likely that he came to smash the scene. Secretly screamed, concealing the anger in my heart, "My friend doesn't know what purpose you are here for." He broke the door of others privately and broke in without consent. Let's talk about what purpose is there. Since the other party was dead, the man didn't go around so many bends and said straightforwardly, saying so much nonsense is not so useful. Oh, Lin Tian's words revealed a sense of reason. In the man's incomprehensible gaze, allocator under the Revolutionary Army, I didn't expect to be our owner here. What? As soon as he said this, the man's face changed drastically. His body couldn't help but his body was filled with shock and disbelief. How could it be clear to outsiders that he was the Revolutionary Army news? And he was also called by the other party. Since the other party dared to speak out, then it is certain that the other party has the certainty of the decision. Who are you, to which strength, and what purpose do you have? 3 questions in a row asked from the man's mouth. He quickly became vigilant, and he was ready to fight secretly. The opponent didn't know whether it was an enemy or a friend. If it were the world government, I am afraid that the surrounding area has been surrounded by world government agents. For the first time, the man thought that something happened to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. They belonged to a very special organization of the Revolutionary Army. Even within the organization, they did not know each other's members. Only 2 of the Revolutionary Army knew their names. Except for the leader Dragon, only one person knows, that is the deputy leader. How could something happen with the combat power of those 2 people, so to speak? The man suddenly wanted to understand something, raised his head with a look of excitement and joy, and said in surprise, "Instructor, you are the instructor." Nonsense, otherwise, who do you think it is and want to do it? Are you going to solve me here? However, it was Lin Tian scolding to greet the man. The light that was turned off lit up with a squeak, and the whole bar was illuminated brightly, and Lin Tian's figure slowly appeared before his eyes. On the bar counter, the man's figure also appeared, in a self-cultivating robe, with a suspender slung on his body, tall and short silver-white hair, and a smile on his face. "But in my heart," he murmured, "you just broke through the door and came inches. You didn't identify yourself at the beginning, and deliberately stated that you were a Revolutionary Army. Of course you would be ready to do it by instinct. Why, your kid is still not convinced. You should be saying bad things about me in your heart." Lin Tian's voice suddenly sounded very accurate to the man's heart activity. The scared man trembled, and quickly showed an exaggerated smile on his face to conceal the true activity in his heart. How could it be? How could I say the instructor? It's too late to see the instructor happy. Lin Tian didn't know what this kid was thinking about. The 16 guys back then were as clear as a mirror in their hearts. "I won't be with you. I circle so many circles here," waved his hand. Lin Tian walked forward and found the chair in front of Al at will. Al hurriedly took out the tallest bottle of wine from the back cabinet and placed a cup in front of Lin Tian, slowly filling it up amidst the crash of the wine in the glass. Gently pushed it to Lin Tian's hand and said in kindness, "Instructor, come, drink. This is the best bottle of mine here." I picked up the wine glass in my hand and took a sip. The wine was mellow and slick like silky throat. After drinking it all in one sip, the faint aroma of wine was aftertaste in the mouth. Seeing the instructor sinking into taste, Al chuckled and asked for credit. "How about it? Not bad, instructor. This is the wine I made with a lot of effort. It is hard to find in the whole world." "Well, good wine." Lin Tian admired. "This bottle of wine is really good, and it is hard to find any wine better than it in the wine Lin Tian has drunk." Upon seeing this, Al showed a triumphant smile on his face. This is the fine wine that he came from the Tianlong people and can be treasured by the world's noble Tianlong people. How could it be bad? It must be rare in the world. Withdrawing his smile, Al puzzled and asked, "Instructor, you have joined a pirate group now. Why are you suddenly here? Did something happen?" And Lin Tian nodded and said, "Yes, this time things are very troublesome, so I need to use a lot of energy." Hearing that, the smile on Al's face gradually disappeared, revealing a heavy color. "The instructors are all top masters in the Great Route, and I am afraid that no more than 10 instructors can be defeated. But today, the instructor can tell the instructor to save the soldiers. It can be imagined how serious it is." Based on the understanding of the instructor, it is impossible for the instructor to do this without a last resort. I couldn't help asking, what the asterisk is the instructor. You are not even sure of your combat power. When will the great root appear such a master? After a glance, Lin Tian replied helplessly, who told you that someone wanted to kill me? Al couldn't help but stunned, and then secretly scolded himself for being stupid. If someone was chasing him, how could the instructor use their power? Even the instructor was not an opponent, so what would they do? After a pause, Lin Tian explained, this time, it is mainly the Navy, which has been silent for a long time, finally starting to act against me, so that I know the Navy. I have been on the Great Sea Route for so long, and I have only taken action against me now, which shows that the Navy has a very high degree of certainty, otherwise it would not be here. After listening, the heavy color on Al's face has not weakened, but has a tendency to deepen. There is no need for Lin Tian to explain too much. Then, what it means is very clear in his heart. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, he also has an incomparable understanding of the Navy, the world's strongest institution under the government. He used the way instructors did things back then, and it's harm to the world government. Read www. You.com has a rough statistic in mind about how much the Navy will do this time. Secretly said in his heart, indeed, if this is the case, and the Navy is acting in such a big way, it is impossible to fight the entire Navy with the instructor alone. Thinking of this, Al became serious and asked, Minister, what do you want us to do this time? The fourth team of shadows completely obey your orders. Do not. This. Al was speechless for a while, not knowing how to speak, and he didn't understand what the instructor was thinking. How could this kind of thing not use their shadow? However, Lin Tian stretched out his hand and objected. This time, the fourth shadow team alone is not enough, and even said that it is a lot worse, let alone I am not prepared to use you. I heard that instead of disappearing, the puzzlement in my heart has not disappeared, but it has become deeper and deeper. I am afraid that I don't need to say more about the specific strength of the Shadow 14. The instructor should not know less than myself. To be continued. Remember words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Shred. Stopped in front of a quiet bar. On this lively street, the closed bar door had a very conspicuous sign hanging above it. Stopping, Lin Tian looked around at random, in fact, secretly inquiring whether anyone around him was secretly observing himself. After all, the corpse that suddenly appeared just now gave Lin Tian a sense of vigilance. This city of water is not so peaceful, and there are some black hands hidden in the dark. It would be stupid to appear in the street so publicly. Powerful sight and domineering, covering the entire island, behind this bustling, but secretly hiding many murderous intent towards him. Just like before, Lin Tian heard the bulletin from the superior in the alley clearly, and the voice coming from behind must be the Admiral Qingji. It seemed that Qingji had already arrived in the Water City and was in control of everything secretly, but there was no news about Lin Tian since the other navy arrived. Stepping towards the closed bar door, grabbing the locked armrest, a flash of thunder and lightning flashed through, remembering a few strange sounds, accompanied by a faint black smoke coming out of the armrest. Click. Lin Tian slowly pushed open the door of the bar, in the sound of the door bolt rubbing, and walked in without hesitation. The figure disappeared with a closed door. On this busy street, there was no such ordinary scene. The slightest attention. After closing the door, the sunlight outside disappeared suddenly, and the whole bar was in darkness. Only through the blinds, on the other side, the sunlight that broke in could vaguely see the outline of the bar. There are many neatly arranged wine tables, as well as the long bar in the front. The counter against the wall is filled with countless drinks. This is an ordinary bar that cannot be in an ordinary bar. Just as it was written on the business sign of the exhibition hall, there was no one in the whole bar. It was very quiet, but in this silence, there was a strange atmosphere. After a pause, for a few seconds, his eyes adjusted to the light here. Lin Tian took a step and walked towards the door. I don't know if it was Lin Tian's opening of the door or the slight sound of footsteps that awakened the people behind the door. The back door in the bar opened slowly and a figure came out from inside. Due to the light, the appearance of the figure cannot be clearly seen, but from the approximate outline it can be determined that it is a man. The figure leaned against the bar and looked up and said, "This friend, is there something wrong with the way you came in? The sign has already stated that business is closed." The faint light, let alone the expression on the face, can't even see the outline of the face, but from the tone you can feel the obvious badness. But it's right to think about it. Signs have been hung up outside the bar and the doors are all locked. Since someone comes in, it means that the lock is broken. In this way, if the person is not good, it has a purpose. Stopping, Lin Tian lowered his head slightly and replied calmly, "The sign is written on the sign, but it doesn't mean that the bar may not be open. No one has come out, so it doesn't count as a suspension of business." Hearing that, the man's face was slightly angry, and with such a bad reason to explain it, it was obvious that the other party was not good, and it was very likely that he came to smash the place. Secretly screamed, concealing the anger in my heart, "My friend doesn't know what purpose you are here for." He broke the door of others privately and broke in without consent. Let's talk about the purpose. Since the other party was bad, the man didn't go around so many bends and said straightforwardly, saying so much nonsense is not so useful. Oh, Lin Tian's words revealed a sense of reason. In the man's incomprehensible eyes, a hater under the Revolutionary Army, I didn't expect to be a bar owner here. What? As soon as he said this, the man's face changed drastically. His body couldn't help but his face was shocked and unbelievable. How could it be clear to outsiders that he was the news of the Revolutionary Army? And he was also called by the other party. Since the other party dared to speak out, then it is certain that the other party has the certainty of the decision. Who are you, to which strength, and what purpose do you have? 3 questions in a row were asked from the man's mouth. He quickly became vigilant, and he was ready to fight secretly. The opponent didn't know whether it was an enemy or a friend. If it were the world government, I am afraid that all the surroundings are now surrounded by world government agents. The man immediately thought that something happened to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. They belonged to a very special organization of the Revolutionary Army. Even within the organization, they did not know each other's members. Only 2 of the Revolutionary Army knew their names. Except for the leader Dragon, only one person knows, that is the deputy leader. How could something go wrong with the combat power of those 2 people, so to speak? The man suddenly wanted to understand something, raised his head with a look of excitement and joy, and said in surprise, "Instructor, you are the instructor." Nonsense, otherwise, who do you think it is and want to do it? Are you going to solve me here? However, it was Lin Tian who greeted the man, and the light that was turned off lit up with a squeak. The whole bar was illuminated brightly, and Lin Tian's figure slowly appeared before his eyes. On the bar counter, the figure of the man also appeared, in a self-cultivating robe, with a suspender slung on his body, tall and short silver-white hair, and a smile on his face. In my heart, he muttered to himself, "You just broke through the door and came inches. You didn't identify yourself from the beginning, and deliberately stated that you were a Revolutionary Army. Of course you would be ready to do it by instinct. Why, your kid is still not convinced. You should be saying bad things about me in your heart." Lin Tian's voice suddenly sounded very accurate to the man's heart activity. The scared man trembled and quickly showed an exaggerated smile on his face to conceal the true activity in his heart. How could it be? How could I say the instructor? It's too late to see the instructor happy. Lin Tian didn't know what this kid was thinking about. The 16 guys back then, what each one looked like, was as clear as a mirror in his heart. "I won't be with you. I circle so many circles here." Waving his hand, Lin Tian walked forward and found the chair in front of Al at will. Al hurriedly took out the tallest bottle of wine from the back cabinet and placed a cup in front of Lin Tian, slowly filling it up amidst the crashing sound of the wine in the glass. Gently pushed to Lin Tian's hand, he said in kindness, "Instructor, come, drink. This is the best bottle of mine here." I picked up the wine glass in my hand and took a sip. The wine was mellow and slick like a silky throat. After drinking it all in one sip, the faint aroma of wine was aftertaste in the mouth. Seeing the instructor sinking into taste, Al chuckled and asked for credit. "How about it? Not bad, instructor. This is the wine I made with a lot of effort, and it's hard to find in the whole world." "Well, good wine," Lin Tian admired. "This bottle of wine is indeed good. It is difficult to find any wine better than it in the wine Lin Tian has drunk." Upon seeing this, Al showed a triumphant smile on his face. This is the fine wine that he came in from the Tianlong people and can be treasured by the world's noble Tianlong people. How could it be bad? It must be rare in the world. Withdrawing his smile, Al puzzled and asked, "Instructor, you have joined a pirate group now. Why are you suddenly here? Did something happen?" And Lin Tian nodded and said, "Yes, this time things are very troublesome and we need to use a lot of energy." Hearing that, the smile on Al's face gradually disappeared, revealing a heavy color. "The instructors are all top masters in the Great Route, and I am afraid that no more than 10 instructors can be defeated. But today, the instructor can tell the instructor to save the soldiers. It is conceivable how serious it is. Based on the understanding of the instructor, it is impossible for the instructor to do so without a last resort." I couldn't help asking, "What the casters is the instructor? You are not even sure of your combat power. When will the Great Root appear such a master?" After a glance, Lin Tian replied helplessly, "Who told you that someone wanted to kill me?" Al couldn't help but stunned, and then secretly scolded himself for being stupid. If someone was chasing him, how could the instructor use their power? Even the instructor was not an opponent, so what would they do? After a pause, Lin Tian explained, "This time, it is mainly the Navy which has been silent for a long time, finally starting to act against me, so that I understand the Navy. I have been on the Great Route for so long, and I have only taken action against me now, which shows that the Navy has a high degree of confidence, otherwise it would not be here." After listening, the heavy color on Al's face has not weakened but has a tendency to deepen. There is no need for Lin Tian to explain too much. Then, what it means in his heart is very clear. As a Revolutionary Army cadre, he also knows the Navy, the strongest institution under the world government. With the way the instructors did things back then and the danger to the world government, he already has a general idea of how much the Navy will do this time. Statistics. Secretly said in his heart, "It is true www.com, if this is the case, the Navy is acting so aggressively, it is impossible to fight the entire Navy with the instructor alone." Thinking of this, Al became serious and asked, "Minister, what do you want us to do this time?" The fourth team of shadows completely obey your orders. Do not. This. Al was speechless for a while, not knowing how to speak, and he didn't understand what the instructor was thinking. How could this kind of thing not use their shadow? However, Lin Tian stretched out his hand and objected. "This time, the fourth shadow team alone is not enough," and even said, "It is a lot worse, let alone I am not prepared to use you." I heard that instead of disappearing, the puzzlement in my heart has not disappeared, but it has become deeper and deeper. I am afraid that I don't need to say more about the specific strength of the Shadow 14. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 387, Deputy Chief of the Revolutionary Army, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. In the bar, Lin Tian's sudden opposition made Al deeply puzzled. Could this be because the instructors didn't believe in the Shadow 14 or thought that their strength was too weak at this time and they couldn't help thinking about it because they hadn't joined the waiting battle? Looking at Al's absent-minded expression, Lin Tian had already guessed what he was thinking and put down the wine glass in his hand. The tone was flat and explained, "It's not that I don't believe you, but have you forgotten what your mission is? Why are you staying here?" Lin Tian immediately awakened Al, thinking about himself and doubting his teammates and instructors. Al looked ashamed on his face, bowed his head and apologized. "Excuse me, instructor, I think too much. When I clicked, I didn't care much in my heart." Lin Tian also understood that he would be thinking about it, but their task was even more important, and he couldn't help but remind him. "Remember, you have stayed here for more than 5 years. What is your purpose and how important that thing is? I don't need to explain too much. You should also be clear. If you want to be lighter than that thing, quite a lot. If it is obtained by the world government, it will cause much harm and passiveness to the revolutionary army, but if it is obtained by us, it can quickly increase our strength." "Yes," Al hurriedly responded, his tone full of determination this time. Just listen to Lin Tian continue to say, "This time, I am ready. I transferred the 3rd team of shadows, and also the 2nd team of shadows. And some power. In order to face the Navy's plan this time, and at the same time there are strategic needs and such things, Lin Tian has been able to mobilize all the power he can mobilize, and has the heart to win." After listening to the instructor, Al couldn't help making a sound of inhaling air conditioning. He didn't expect the instructor to be so big. Al still felt that if they missed this incident, it would be a pity for them. The most important thing is that both the Shadow 2 team and the Shadow 3 team are here. As the captain of the Shadow 14, facing the 2 top teams, they have always been unwilling and always feel that they will not be worse than them. Especially this time, if their 4th team of shadows still stays here, from the instructor, this time they have a chance to gather great achievements. If they miss it, if they want to surpass the first 3 teams, it will change. More difficult. He asked softly, "Instructor, but if we want our entire team to stare at him alone, is it a waste of our resources? At this moment, joining our team can increase your chances of winning." Looking at Al, Lin Tian knew what he was thinking about, and he was always unconvinced with their ranking. "I often complain to myself, why do I have to send them to keep here? If they can go out, I am afraid they will be the first in line." Knocking on the bar, after thinking for a while, Lin Tian finally said loosely, "It's not impossible for you to join, but you must guarantee." "Okay, instructor, as long as you don't let us miss this time, we will agree to whatever conditions you want." Seeing Lin Tian's promise, Arden was extremely excited. Fearing that Lin Tian would suddenly regret it, Al didn't even think about it, and quickly replied excitedly. No one else had time to take care of that much. "Okay, this is what you said," Lin Tian pointed at Al with a meaningful expression. Perceiving the look on the instructor's face, Al felt like he was in a pit. He was about to speak, suddenly. With a bang, the glass outside the shutters suddenly burst, and then the wide shutters broke instantly under the tremendous force, and several dark shadows burst out of the windows. Not only the windows, but the elegantly decorated roof. There are also loud noises, countless pieces of wood and stones falling from the top, and the electric light on it is instantly dimmed, and the entire bar is once again sinking. It was completely dark. Chang dang, file climb. A series of sword lights flashed in the dark bar, followed by several steel clashes through the faintly falling sunlight on the roof. It was obvious that several dark shadows were fighting. Amidst the clash of blades and the shaking of the sword, the whole bar was filled with fighting sounds. The cold light flickered, and the sword was domineering. In that darkness, the black figure was slaying towards Lin Tian. The smooth blade, and the blade of the sword glowing with cold light under the sunlight, could feel the chill coming from it before it got close. Faced with a murderous intent behind him, Lin Tian didn't move at all. At this moment, there was still leisure to pick up the unfinished wine on the bar and savor it carefully. Lin Tian didn't do it because he didn't need him to do it. Seeing someone attacking his instructor, Al's eyes flashed with killing intent. The most respected instructor for us is to shoot, it is to die. Without saying much, he stood up, directly stretched out his hand towards the front of the black shadow, grabbed the void lightly, and the rushing figure stopped instantly, floating in midair. The head was slightly tilted, and his limbs were waving in midair. The movement was very painful, just like the struggling movement of a person being held tightly by the neck and lifted in the air. The sound of breaking through the air from the right didn't even cause Al's face to change. He directly hit the right with a punch. The darkness always made a pop, followed by a loud noise, and countless tables and glass fell to the ground. The sound of. After solving the two attackers casually, he didn't even give Al a chance to warm up, so he did it again. The collision of the surrounding steel, the blade piercing the flesh and blood, the sound of glass shattering. Countless noises echoed in the bar like a piece of beautiful music. But for the people on the street, they didn't think so. From the bar that was suddenly closed, there was an alarm that alarmed the pedestrians passing by. The crowd gathered and gradually surrounded the entire bar door. After drinking the wine in the glass, the sound of fighting stopped at this moment. Putting down the wine glass in his hand, Lin Tian snapped his fingers lightly. The invisible electric field communicated in the void. In the bar, all the undamaged electric lights were all lit up. Illuminated this bar. The entire bar also reappeared in front of Lin Tian. Compared with a previous description, it was lighter than before. The neatly arranged tables and chairs, let alone tidy at this time, can't even find a few intact. As for the glassware above, it goes without saying. The whole ground is now covered with broken chairs and tables, as well as the glass shards all over the floor, the deep pits on the ground, the ravines cut by the sword blade, and the two murals in long lengths on the walls. The smooth crack that seemed to cut the wall. The most important thing is the people, the bar where the two were originally standing, at this time stand in 5 black shadows, with black tights all over them, the same black shadows as Lin Tian and Alabaston. On the ground, there are more than a dozen men in black suits lying on the ground, but at this time, except for a few lucky people, the rest have lost their vitality. Minister! 5 figures suddenly appeared and shouted in unison. Yep. Nodding a little, Lin Tian moved his eyes to the few surviving men in black suits. Without speaking, the man in black on the side had already started to turn over the few surviving men on the ground. It's just that the situation was beyond everyone's expectations, and even the eyes of the black-clothed men were surprised, and Lin Tian did the same, because these people's situation was also weird. I saw that, turning over, those people in black suits who attacked were dumbfounded at this time, with a smirk on their faces, and they kept spitting water in their mouths and humming from time to time. This feeling is like an incompetent person, and these people who had burst out of powerful combat power before are all incompetent at this moment. How is it possible, these guys? Al took the lead in exclaiming, and now he has fought with 2 such guys, although they were both killed by himself. But the kind of mutual cooperation and the kind of attack that is not afraid of death can only be achieved at level with special training. How can it be some incompetent? There is no need for Al to say this, everyone on the scene knows it, because they have all fought the way of fighting that is not afraid of death, even they have used a little strength. Lin Tian who frowned, revealing a deep thought. This situation is just like the corpse he encountered in the action just now. Weird. If it was said that he had not been able to determine what it was before, then Lin Tian already has a general understanding in his heart. It seems that someone is targeting him behind this, but who is it? Brother Ming? Still the rest, everything seemed like a mystery. If it were Brother Ming, it means that everything that is happening now is in a naval plan, but everything that is happening now really makes Lin Tian incomprehensible. What these are for, what exactly is the Warring States period preparing? If it's not for Brother Ming, then what is the purpose of controlling the Black Hand behind it? Is everything a coincidence, or something? Seeing Lin Tian's thinking look, Al didn't dare and couldn't interrupt the instructor's thinking, but he thought to himself, does the instructor know something, or said he has encountered the same situation? At this time, Lin Tian suddenly said, Al www.com, you can use the shortest time to investigate the Great Root. No. In the world, how many people with a devil fruit ability have control ability among their abilities, this ability of the body and the ability to destroy the human brain and cause low energy? Yes. Al immediately replied, turning around and walking towards the bar behind him. These things must be done by contacting the intelligence department. Before taking a few steps, Lin Tian suddenly called out, wait, Al, there is one more point, that is, both dead and living can be manipulated, and I authorize you to use the entire intelligence department and database in the shortest time. Carry out. After finishing speaking, Lin Tian took out a dark sign from his pocket and threw it to Al. This is Lin Tian's identity card. It must be authorized to complete this kind of thing. This kind of thing is not so simple to say a few words. And then, all Lin Tian had to do was to quietly wait for the final result. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 388 of the text of the Strange Attack, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. The New World, in the second half of the Great Root, Valdigo, the island of white soil. Here, it is true that countless people in the world, including the world government, have been racking their brains to find the Revolutionary Army headquarters for many years. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the only force in the world that is qualified to subvert the world government, is on this small island that no one cares about. At this time, on the roof of a house, he was wearing a dark green coat and a red, checkered tattoo on his left face. This is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Facing the sea breeze blowing from the sea, what he saw was the endless sea. The dragon stood quietly here, and no one knew what he was thinking at this time. At this moment, a figure ran out of the room. There was no time to breathe. He hurriedly handed out a piece of paper to report. The chief just received the news of the codename Tianquan, saying that they have been authorized by the deputy chief to use the whole intelligence department and the intelligence database, looking for information. Oh! There was a horror in his mouth, and Long turned his head slowly and suddenly received Lin Tian's authorization. Even Long felt strange in his heart. I took the paper that was handed over and read it quickly and carefully, frowned slightly, fell into deep thought, thinking for a few seconds. Long said decisively, according to the deputy leader's request, since they have authorization, it is to order the entire intelligence department to act on this point. Yes. The Revolutionary Army officer quickly turned around and ran towards the room to convey the dragon's order. Holding the message sent, Long turned around and stared at the text on it, thinking about why Lin Tian wanted to look for someone with this ability. Could these things have a lot to do with the next plan? As the officer entered the room, with short wavy blonde hair and a short hat with a windshield on his head, Sabo also walked out of the room, with a scar on his left eye. Looking at the back of the thinking dragon, he asked, Leader Dragon, I heard news from Lin Tian. Is it related to the plan? Without turning around, the dragon backhanded the paper in his hand to Sabo, who came by, and said in a deep voice, it is mainly to use the entire intelligence department to find some special devil fruit abilities. After receiving the handed paper, Sabo immediately looked at it carefully, but after reading it, Sabo's face was as puzzled as a dragon. Garp said, controlling people can also make people idiots. There should be no such devil fruit ability, the famous masters in the Great Sea Route. Is it some hidden masters, but Lin Tian is looking for this kind of people to do? Did the plan go wrong? No. Long immediately objected and at the same time said his own thoughts. The mistake of the plan is affirmative, but that it is still under Lin Tian's control, otherwise the order to cancel the plan is issued to us. Leaving his gaze off the paper, Sabo analyzed it. In this way, this news still has the meaning of executing the plan as before. Well, Long nodded and replied, it also has this meaning, but how are those things prepared? Don't worry, mentioning this, Sabo showed a confident smile on his face. For this plan, we have made all out preparations these days, everyone has been in place, and we just wait for the plan to start. Hearing that, the face of the dragon still has that kind of calmness. No matter what it is facing, he can perfectly control his feelings, and he can make correct decisions by being calm and calm. Lon reminded aloud, now the plan hasn't started yet. It's too early to be happy. After all, there are such things stored there, and it's close to the Navy headquarters, and remembering our purpose. We are not going to attack there, just get it. Part of the goal has already been achieved. Don't be greedy. Yep. Ooh. On the sea, where the waves were rolling, a sea train was sailing fast on the established track, cutting through the wind and the waves. At this time, in an ordinary box, 6 figures are sitting here, conducting a meeting. The leader is a man in a suit, and beside it is a beautiful woman with silver-white hair and a touch of indifferent temperament. Just listen to the first man said. This time, our second team had already obtained extremely high power in that country and entered the interior, but was called here by the instructor. All the hard work for more than half a year was in vain. But because of these, we can even more feel how important this event is. It can make the instructor and the dragon leader rather give up a country and let us come here. The 5 people on the side nodded. Indeed. To be able to give up a country, it is conceivable that this matter is very important to the Revolutionary Army. Only success but not failure is not an exaggeration. One of the men said, for this matter, we can dispatch the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th teams. What kind of enemy we face is almost half of our combat power. Furthermore, with the instructor's combat power, so much force needs to be mobilized, and the headquarters are all acting at the same time. Is it that we are going to fight face to face with the world government? Another man said. Another man objected. No, I don't think it is possible. With a strategy set by the instructor, how could it be possible to take action now, which does not conform to the instructor's style of work? In my opinion, I am afraid this time the most important thing is in the headquarters. Okay, the leader said aloud, these things are not what we care about. We only need to be responsible for knowing this one, but we don't know who our opponent is this time. Someone spoke up immediately, and this sentence completely said the voice of everyone. Yes, Captain, it is too annoying to deal with those world government agents. It is better to fight with blood. This time our opponent is very likely. It's the Navy. Hey, everyone, talking about this, I think we should worry about someone else. I haven't seen that she hasn't said a word since we got on the train. Everyone's eyes coincided with each other, gathered on the silver-white woman's face, with a different smile on her face. At the same time, in the waters, near the water capital, suddenly there were many more ships of all kinds, and their goal was indeed to head towards the water capital. In the city of water, in the ruined bar, Lin Tian took the latest document handed over from the headquarters and turned page by page. On the edge of Al opened his mouth and said, Instructor, according to your opinion, the entire intelligence department used all the databases, and only these meet the conditions. There are a lot of people who can control the actions of people, but there are only 2 that can be controlled by the dead and the living. One is the line fruit, the other is the puppet fruit. There are 2 in the database. As for specializing in turning people into idiots, this kind of fruit has not been found, but there are a lot of things that can be done indirectly with ability. Nodded. Lin Tian carefully read the information in his hand, the devil fruit that can turn people into idiots. Lin Tian didn't have much expectation, and he had never heard anyone suffer from it for so many years in the Great Sea Route. What really made Lin Tian notice is that whether the dead or the living can control the ability, this is the point. Unfortunately, there are really few such people, and there is only one possibility. That is on the paper www.palma.com, in front of Lin Tian's eyes, with an evil smile on his face, an extremely unpleasant Doflamingo. The line fruit ability gives him the ability to control the dead and the living, and the line fruit also can destroy the human brain to a certain extent. Al said, "Instructor, after we speculate, only this guy, Doflamingo, meets all the conditions, and his fellow instructors has hatred and belongs to Kiwei. At this time, he appeared here and did this kind of thing. It's normal. It's normal," but Al didn't dare to say so affirmatively in front of the instructor. In fact, in his heart, it was Doflamingo. He had the motivation and he could do that kind of thing. It was not Brother Mingor who did this kind of thing. Hearing Al's analysis, Lin Tian didn't say yes or disagree. If Doflamingo said something was wrong, there was something wrong, but what was it? There was always something missing in his mind. Thing. Is it because I think too much? To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. The Revolutionary Army in Action Chapter 389 of the main text, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. At this time, the City of Water. By the way, Mr. Vincent, we brought Lin Tian's recommendation letter, and he said that just give it to you. Nami took out the letter in her arms and handed it to the man in suit. Lin Tian? Vincent exclaimed. Obviously he didn't expect this. The guy actually wrote a recommendation letter to himself. So they are not Lin Tian's accomplices. They want to come. Lin Tian is on the boat of the Straw Hat Boys. This is already a great thing. Know the route. After taking the envelope, Lindbergh opened it and saw that it didn't record much, only a few short sentences. Lindbergh. They are my partners, help us repair and disembark the ship. After reading it, Lindbergh didn't hesitate at all, crumpled the letter into a ball, finally tore it to pieces, and spilled it on the ground. Nami suddenly said angrily, "Hey, what are you doing? Why did you tear up the letter?" "I am very upset when I see the letter written by this guy. I usually tear up the letter written by this guy. However, since he introduced you to me, come here." Then, Lindbergh turned to the back, walked into the dock. Everyone hurriedly followed, and Luffy, who followed behind, shouted in confusion, "Right, Uncle, do you have any enemies with Lin Tian?" "No," Vincent explained as he walked. "Caillou is not there. It's just that in the past, that guy has been a world government procurement officer for a period of time, so we often contact. As for seeing that kid is unhappy every time, that guy saves a lot of money when negotiating the price. I will make a lot less." Luffy suddenly realized it. It turns out that the uncle suffered a loss when Lin Tian accepted it. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but stunned. Nami and Usopp suddenly showed embarrassment on their faces, and quickly realized this guy's mouth. If you know this kind of thing in your heart, it's fine. Why do you say it? Without explaining anything, Lindbergh admitted directly and generously, "That is indeed. In fact, relatively speaking, I still made money. The real loss is the government officials. The guy reported the bad wood as high-level wood and secretly made no money. Less." At this point, Nami couldn't help but smoke. No wonder why Lin Tian is so rich. It turned out that there was no less corruption when she was in the government. Suddenly, Usopp, who was behind, looked down to the sides and saw that the 2 boxes of peel beside him did not know when they had disappeared. When he looked up, only 2 guys who had stolen their money fled. He hurriedly chased him and shouted, "Ah, those 2 guys took our money away." Those 3 fools, Lin Tian, who was shaking his glass in the bar, couldn't help but smile. "So, how much does it cost to repair the ship?" Luffy clapped the box beside his head. As much as we want, we have a lot of money. If possible, fix it to a firmer point and add a few more guns. Add a little bit, this is the best. Next to Nami, she also reached out her finger and said her opinion. Is there any way to decorate the deck more beautifully? It is best to decorate the inner room as well. If possible, can we make our boat bigger? Wait a minute. Katyu, the boatman who went to see the Merly, suddenly asked. You should have experienced a lot of majestic sailing. Luffy raised his hand and said excitedly, of course, I flew to the sky and came down and climbed the mountain, almost became a skewers. In short, a lot of things have happened, so I want you to fix it. However, after hearing Luffy's introduction, Katyu fell into a weird calm. Turning his head, looking at the two Luffy, Katyu said, there are too many battle scars on it, and it is very... Before Katyu could finish speaking, Nami took the conversation. Is it true that, in this case, it will take a long time to repair the Merly? Forget it, as if something was decided. Garp's tone changed. I'll just say it straight, your boat has been unable to repair, even if we did it. In an instant, it seemed that the world had stopped turning. In an instant, Luffy and Nami had been stunned and did not come out of the news. Nami couldn't believe the news, and explained, but up to now, it has been sailing on the sea. Katyu said, if you insist on repairing, then it may reach another island. No! Maybe it will sink before he reaches another island. Luffy also couldn't accept the news, because Melly was not a ship, but their partner. What's the matter, aren't you good ship repairers? If you want money, you can have as much as you want. If you can fix the Merly, these can be given to you. It has nothing to do with money, Katyu said, attracting the eyes of the two people. No matter how many ships you set out, you will not be able to return to the original state. I am really impressed that you can still sail here in that state. Next, Barry explained in detail the approximate production of a ship and the most important and core keel for the two. The keel has been severely broken. For a ship, it is intended to end their lives. The iceberg, who had been watching the development, suddenly asked, doesn't Lin Tian know about this kind of thing? Although he doesn't know much about shipbuilding, that guy can still do it after distinguishing how a ship is doing. Lin Tian? Hearing what Lindbergh said, she suddenly reminded Nami, thinking about why Lin Tian had to tell them earlier that if the Mary could not be repaired here, then the whole world would have nothing to do. Only then did I understand why I had to say this irrelevant thing when I left, because it had long known that the Merly was no longer working, but for some reason it did not say it. After a pause, I heard Lindbergh continue to say, however, for the sake of Lin Tian's face, you can buy any custom ship we can build in this shipyard for a price of 100 million. It's a pity that these words did not let Luffy and Nami listen to them. The Merly's status to the entire pirate group is irreplaceable. It is already an indispensable member, and it is an indispensable partner. How can you decide the future of the Merly just because you can't fix it? How can the partner be so easily abandoned? It is not a ship, but has life and soul living in everyone's hearts. No! Clenching his fist, Luffy was very uneasy at this moment. I won't change you, and you don't know how tenacious the Merly is. Previously, it carried us to the 10,000-meter empty island, drove us through the waves and came here. As long as it is patched up a bit, we can continue sailing and carry us on the entire great route. I will not change ships. Stupid. The iceberg has always appeared in an approachable image, but at this moment he cursed, as the captain of a ship. Don't you even know this? There is no ship that can sail all the time. The conditions I mentioned earlier are you. Think clearly. Without waiting for the dumbfounded two, Vincent left with his secretary. In the bar, the invisible radio waves gave Lin Tian a strong sense of domineering, enough to hear any sound on the entire island. Although sound can convey a lot of information, the same sound has great limitations. Unless that kind of dialogue, it is difficult to tell what is going on. For example, www.com, in the entire island, there can be countless sounds like fighting at the same time, but it does not mean that you can judge what is fighting. On such a prosperous island, all kinds of things are staged every time sound. This is not Macron Island. No matter the population and busyness, it is not comparable to the city of water. Lin Tian, who has just gained thunder sounding ability, is not Ainlu, and the advantages it brings are limited. Just like now, with that frowning brow, Lin Tian can find the Luffy guy who will always cause trouble in the crowd, but he can't find Sanji, Robin, Chopper, and Soren. After thinking for a while, Lin Tian stood up, put down the wine glass in his hand, and continued to hide. There is no way, hiding here, waiting for the time to take action, only slowly falling into passiveness, rubbing the light red stone in his right hand. In this case, then I should also go for a walk, Robin. Where are you? What are you thinking about? To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 390 of the main text iceberg, and you will see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Novel Crack brings you this novel. If you are listening to it on another channel with this brand, it means that it was downloaded and uploaded without any effort. Remember, words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. In the capital of water, on an ordinary street, Sanji is facing the problem of getting lost. Looking at the river channel that appeared in front of him again, Sanji looked helpless. Why is it like this again, and there is no way to go? Did I become a road idiot? It's not good to say that. While speaking, Sanji looked back and was stunned when he heard the footsteps behind him. Robin, who had been staying on the Merly, suddenly appeared here. And strangely, she lowered her head and said nothing, followed a body wrapped in clothes, and stayed behind the masked figure on her head. But just for a moment, Sanji happily shouted, "Miss Robin, it's me." With red eyes, he excitedly chased Robin, who disappeared at the corner of the street. But when he crossed the corner of the street, Robin and the strange, masked man had disappeared, and that place was indeed a dead end. Sanji looked at the scene in surprise, full of doubts. It disappeared. How could it be possible? There is no one and no way here. But even if Sanji looked at it, it was still a dead end. Shaking his head, Sanji turned and left with a confused look. Could it be that he was too tired recently and had hallucinations? At this moment, beside a window on the upper floor of the house, a figure stared at the disappeared Sanji and exclaimed, "Nicole Robin, it seems that you have gained not only your love but also your own love on this ship. A true companion." When the opposite Robin heard this, he couldn't help shaking his whole body with a nervous expression on his face. Then he calmed his mood and asked, "Shinji, what do you want to say?" Unexpectedly, I finally ordered CP9 to come and look for me. The last person I want to see is you, Shinji. Hey, don't be so nervous. Shinji held his chin with one hand and suddenly recalled. It stands to reason that we have known each other for more than 10 years, Nicole Robin. Unexpectedly, the little girl who was let off last has become the greatest harm to the world government today, and I will be the Admiral of the Admiral. However, for Shinji, Robin didn't change much, and he still did it here calmly. Shinji, you want CP9 to come to me. It shouldn't be talking about the past and how harmful I am. Shinji raised his head and did not answer his question, but instead asked, "Do you know why I am? Do I want CP9 to bring you here?" Before Robin could reply, Shinji had already said, "That's because, this time, in this city of water, they are already under the control of CP and the Navy." The wise Robin understood what Shinji was trying to express at that moment. His face changed drastically, and he dispatched the Admiral and the CP organization, definitely not because of himself, so that the only qualified people are. Observing the changes in his face, Shinji said, "Why, do you want to understand? Now that I'm here, I won't imitate to tell you. This time is the plan of the world government to annihilate the rebel General Lin Tian for a long time. Sure enough, Robin's face was filled with cold sweat, and now he understands why Lin Tian has been feeling something wrong for the past few days since that day, because what he has to face next is the entire elite Navy headquarters. In silence, Robin slowly withdrew his nervous gaze and said dismissively, General Shinji, when you three admirals and marshals of the warring states period took action, you didn't keep Lin Tian. Don't you think this time? Regarding Robin's words, Shinji did not change too much. During the battle that day, a lot of things happened. It was not so clear in a word, and everything was not so easy. Slowly raising his head, Shinji said, last time it was a miracle, but this time is different. After preparing such a long-term plan, the Navy will not suffer the last loss. Moreover, his eyes looked like the CP-9 on the side. This time the shot is not the Navy. There is also CP-9, although they can't deal with Lin Tian based on their strength, but it is enough to deal with the rest of the people. Robin's fist gradually clenched, and the slender jade fingers lost their blood color under the power of anger, turned pale, and their teeth clenched. Everything showed Robin's uneasy heart. Even if he didn't want to admit it in his heart, what Shinji said was a fact. If it weren't the case, how could Lin Tian suddenly leave, because he was not sure. Suddenly raised his head, staring at Shinji excitedly and asked, Shinji, what do you want to say? Say so much, bring me here, what do you want to do? Let's put it this way, as he said, Shinji stood up slowly, looking out the window, looking at the vast ocean. Today, besides me, there are 2 lieutenants and 5 ships on this island. Naval warships are on standby in the surrounding waters. In addition, on the road, there is at least 1 admiral and 5 lieutenants. 10 warships are coming here, and those teams are led by the Navy and Warring States Marshal, together with a CP organization. Specific strength and the plan is not even clear to me, the Admiral. Do you think you can survive this time? Boom! Like a thunderstorm, in his mind, it instantly went blank, like a mass of paste, lost the most basic thinking ability, and sat there blankly. It's not that Robin's concentration is not enough, but it's that the news is really amazing. Such combat power is enough to be the largest that the Navy headquarters can use while maintaining the rest. This kind of combat power was actually used to deal with them. The Warring States period was completely planning to wipe out this group of people. Even with Luffy and the others in this kind of battle, they would definitely die, and it would be difficult for Lin Tian to survive. Robin thought anxiously, what to do. In the face of this situation, Luffy and the others will undoubtedly die. I must tell them as soon as possible, let them leave here as soon as the Navy power is not here. Shinji suddenly turned around. Why, you want them to leave? Forgot to tell you, this time the plan is not our Navy, but the world government high level. So? Robin looked up suddenly, as if trying to understand something. Yes, Shinji nodded and said, one is the Navy's strongest genius in the past, who knows countless secrets, and the other is a woman who can unlock ancient weapons. The 2 are combined together. For the world government, it is impatient to solve this hazard. To the point. Hearing this, Robin calmed down slowly, and now she probably guessed Shinji and asked herself to come over and do something. To be honest, Shinji, you want me to come over, I can do whatever I am going to do next, and what role I will play, but I want you to promise me 2 conditions. Shinji shook his head and looked at Robin, who was on the opposite side, with a confident look in his eyes. I don't know, you have any chips in your hand, and you can make an offer with us. You should understand that you are now doing things according to our requirements. When we casters to you, the casters is the CP. This is the best you can do, otherwise. The more this threat is, Robin's heart becomes calmer. Now that he knows the purpose of the world government, he can put the 2 sides on the negotiating table with a bargaining chip in his own hands. I don't know enough news about the whereabouts of Poseidon and Pluto. What? As time passed, at this moment, at the Frank's house, on the edge of the water capital, Usopp, who was not slightly injured, finally came here after inquiries along the way. Bang! An explosion sounded from the door, and the gate a few meters high was blown into several pieces. The smoke and impact from the explosion shocked everyone inside. As the smoke cleared, Usopp was holding a slingshot, and a blood-stained figure appeared at the blasted door. "Return my money!" Standing on a high platform, a figure, covered in clothing, asked, "Tell me to pay me back, so you are a gang of Straw Hat Boys." "Yes, big brother," one of the men who snatched the money pointed at Usopp and smiled. "I thought it was a gang of Straw Hat Boys. How powerful. I didn't expect it to be so vulnerable." Usopp screamed angrily and ran towards the money, placed on the ground, but unfortunately he was thrown out of the fist, punched back and fell to the ground. Wastily, climbed up from the ground and gasped and said, "Return the money to me. It is an important fund used to repair our ship." "How could it be robbed by guys like you?" "I will never give you the money." "Ha." The man laughed and said sarcastically, "So serious, it seems that the ship is very important to you, but these are already ours, although unfortunately this is the world www.com. Anyway, these are all. It doesn't matter if you kit, and we kit. The unlucky Straw Hat Luffy will give it to my little brother who can't even pay the money." After finishing speaking, regardless of lying on the ground, Usopp clenched his fists and looked unwilling, directly stretched out his leg, kicked his foot away, and walked outside with 200 million Baileys. Seeing the man taking the money to leave, Usopp showed strength in his body and took out a slingshot and launched a gunpowder star towards the man's back. But this kind of attack hit the man, but it didn't work at all. "If you want to live in this city, don't do it right with me, young ones. Treat this guy well." With a loud cry of joy, Usopp was stomped under the feet by these people and could only look at the funds to repair them early and disappear in his own eyes. Unwilling and ashamed look. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. The transaction between Robin and Shinji in Chapter 391 of the main text, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. The sea breeze blows slowly from the shore, raising a faint smoke and dust. Lin Tian and the 4 of them stared at the ground. They were covered in blood and wounds. They lay on the ground and fainted without any consciousness. Even their breathing was much weaker than usual. Thorpe. The 4 of them fell into deep silence, sailing to the present, and never encountered such a thing at any time. A wordless anger came out of their hearts. Without the slightest word, everyone turned to Frankie, not far away. "Dismantle the house and walk. Wait for us, first tear down this obnoxious house." Before coming to the house, before everyone started blasting the door open, the obviously mended door opened with a creaking sound. A figure of 3 meters tall was squatting to walk out of the door, but what was waiting for him was Luffy punched hard. The big figure there smashed the door directly and slammed into the wall. Under the huge force, the whole house trembled suddenly and stones fell from the roof. As the smoke slowly dissipated in the panicked eyes of the members of the Frankie family, 5 figures slowly appeared. "Look, there are people out there. Who are they?" As the smoke dissipated, the figures of those Luffy people finally appeared. After a concentrated look, the faces of many members suddenly showed panic. Exclaimed, That's Straw Hat Boy Luffy." With a glance, Lin Tian's figure also appeared in their eyes. As a member of the Water City, how could he not know Lin Tian, who represented the world government procurement at the time? It is precisely because of the knowledge that Lin Tian can understand how powerful and brutal Lin Tian is. His face is suddenly covered with deep fear, and his body trembles slightly out of his control, and the saliva in his mouth is scared and hard to swallow. This is Killing God Lin Tian. Why is he here? By the way, Chill and God Lin Tian is also a gang of Straw Hat Boys and their captain. After a faint glance at the other side, Lin Tian calmly said, "Don't worry about so much, tear down this place and find the money." A huge figure awkwardly walked out of the crowd, wearing a large and heavy armor. Lin Tian. What's the matter? The world is rumored that I am strong. I don't know if you can penetrate me. Punch through? A low murmur sounded, and the voice hadn't completely fallen down yet. Lin Tian had already appeared on the figure's face, with hands and claws, according to his head. Why did you do this? Squeak. A shining light blue arc flashed on his right hand, and waves of powerful thunder and lightning emitted from the palm of his hand, hitting him. Gently dropped his right palm, turned back and retreated. The huge black figure was scorched with a faint black smoke, and it fell heavily on the ground, and the ground trembled. Taking advantage of this time, the remaining people had prepared several cannons to aim at Luffy and the others. Fire! The large muzzle roared, orange flames blasted from the muzzle with bright light, and the dark bomb burst out of the barrel. 3 swords, Crow Demon Hunter. With a scream, Soren pulled out the snow, bit in his mouth, rushed to the front of the crowd, leaped up loudly, pulled out the 3 generations of ghosts with his right hand and gently slid past the sliding cannonball, the same with his left hand. The light flashed. The speed of the sword has not been clearly seen, and several shells have been chopped in half, falling on both sides of Soren and exploding with several bangs. Seeing this scene, the members of the Frankie family were stunned for a moment. Their eyes popped out of their eyes with fright, and shouted in panic, "Those shells are specially made of iron." Soren, who landed on the ground, retracted the snow from his mouth and walked away. His figure flashed, and in the horrified eyes of the rest of the people, he burst into front of the cannon, held the sword in both hands, flipped it quickly, and retracted it into the scabbard. The cannon, made of steel that was several inches thick, was swung by Soren's powerful wrist and fell into 2 halves on the ground. The incision was so smooth that even light could reflect. Even the cannon was cut in half. An exclamation sounded, and a member leaning on the side didn't even ran towards the back door. In the smoke, an angry voice came, "Injure our partner, just like this, and leave, Rubber." Rubber siege cannon. The 2 arms were joined together, and they stretched out from the smoke at a rapid speed and hit the fleeing member. The steel armor on his body was instantly shattered into several pieces. As for it, the steel was crushed, let alone him, spit out a mouthful of blood, and even the white wall was directly punched through and disappeared in everyone's eyes. "It's not good, these guys are too strong, we are not opponents, run fast, run towards the back quickly." Sanji and Chopper, who hadn't taken any action, made a move together. They stepped hard, and the hard bluestone ground cracked under the strong foot force. They got up and jumped, turning their bodies into the air. Holding the top of one of them, Sanji angrily said, "Since you are looking for someone to fight, don't be a turtle at this time. You have to be prepared for others to find a place and play well." With a head under his hands as the center, Sanji spread his legs and spun around like a large turntable, and everyone in the deep attack range was chipped out. Blue wave wall, corner reinforcement. Chopper changed the state of a reindeer. The huge horns were as hard as steel. Everyone was directly flying out, and there was no standing figure wherever he passed. Boom. Among the collapsed houses, Hideo belonged to members of the Frankie family, mingled among the ruins, unconscious in them. Sitting on a rune, Sanji calmly asked, "It's really hard to handle. The money was taken by Frankie, and people don't know where they are going, and there is no way to chase them." Looking at Soren, who was tying his headscarf over there, Lin Tian asked, "Yes, Soren, what do you say about ship repair? Is it that the Merly is no longer necessary for repairs?" After a few seconds of silence, Soren nodded. Lin Tian. "You should have known about this a long time ago. The Merly can't be repaired." "Yes, I was afraid that you could not accept it at the time," Lin Tian admitted directly. He looked at Usopp, who was waiting on the ground, and Chopper was dealing with a wound. "The most important thing is to worry about this guy's emotions. After all, Melly the number has a special meaning to him. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help being silent and glanced at Luffy standing on the ruins. All issues still need his captain to make a decision concerning the hull. Right. Thinking of something, Lin Tian asked, which of you knows where Robin is? Sanji said in shock, Miss Robin? Isn't Robin with you, Lin Tian? No, how is it possible? I left at the beginning, how could Robin be with me? Lin Tian's expression changed slightly, and it seemed that the situation was as expected. Tied his headscarf, Soren looked at Chopper who came over. Hey! Chopper, it was not you who went out with Miss Robin before. Do you know where she is? Hey! The face of Chopper who came by was also strange. No, I was looking for books in the bookstore with Robin, but when I turned around, she disappeared. Needless to say, everyone is aware of the problem. Robin is missing. No one knows where she is, even Lin Tian doesn't know her. The four of them couldn't help showing a heavy color on their faces. Since they came to the Water City, they seemed to be possessed by bad luck. The money was robbed by others, Usopp was severely injured, and Robin disappeared. Taking out the cigarette in his mouth, Sanji spit out a puff of smoke and said softly, speaking of which, I happened to encounter a strange thing. I saw Robin following a strange man, with his whole body wrapped in clothes and a mask on his face, but when I chased him, they disappeared strangely at the end of the street. I thought I was wrong before. Everyone couldn't help but slowly sink. There is nothing more to say. Robin is afraid that something has happened, and he is hiding it from them, and he can't return without returning to Sanji. Even Lin Tian doesn't know. Only Lin Tian, who had guessed something, flashed a worried look in his eyes. It seemed that things had developed as he was worried. After the Navy had not found himself, he shot them, and the target was Nicole Robin. Among the entire pirate group, the world government can attract enough attention, and now only Lin Tian and Robin who can unlock ancient weapons. Luffy and others who have not revealed their identity and growth at this time are not eligible. Speaking of this, I also encountered a strange thing today, Soren suddenly said, interrupting Lin Tian's thinking and attracting everyone's attention. While I was guarding them early, I encountered a few people attacking, and they were very strange. They were not afraid of death in the battle, but when I defeated them in the end, they all died. Memories. Soren, who was originally lying on the deck, enjoying the comfortable sea breeze, felt a touch of murderous intent and the smell of blood in his deep sleep. Don't watch Soren usually sleep, but it was also when he was most vigilant. I opened my eyes and saw that the blade of a long sword came towards me again without much thought. Under the instinct of multiple battles, he escaped the attack dangerously and dangerously. Stretching his legs and sweeping along the ground, he swept the figure attacking him to the ground, feeling the sound of breaking through the air above his head. I saw another person, holding a sword in both hands, leaping down from the high school and stabbing him, propped up with both hands and rolled over the fallen figure. Stabbed. The sharp tip of the sword, without the slightest stop, easily passed through the head of the companion who was knocked down to the ground. Before he waited to draw the sword, he continued to attack. Soren's powerful fist had already hit his face head-on, knocked him out with a punch, and fell to the land beside them early. After struggling on the ground a few times, he passed out. Looking at the guy who was killed at his feet, Soren thought secretly, are you dead? Kill even your own companions, there is no softness, where did this guy come from? Step on. A string of eager footsteps sounded, and he looked down at the escalator. 3 figures, with the same decoration, rushed towards the top with swords. Soren put his hands on the hilt of the sword and rushed towards the entrance of the escalator. With 2 swish sounds, 2 intersecting flashes flashed by, Soren gently landed on the bottom and retracted the sword into the scabbard. 2 swords, cross-sword cut. Tough. The scars across the entire chest opened, and a arrow came out with a bang. 3 figures rolled down the escalator and fell to Soren's feet. Interesting, this swordsman is not bad. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time, the unlucky day of chapter 392 of the text, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net. In 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. The afterglow of the setting sun shone obliquely on the sea, and the red clouds drenched half of the sky. The Merly on the shore, in the lonely setting sun, looked like an old man in the dusk. At the moment in the dim yellow light, the Straw Hat group, except Robin whose whereabouts are difficult to know, are all gathered here to determine the major event about the direction of the pirate group, that is, the issue of the abandonment of the partner Merly. Seeing everyone's silence and expressions, Usopp said suspiciously, "Why, is it really because I lost the 200 million Baileys?" After the 200 million Baileys are lost, can the Millie be repaired? That's it, Luffy. The cost of a first-class shipyard is also very high. Seeing Usopp still deceiving himself and others there, Luffy closed the catalog in his hand and shouted, "It's not for this reason, it has nothing to do with the money." Usopp, who couldn't bear the news, also shouted excitedly, "That's why I have to say something meaningless like changing boats." Seeing that the situation was a little out of control, Soren had to stand up to stop the agitated two. "Hey, what are you two doing? Don't you stay so close? Calm down and talk." However, under this circumstance, the two of them carry something beyond what ordinary people have. Whether Luffy made this decision or Usopp, who heard the news, they both feel sad that they are not enough for outsiders. Usopp still shouted excitedly, "How can you calm me down? The captain is talking stupid." As the captain, he made the decision to change the ship in such an understatement. What an understatement! I am also compelled to make a decision. Luffy felt the same heartache in making this decision. If the Millie could be repaired, even if he paid any Luffy, he would not give up, but the world-class boatmen have already explained that the Millie has reached the end and it cannot be repaired. Abandoning partners is no less than the most painful thing for Luffy. In fact, the pain in his heart is no lower than Usopp. "I'm very upset now, Luffy. What the asterisk is it for? Give me a reason. Is it because I lost the 200 million Baileys? In this case, I will get 200 million Baileys and repair the Millie again." Facing Luffy's persuasion, Usopp directly seized the catalog in his hand and threw it on the ground. The blue veins burst out, all showing that Usopp's heart had been exposed. While watching this scene, Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh deeply. This situation had been anticipated before, so when he understood that there was no hope of repairing the Millie, he just buried this in his heart. Speaking out, I just don't want to come to this scene. Especially after experiencing that incident, I did not protect the 200 million Baileys, and I was always guilty and hated that I was not strong enough. Hearing this kind of news immediately, I can imagine my mood. "Forget it, Luffy." After thinking about it, Lin Tian still said, "Tell me the reason." "It's useless to hide at this time." Clutching his fists tightly, after a long silence, Luffy whispered, That's because the Merly has been repaired." However, what happened next surpassed everyone's expectations. Even if Lin Tian planned for the worst, the matter actually evolved to that point. I really couldn't stand this fellow Usopp, shouting excitedly here, as if it was everyone's hope to discard the Merly. He was the only one who valued the Merly. Lin Tian threw Usopp with a fist and fell to the deck violently. "Idiot, don't you think that everyone doesn't care about the Merly? No one in the presence of the pain is lighter than you. How could it be?" Usopp grabbed the blood at the corner of his mouth and got up from the ground. "You guys who are going to abandon Millie, why are you in pain?" Everyone's complexion changed as soon as he said this. Could this fellow Usopp vent his anger to say such things without taking his partner at all? Bang! As soon as the words came out, Luffy, as the captain, got up and put Usopp on the deck and yelled, "Idiot, what nonsense you guys are talking about? Everyone hurts in their hearts. I made this decision. If you disagree, then from the ship." Realizing that he had said something wrong, Luffy stopped speaking quickly, but was attacked by Usopp and knocked out, even slamming the table directly. But Lin Tian suddenly got a bump in his heart. Now that the two of them are in this situation, they can't even understand their own feelings, and they all say such nonsense, and eventually things will lose control. Sure enough, before Luffy apologized, Usopp fell on the ground, but said calmly, "No, it doesn't matter, that's your truth, just abandon those companions and move on." Struggling to stand up, Usopp said solemnly, "Since you are going to abandon them early, then abandon me together." "No, I'm serious. I've been thinking about it for a long time. To be honest, I can't keep up with you guys who are as powerful as monsters. I can't even hold back money like this." When Usopp said something, he said what he had always said. Since joining this pirate group, the weakest people have been himself and Nami. Chopper is also a demon fruit-capable person and a ship doctor. Nami is a powerful navigator. She doesn't seem to be of much use on the ship. She often supports everyone on the hind legs and can only work part-time as a ship repairer. What happened to the melee at this moment has confirmed Usopp with him. Will he wait for one day? If he is as useless as the melee, he will be abandoned by Luffy. Opening the door of the ship, Usopp stood outside the door, stopped his advance, and was silent for a long time before speaking. "From today, I am not a member of this pirate group." Leaving the people who hadn't reacted from it, Usopp had already walked outside, and the setting sun stretched his back very long, so lonely and lonely. Looking at the figure slowly leaving, Luffy held on to the edge of the ship, with both hands tightly, his eyes flashing constantly. It was definitely not what Luffy wanted, but now there was no need to stop it. When a man really makes up his mind, who can stop it, even if death is not to be feared? Stopping on the shore, Usopp stopped, turned around, stretched out his fingers and raised them to Luffy. "Luffy, I can't be with you anymore. I have to trouble you in the end. The ship really belongs to your captain. In this case, let's fight a game, Monkey D. Luffy, fight with me." The world is quiet at this moment. Who can understand the pain and anger in Luffy's heart at this moment? The blue veins on his forehead are violent, and his fingers are deeply plunged into the wood. "Tonight, I will be here again. I will defeat you and take away the Merly, and our fate will end here." As night fell, time turned. It was already 10 o'clock, and the final battle finally arrived. Must kill tomato juice. Usopp's sudden tomato juice could only deceive Luffy, and when he raised his head, Luffy couldn't help but tremble with a look of war and indifference. As if anticipating Luffy's movements, Usopp stretched out his right hand in his pocket, suddenly pulled out a shining shell, and pressed it at the same time. The dazzling light radiated from the front, and forced Luffy to stop the attack, block his eyes, and push towards the back, all of which were in the Usopp plan. He took out his slingshot and released several eggs in an instant, all hitting Luffy's body. "Must kill, rotten egg star, star, star." Smelling the smell coming from her body, Luffy couldn't help cursing angrily. "Damn it, can you fight well?" Reaching out his hand and groping in his back pocket, Usopp gritted his teeth and said, "Does it feel ridiculous? But this is my battle. Do you remember what Lin Tian told us? There is no good way of fighting, only the enemy down with a method that suits you." On the melee, Lin Tian's eyes showed relief. At this time, Usopp was what he expected, fighting like a real man, but the price was too high. He quickly took out an object from his pocket, and with an accurate and fast launch technique, it directly hit Luffy's mouth, that just opened more than 10 meters away. Pepper star. Endless spiciness came out of his mouth, and his lips were flushed red in an instant, and flames burst out of his mouth. The strong spiciness and the spiciness of Luffy all stood unstable and fell to the ground. "What?" The screams sounded from the mouth of Luffy, who fell on the ground. At some point, Usopp dropped countless iron nails around, and pain came from all over his body. But this kind of pain was of little use to Luffy, who had often experienced life and death battles. He suddenly stood up from the ground, stepped directly on the nail with his feet, and rushed towards Usopp. "Don't you notice that something is wrong?" "Luffy," Usopp said calmly, standing there. After Usopp reminded it, Luffy immediately found out. Smoke. Suddenly there was a lot of smoke, and when I rolled my eyes, I saw Weeby continuously emitting smoke on the side. Holding the slingshot eye, aiming at Luffy, a trace of apology flashed in his eyes. "Now you are all filled with gas. I'm sorry, Luffy, Gunpowder Star." The gas scattered around. When the flame was ignited, there was a bang. A huge explosion sounded on the shore, and the resulting firelight instantly illuminated the entire coast. Looking at the ground that was scorched by the explosion, there was still smoke constantly emitting. Calm, tilde, Usopp said calmly. "Luffy, I know this kind of attack is of no use to you." Next, Usopp, who hadn't seen each other for several hours, seemed to be a different person. Using the shells of the Sky Island and his own preparations, Luffy suffered a great loss. It's a pity that the difference in strength between the two sides is too great. It is not so simple and easy to make up. He was caught off guard by Luffy and was instantly defeated by Luffy. Kneeling down on the ground, facing Usopp, who was knocked to the ground in front of him, Luffy clenched his fists and screamed in pain. "How could you be my opponent?" Standing on the ground, Luffy did not hesitate and walked towards the melee behind him. At this point, there was no need to say anything. The two sides were no longer partners in the same boat. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 393 Friendship Break, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net. In 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. Ticking. A drop of tears dripped on the deck, and the scene in front of them made the two sensual Nami and Chopper unable to bear the tears. When I walked to Luffy under the melee, I covered my straw hat on my head. Tears could not help but shed tears in the eyes. This feeling is really heavy. This is the captain, Luffy. Don't be confused if you are so hesitant. We don't know who to believe. Raising his head, Soren looked at the beautiful white moon and said in a deep voice. Leaning over, looking at Usopp, who was lying alone on the ground, Lin Tian seemed very calm. The captain is not so good, because you are not burdened by yourself, but the people on the ship. The captain is the ship's owner. Leader. No matter what happens or what you face, the captain must keep it in mind, because if you mess up, the ship will be finished. Looking at the crying Luffy, Lin Tian shouted, "Isn't this not Luffy's growth? The captain is not such a good job. From today we will never be able to return to the ship." Take their own things. Everyone left them early, standing in the distance, took a deep look at them early for the last time, turned and left, the silvery moonlight shining on the ground, pulling everyone's reflections very long. At night, the busy streets during the day also fell silent. A group of 6 people walked silently on the road. Usopp's departure made everyone feel very sad. Suddenly, Lin Tian, who was walking in front, stopped abruptly and let Nami, who was walking behind without attention, hit her back directly. Lin Tian. Why did you stop suddenly? Holding her head, Nami took a small step back and raised her head to ask inexplicably. Lifting his head, watching the dock of water city no. One moved towards, Lin Tian looked serious and said to himself, "No, something happened." Something happened? What happened? Soren looked up and followed Lin Tian's gaze, but there was nothing. There was a black shadow in the eye, and the shadow of the house was vaguely visible. Lin Tian's sudden words and actions attracted everyone's eyes, his eyes filled with puzzlement, but he didn't wait for him to speak again. Turning his head, Lin Tian eagerly confessed, "Some things have happened, I'll go there first, and you guys don't cause trouble these days, especially Luffy. In recent days, the City of Water has not been calm. Wait until you find the boat and get together. Full of magnetism, we will leave here, Robin's whereabouts will be solved by me." The voice still fell completely in the strange eyes of everyone. Lin Tian turned into a flash of lightning and flashed in front of him, disappearing in front of him. "Hey, Lin Tian." Seeing it disappeared, Nami slowly stopped talking. After breathing out a sigh of smoke, Sanji said gravely, "Even Lin Tian is so anxious, it seems that something bad has happened." Compared with this, what I care more about is what Lin Tian said about the recent unrest. It seems that he left earlier. Was it for the same thing? Soren took his gaze back and stared at Lin Tian's disappearance. Place, lost in thought. Shoo. On the roof under the moonlight, a black shadow leaped flexibly on it. It was Lin Tian who had left, and the direction of his advancement was the direction of Dokno, one he had previously looked at. Lin Tian rushed there so eagerly, because there was a voice there that disappeared. The voice that belonged to Lin Tian, the City of Water, disappeared at that moment, accompanied by 4 gunshots. That's why his complexion changed drastically at that moment, and he hurried over there, because Vinberg held a secret that could change the world. This is also known in the Navy. He has the construction drawings of the ancient weapon Pluto. That is an ancient weapon that can destroy an island with a single cannon. It was made by a group of world's top boat craftsmen in the water capital hundreds of years ago. Those boat craftsmen left blueprints for making that kind of weapon for some reason. Pluto is such a terrifying ancient weapon, leaving only one that has the power to easily destroy a country, not to mention the blueprints. As long as you get that kind of thing, you can make that kind of weapon in batches. Therefore, since a few years ago, after knowing this, the world government has not given up, and has used countless methods overtly and secretly, but never got it from the hands of the iceberg. Because of the identity of the iceberg, the most important thing is that the world government is only speculation about that thing, so the government has not used any excessive means. After knowing this, as the revolutionary army preparing to overthrow the world government, it will not let it go. If the world government gets the blueprint, then how can their revolutionary army be the government opponent? Similarly, if the blueprint is obtained by the revolutionary army, the power controlled by the revolutionary army will increase exponentially, and then it will have the capital to face the world government. For this reason, the mission of the Shadow 14 is to hide here in secret, always observe the whereabouts of the iceberg, and can't let him die, nor can the blueprint reach the hands of others. At this time, near Dock 1, in Vinberg's office, the bulb on the roof had been smashed and fell to the ground. The whole room was plunged into darkness, but with the moonlight shining through the windows, I could barely see things under the eyes of people. Beside the desk, Vinberg was holding his chest, and a pool of blood had already drained from the ground. He looked pale in front of him. The 2 bodies were covered in clothing. One of them was wearing a mask. The other was a stunning black-haired woman who was aiming at the iceberg with a pistol, but the flashing eyes were full of intolerance and unwillingness. This woman is Robin. Holding his chest with a gunshot wound, Vincent gasped and asked, "Who are you guys and why are you dealing with me?" But his eyes were fixed. The woman in front of him, this face that he often pondered, could be recognized by just a glance. Nicole Robin, the only woman who could unlock ancient weapons. In this way, the result is obvious. Following Nicole Robin's arrival, their purpose must be to stare at the thing in their hands. After so many years, are those people finally unable to bear it and want to do it to themselves? Just as Vinberg was thinking, the other party's figure was covered in clothes with a hoarse accent. "You are a smart person, you shouldn't need to say more, you can guess what we are here." Vincent's eyes changed slightly, and sure enough, the other party's purpose was just as he had expected it for that thing. After a pause, the hoarse voice continued, "Mr. Vincent, there is no need for us to say more. Please hand over something like that, or don't blame us." A slight cold wind blows in through the window, and the curtains are blown by www.pelnatal.com, and swept across the iceberg. Obviously, the other party did not want to delay time with himself. Once he didn't say anything, he opened it twice. The gun shows the other party's determination, not simply how to do. Lindbergh thought quickly in his mind as to what way he could solve the crisis he was facing. I didn't say anything about it. I was delaying time here. I didn't see the coffin. I didn't cry. The figure glanced at Robin, and the shot command was conveyed in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Robin still aimed at his thigh and slowly squeezed the trigger in his hand. A slight noise came from the barrel of the gun. Since he came to do this at night, it was to prevent him from being caught. Of course the gun had to be specially made. The orange bullet, driven by the explosive, shot from the muzzle, cutting through the air. At this moment, a cold light flashed in this dark room, followed by 2 bangs of heavy objects falling. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 394 of the text has an accident, and you will see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. In the room where the moonlight was scattered, Robin's bullets were suddenly cut off by a sword light. In the clanging sound, the bullet that had been chopped in half fell to the ground, and the room was darkened at the same time. He raised his curious gaze and looked ahead, and saw that at the open window a black figure fell there, holding a long sword in his right hand. The cold light just now was the light reflected by the moonlight shining on the sharp blade. Looking at this, he suddenly broke out from nowhere. His whole body was wrapped in a black costume. Only 2 different eyes were exposed outside, holding a long sword in his hand and carrying a long sword on his back. The puzzled gaze moved downward, and he thought to himself, where did this guy come from again? Is it the hidden power behind him? Robin couldn't help thinking like this. The man wearing a mask beside him wandered around the man who suddenly passed into the iceberg in the window. The idea was obvious. Not to mention Robin's strangeness and confusion, Vincent's heart is the same. This figure suddenly came out to save himself. Who is it? He has never known such a person. No one was invited to protect, but unfortunately the other party was completely covered in a strong suit. Only 2 eyes were exposed. It is not clear who the iceberg is. Although I don't know what the identity of the other party is, there is no need to say more about the situation now. Since they came to help Lindbergh, it is their enemy. The figure flashed. The masked man had already rushed to the front, but tightly stretched out a finger towards the person in front of him and stabbed it forcefully. The look in his eyes gleamed, and the man at the window did not use his right sword, but wanted to wear a mask like a man. He raised his left hand and extended his asterisk to meet the air. There was a muffled sound, just an ordinary finger, but it seemed to explode with great power in the hands of the 2, and even the air exploded under that power. The masked man heard a hoarse voice of surprise. Finger, who are you? The man didn't say much. He lifted the long sword. The sharp blade cut directly through the air, with gusts of wind whistling. The man in the mask had to retract his fingers and move back. The masked man who exploded pressed his heart down and was puzzled. He lifted his foot to kick it, but thought of their plan, stopped his movement and landed on the ground. Why did you attack that way? Who are you? The mask that covers the whole face makes it difficult to see the expression on the man's face when he said this. Robin didn't say anything. He was already very surprised, but the identity of the person next to him was clearly known, and who the other party was, he could make him speak that tone. Step. Leaping down from the window, Tiska said, "Who am I? You don't need to worry about it. You just need to understand one thing, that is, if I am here, your purpose will no longer be achieved. Shoot." A hoarse voice suddenly came, making Robin startled, and when he turned his head, the opponent had already rushed up to fight. The fierce punches collided, and the two of them couldn't help taking a few steps backwards before they unloaded that powerful force. This move seemed to be regardless of the outcome of the two, but it must be clear that Disca's truly powerful is swordsmanship. There was no extra action. The backhand inserted the long sword, and the two fought together again. Whether it was a Disco or a masked man, both of them had something in common, that is, their identities could not be revealed, and at the same time they could not alarm the rest of the house. Therefore, the two battles are very tacit, regaining their strength, using no powerful tricks, just ordinary but equally dangerous physical attacks. With a slippery footstep, Disca sideways avoided the opponent's fist rushing toward the door, and at the same time suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbed the opponent's wrist. Powerful force spurted out, and turned 90 degrees. Severe pain came from his wrist, causing the masked man's eyes to change slightly. He stepped on his feet, and instantly his wrist rotated in the direction of his body. With the help of the force generated by the rotation, the right leg was kicked fiercely from top to bottom, and the intense sense of crisis rose from the head. If it was kicked by this kick, it would be really not so pleasant. The dark arm color was domineering, covering his arm. His right hand clenched a fist and punched out to meet the attack from the top of the head. Disca blocked the masked man's attack in a more ferocious way. The thigh kicked the opponent's arm like a kick on steel, but this kind of pain was very common to him, and even his brow was wrinkled, and his right hand took the opportunity to quickly twist and break free. With a slap of the palm towards the ground, a clear palm print appeared along with a crack, and the downward trend rose instantly. During the battle, it's not like that you don't have the slightest defense to show your body. A reminder came, and the masked man looked up and saw that Disca's fist had arrived. At this moment, the man with a mask, suspended in the air, had no focus, and he could not move his body. It was impossible to avoid the next attack. Paper painting, with a secret cry in his heart, the masked man twisted his body strangely and escaped the punch. Disca was taken aback for a moment, and the corner of her mouth curled slightly. I didn't expect you to have this trick, not enough, so you can avoid my attack? When the voice fell, Disca's fist turned into a hand blade, and it slashed the opponent's abdomen with a momentum uncovering the thunder, not as fast as the ear, and the masked man who could not be avoided was directly knocked out. However, the opponent is also an extremely rich generation in terms of combat strength and combat experience. At this time, the right foot has already been kicked on Disca, and the two have suffered a loss. Two figures flew upside down and turned over in the air. Stico landed on the ground with both feet, making two obvious marks, and the floor tiles under her feet were covered with numerous cracks. Staring at the masked man in front of him, he thought to himself, the instructor is right. The strongest spy agency, CP9, still has something to do with it, so I can't underestimate it. That's right, the black man in strong costume who suddenly appeared to rescue Vingberg was the captain of the Shadow II team, Disca. In the evening, they were the first to arrive here. The iceberg as an important target is of course under surveillance at all times. After discovering that someone was about to take action against the iceberg, the team members who were secretly monitoring quickly notified the captain. The second team captain, Disca, who had just arrived not long after, also learned the news and rushed over with the fourth team captain, Al. As for why I didn't see Al coming out, because the fighting was not only in this place at this moment, a battle was also about to start in Dock 1. In order to conceal his identity, Al also, dressed in black all over, gently put down his newly rescued and seriously injured player. When he rushed here, Al did not find the team member who was conveying the news, and suddenly thought that things might have changed. At the same time, the battle, coming from the dock, not far away, made his guess more sure. Let Disca, the captain of the second team, rush to the iceberg room first to prevent things from developing worse, while he ran directly to the dock, just to get there and save his team members. Don't worry, I will avenge you. After patting his unconscious team member lightly, Al stood up without expression. Turning to look at the person who injured his team member, a faint murderous intent appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect that the person here was actually a dog under Brother Doflamingo, but the dog that bites is not a good dog, so let me help. Doflamingo solves this dog. Hearing that, the person who was still wary had his face instantly replaced by anger. He was a senior cader under Doflamingo. He could imagine his own combat power, but at this moment he was scolded as a dog, and his anger could be imagined. And no. Without saying more, a powerful attack came directly. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 395 of the main text, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. In Doc 1, the battle broke out in an instant. Alma disdainfully used Dog's irony to deeply anger the cadres of Mingji, holding the long sword in his right hand and rushing forward. A wave of sword energy more than 10 meters long was powerful, leaving a deep gully on the ground wherever it passed, chilling it towards this side as if to cut everything in front of him. Facing such a powerful attack, Alfie didn't change the slightest, and the corners of his mouth showed deep disdain. This attack looked like a child playing around. What's the use of a great momentum? It really completely exposes the attack position. Only a slightly faster speed can easily dodge it. This kind of slash is far from the disco guy. This kind of attack didn't even make Al avoid the idea. He stretched out his right hand, the white mist enveloped his hands, and gently pushed toward the front. Suddenly, a wall, composed of white light mist, appeared in front of him. Compared with a majestic sword gas wave of more than 10 meters, the mist formed by Al's hand was so strong that it looked so rubbish. However, it was this wall of fog that looked like rubbish, but it abruptly blocked the mighty wave of sword aura, and an alarm rose, and the air wave, generated by the explosion, quickly dissipated towards the surroundings, sweeping up countless dust and a cloud of gray. The cader who issued the slash immediately became vigilant. In this environment, it is very easy to cover up his tracks, and it is most suitable for his own sneak attack. However, the next scene happened, but it was unexpected. The dense fog in the sky quickly emerged towards the front, and it was very clear that the air was moving rapidly, forming a gust of wind. In a blink of an eye, the thick smoke disappeared completely. Then where did all the smoke go? The cader looked forward, but the scene before him deeply shocked him. I saw that at this moment, in Al's hand, a small gray ball quickly turned in his hand, and it was the disappearing smoke that was gathered in a small sphere. Al, who has nothing to do, even dust, disdainfully said, "If you are at your level under Brother Ming, then you don't even have any hope of living today." Really? The cader's tone was equally disdainful. "At your level, I can do enough. Dover doesn't have so much time to waste on you." It seems that Doflamingo is a kind of strange guy who relies on his mouth, but does not have much power to dress up. I don't know that this kind of person is worthy of being an instructor opponent. He shook his head. Dicas looked funny, slowly raised the right hand that controls the wall. Looking at the guy in front of him who looked like a savage, with a fur-brimmed hat, 2 facial lines on his face, and a red cloak, dressed like an indigenous tribe, Dicas was exhausted. But if Lin Tian were here, he would never forget this guy, Diamante, one of Mingji's senior officials. On Codal Island, he was sent to attack Lin Tian during the Tianshan Gold incident. In that battle, if he didn't run fast, he would have to die there. With a quick backhand shot, the palm-sized ball flew out immediately, rushing a few meters away, and came to Diamante. Air bomb! The revolving gray sphere, its small size, gave Diamante a sense of crisis. Without much thought, under the instinct of fighting, lifting the cloak behind it, the soft cloak instantly turned into steel and straightened. "Get up and hide in it." Boom. There was not much noise. The rotating ball lightly hit the solid cloak, and it clicked like a sound of glass breaking. In the next moment, a loud explosion sounded, and countless smoke spread out, like a tossing wave sweeping towards the surroundings. Al, standing there quietly, muttered to himself. The air within a radius of hundreds of meters, gathered together. The power that bursts out at that moment is more than 10 times the power of a naval gun. Call out. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came from the front. It was a red object, rushing towards Al's forehead at great speed. His eyes condensed slightly, countless air flooded in front of him, and the dense air solidified in front of him, which was an invisible iron wall whose hardness was comparable to steel. The speed that turned into streamer slowly stopped moving under the dense air, and hovered tightly in front of Al. At a glance, it was recognized that it was the cloak behind Diamante, and he reached out to remove the red thing and rubbed it gently in his hand. There was a hint of surprise on his face. The thing was actually iron. It seemed that the guy might still be alive. Reaching out and waving forward, the suddenly flowing air, entrained with the dust, suspended in the air, slowly disappeared in front of my eyes, and the scene in the smoke gradually appeared in front of my eyes. I saw the original open space, turned into a large pit several meters in diameter, and Diamante was lying in that deep pit at the moment, with wounds of different sizes appearing all over his body. Gasping for breath, slowly stood up from the ground. The cloak behind him had been blown to pieces in the battle just now. Even if he suffered a serious injury, Diamante's eyes were still fixed on Al's actions. Unfortunately, for Al now, he is just something in the net, and he is not so anxious to deal with him, turning the debris in his hand. Al raised his head to look at Diamante in the deep pit, and said in a puzzled way, "Turn steel into cloth, it should be your demon fruit ability. I really don't know if you have ever been in the New World. Using this ordinary thickness of steel as a defensive method, you are still a swordsman. With this level of steel, as long as the swordsman enters the iron-cutting swordsman, it can be cut off. I wonder how you survived the New World. The level is really the highest cater of the Don Quixote family, it won't be fake." Al's sentence seemed to contain no insults, but it was better than a knife, and it was inserted into Diamante's heart. The heart was full of unwillingness, but there was nothing to refute. The other party was just a move. Without even moving his footsteps, he directly defeated himself and almost died. "Forget it, if that's the case, I'll send you on the road." Throwing away the iron piece in his hand, Al walked towards it, already eager to kill the guy in front of him. "Step on." The sound of footsteps sounded like a note of death, which struck Diamante's heart, and the closer and closer figure came along with the sound of footsteps. Diamante, who was sitting in the deep pit, suddenly rushed from the ground, drew a white cloth belt from his waist, turned it into a sharp sword, and staggered towards Al. Seeing this, Al disdainfully smiled, and continued to walk towards him. No matter how powerful he resisted, he was not his opponent. Unless Brother Ming came, it might be possible. Army flag. In the next moment, as Diamante's foot stomped, the whole ground floated strangely, just like the name of the move. The ground was like a military flag fluttering in the wind. The sudden situation made Al couldn't react for a while and almost fell to the ground. Just as he stabilized his body, he barely stood on the floating ground. Diamante's long sword had penetrated Al's body. Although the black suit covered Al's face, Diamante could also imagine the surprise and regret on his face. With a smug smile on his face, he said, "In this world, the last person with laughter is the winner, and I am the last one." Suddenly www.palma.com, the proud voice came suddenly. Diamante couldn't believe that he looked down at his abdomen, and saw there, I don't know, when Al's fist had landed on his abdomen. A quiet sip sounded in his ears. "I think I am the last one laughing." Air. Cannon punch. With a bang, the compressed air in Al's fist exploded in an instant, and Diamante instantly flew out. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, and fell into the pit where he had just stood up. Strolling to the front of the pit, Al looked at the figure in the pit contemptuously. "Forgot to tell you, I am a natural person with empty fruit ability. I can become air, and I can also control air. However, you now know that these are of no use anymore. I won't be procrastinating here with you. Die!" To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 396 of the main text, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. On the flat ground, in the dock, Al stood in front of the pit. The right hand condensed it into a faint smoke, and opened his hands toward the void in front of him, and the air invisible to the naked eye, dispersed toward the surroundings. In a blink of an eye, the air turned into sharp small cylindrical spears, emerging around the pit, and the sharp spear pointed directly at Diamante in the pit. Upon seeing this, Diamante's eyes were gradually filled with panic. Now he has no defense means, and he does not doubt that the spear that seems to be condensed from air can easily pierce his body. The arm was slowly pressed down, and the spear that was still in the air, surrounded by the sky, suddenly accelerated with Al's arm movement, and quickly pierced Diamante in the pit. Suddenly, with a scream, a light red beam of light struck from a distance at a strange speed. Al-K, who noticed the abnormal movement in the sky, just looked up. The thread column is already close to him, and there is still a few meters away. At his speed, he can kill him in a flash. Without hesitation, his whole body immediately turned into air and slowly disappeared into the air. The light red thread pillar passed through Al's body without any obstacle. Stabbing into the ground, the 10-meter-long string completely sank into the ground. It is conceivable that the sharpness of the string may be easily cut by heavy steel. Al appeared, feeling the slight pain on his face, and couldn't help but stretch out his hand to touch it. The sticky sensation of blood came from between his fingers, and a few inches of blood appeared on his face. Domineering? With a low murmur, Al looked up and saw a figure descending from a high altitude. With such a powerful attack power and speed, who else could use this attack method except Brother Ming? Suspended in midair, looking down at the two people below, Brother Ming pressed down with one hand, and countless thin lines that were invisible to the naked eye emerged from the palm of his hand and spread out into countless strands. The spears that were condensed by the air were wrapped and bound, and seeing this scene, Al didn't move at all, just watched the scene quietly. Doflamingo has come out now. Apparently he can't stand it behind. Come out to rescue Diamante. For Al, Ming has already appeared. It doesn't matter if Diamante, the little fish, is killed or not, even if he lets him flee. It is difficult to set off any big waves. The sharp silk thread was tightly wound on the air spear and cut into countless pieces. Without Al control, it returned into air and filled the whole world. Doflamingo, I didn't expect you to appear here this time. Al raised his head to look at Doflamingo standing in the air. As soon as the voice changed, his tone sarcastically said, "It seems that my subordinates are too rubbish. You, the boss behind the scenes, can't stand it. You are about to appear." Hearing that, Mingji's face changed slightly, but he immediately disappeared from his face, and did not say anything, while Diamante, who was in the pit, showed shame on his face. I especially remembered that I had promised to finish in front of Dover, but in the end, people didn't hurt myself at all. He lowered his head and said in shame, "Dover, this time I..." Well, his combat power is much stronger than he is, and he is still a natural demon fruit ability. It is normal to be defeated by him, and there is nothing to be ashamed of. Doflamingo's calm voice came from above. Standing on the thin line all over the void, Brother Ming's voice continued to be heard from above. "Diamante, you should go back first, they are almost over." Hearing that, Diamante stood up from the ground and turned towards the dock, leaving only the next Mingji and Al facing each other at this moment. "Why, let your subordinates leave. Are you going to fight me personally?" A lightly glanced at Diamante, who was leaving, and he raised his head to look at the high-altitude Brother Ming. "No." Raising his fingers, Mingji shook his face with a brutal smile. "I am going to solve you personally here." Although I don't know who you are, I can see from you. Familiar feeling, like my big enemy. Solve me, brother Dofluming, you are not enough. Al's lower body turned into air, slowly floating up, with a disdainful smile on his face, and stopped at the same height as Ming. While hearing the other party's conversation, the 5 fingers of Ming's right hand were shaking slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As soon as the figure flashed, Al's voice just fell, but it turned into a stream of air, rushing towards Brother Ming, and shouted, "Don't use this little trick like Doflamingo. It's not so easy to win by sneak attack." Brother Ming moved in the dark. Al had already seen through from the beginning. His hands moved forward. The endless air around him was quickly squeezed, and the sky was suddenly blocked by a faint thick fog, which was a sign of excessive air gathering. Empty field. Seeing the opponent attack, Mingji quickly stretched out his right hand. Dozens of white silk threads invisible to the naked eye spurted out, entangled with each other, forming a thick white thread column, shooting towards Al. He made a fist with his right hand, and the dense air around him quickly gathered on Al's hand, greeted him decisively with a deep drink. With a blast, Al's fist resisted Mingji's whip line strongly. Seeing the scene before him, Mingji's mouth was surprised. It can actually block my whip line, empty fruit. The ability to control the air is really strange. The thread, with thick hair, stayed 1 centimeter in front of the fist, and it was already difficult to move forward. It was blocked by dense air that was wrapped around Al's fist, with hardness comparable to steel. There is something that makes you even more peculiar. Lin Tian's voice sounded at this moment. His right fist slammed out, and an explosion blew at the fist. Empty blast. The compressed air in the fist and the bursting power directly blasted the string into countless pieces, which were scattered on the ground. Waved off the thread pillar in his hand, Mingji stepped on the silk thread lightly and flew out. His right hand turned into a beast claw, and a colored silk thread emerged from his fingertips, slashing towards Al. The silk thread, like piano thread, had the hardness enough to cut steel and cut through Al's body, but only air was cut. As for Al's body, it has turned into air to move behind Brother Ming, kicking towards the opponent's back. Foot kick line. Feeling the attack from behind, Mingji kicked his right foot, and 8 transparent silk threads emerged along the toes, accompanied by a straight kick from the sharp silk threads. It was powerful enough to kick a house into pieces. The opaque silk thread cut through the viscous air and was instantly sensed by Al. The speed of his right foot suddenly increased, and a white slash was kicked in the air. Empty slash. This is, based on the kick, developed by Langio, adding the power of his own devil fruit. Not only is faster, but the power is also increased several times. With a bang, the collision of the 2 forces produced a shock wave, and the 2 simultaneously retreated towards the back. But this space is in Al's empty realm. Behind Ming's reversal, a sharp air spear formed under Al's control and pierced towards Ming. Empty. 10,000 thorns. With such a large number of air spears, pierced densely at the same time, it is impossible to avoid it at a fast speed. If it is defensive, it can only do that. Brother Ming quickly flashed the best solution in his mind, and with a light footstep, he landed on the ground, and the sky full of air spears had already rushed to him. Shield White Line lightly stepped on its footsteps, and a low drink sounded. I saw that under Brother Ming's feet, the solid, light yellow ground began to turn white, and the flat ground was instantly filled with white. Upon closer inspection, there were countless small threads gathered together. In the ground, filled with silk threads, 4 large white stout strips emerged from the ground and intertwined with each other, turning into a large semicircle, like a large white bowl, wrapped in the back, completely hidden. Live yourself. Jingle bell. A terrifying number of spears struck the white line shield, covering Brother Ming's body, and there was only a continuous sound of unconsciousness. The spears condensed from the air. If you want to break the outer defense of Brother Ming, too reluctant. Not even a single mark was left, but the air spear that filled the sky dissipated within a few seconds and turned into air again, allowing this originally thin space to regain its previous density. Levitating in midair, looking at the ground, that turned into a sea of White lines, a hemispherical shield stood on it, blocking the figure of Brother Ming. A heavy color appeared on his face, and he thought to himself, the devil fruit ability has awakened. It seems that just as the instructor said, Ming has developed the superhuman line fruit ability, which does not seem very strong to such a point. No wonder the instructor has been one of the big enemies, with great attention. In the sound of clicking, the hemispherical white wire cover on the ground split into 4 huge wire pillars, standing upright around Mingji, and Mingji's figure slowly emerged. Strangely asked, you can use the power of awakening. You are indeed very strong. I am curious about who is a powerful master like you, why I have never heard of it, and you still need to hide your identity. What are your goals? As for our purpose, it is not something you can understand, Ming brother, you are just a dog under the world government. Our real opponent is the Navy. You still can't reach those, Al Ping said with his arms folded. Is it? Brother Ming showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, lightly licked his lips, slowly raised his right hand, and the string of thread around him quickly twisted. There is nothing in this world that I can't know. If I don't speak, I have to find the answer by myself, the 4 gods. The 4 twisted strings quickly wrapped around Mingji's head, turning into a line that increased several times in volume. In the footsteps of Mingji, it fell www.com, the huge line, steps towards Al in the sky. Countless white lines are drawn from the sea under the feet, under the moonlight. It is like a sharp sword, exuding a white light that is infiltrating. The black light flashed quickly at the tip of the line, and the arm color quickly covered the front. It was necessary to attack the natural demon fruit ability. Al's figure flashed several times, using the air to leave after images, preparing to avoid Brother Ming's attack, and the fool would resist. Do you think you can avoid it like this? Brother Ming raised the corner of his mouth, his fingers trembling strangely, and a line of thread pillars separated from the line and attacked the after image. The after images were pierced by the thread pillars, and Al's figure appeared immediately, and then under the attack of the thread pillars, they turned into attacks and disappeared into the void. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. The body of the 397th chapter Mingji shot, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net. In 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. The thread pillars, attached to the arm color domineering, like a flexible white snake, pierced every figure, but what Ming pierced was all after images. The real Al is hidden in the countless after images, disappearing without a trace. Here, with his eyes fixed on the after image that appeared in front of him, Brother Ming suddenly turned around and couldn't see clearly. A string of thread, covering the domineering arm color, stretched out toward him. Al, who slipped behind Brother Ming, was about to give him a fatal blow, but he didn't expect to be discovered by Brother Ming. He suddenly attacked with a string, leaving Al not prepared. But Al's combat experience is equally rich. He didn't evade, but accelerated his speed, holding the small gray ball in his hand and pressing it towards Mingji's chest. Empty that even. Tough. The thread pillar that even steel can easily cut through instantly penetrated Al's abdomen. Fortunately, Al's movement was fast enough. While launching an attack, his abdomen moved to the side. The sharp thread pillar, part of the hole is solid and part of it is air. Despite this, Al's abdomen was still cut off, and blood spewed out from the wound like money. What? In a scream, Al's palm ball suddenly slapped on Brother Ming, and a powerful explosion was sent out, and an invisible shockwave vented out. Like a heavy hammer hitting the chest, the shockwave directly penetrates the epidermis and impacts on the internal organs. Mingji's figure flies directly upside down and hits a normal ship that has been built behind him. The big ship, tens of meters, is hit suddenly. By Ming it exploded, and the originally assembled wooden boards were also scattered around. Tough. Holding his painful chest, Ming-Chi opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. The bright red blood dripped from his lips and dripped onto his clothes. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, you can still use this method of killing 800 and self-defeating 1000. I haven't met such a person for a long time, Brother Ming said with a smile, spitting blood. Boom! He knelt down with a plop, with his weak feet. His right hand was facing the ground, stopping his body from falling, and his left hand was firmly covering the wound on his abdomen. His mouth was panting heavily, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Is there something wrong with a statement that kills the enemy 800 and loses 1000? The impact that bursts at that moment all impacts on your internal organs. At this time, your body it should be far different than it seems. Yes, but my ability is not just for attack. He wiped off the blood from his mouth, and in Al's surprised eyes, he suffered a heavy blow from himself and fell to the injured Brother Ming, but stood up as if he was not injured. With a ferocious smile on his face, Ming-Chi's fingers trembled strangely in secret, and slowly walked towards Al, who was on the ground. Seeing that Brother Ming was getting closer and closer, Al's mind quickly flashed a solution. He had been in a big fight before, thinking that the other party hadn't noticed it, but he didn't expect that it was him who was calculated. It seems that Brother Dothleming is not easy. But his left hand was silent, gathering the surrounding air and condensing it in the palm of his hand. If Brother Ming really thought he had no backhand power right now, it would be a big mistake. Cut! A sound of breaking through the air sounded from behind, and a strong sense of crisis came from his mind. Ming-Chi quickly turned around and stretched out his right hand. Dozens of silk threads emerged from the palm of his hand to construct a spider web in front of him. Spider's nest. The air breaking slash hit the spider web hard and sharp, but the hard and sharp thread did not resist the strong slash as Ming Brother had expected. Without the slightest resistance, it was cut instantly. The surprised Ming-Chi hurriedly retreated behind him, and at the same time swung a spider web in front of him again, slashing sharply, and after cutting off the previous spider web, it was blocked by this spider web. Watching the darkness in front of him, Brother Ming saw the color domineering turn on, and suddenly turned his head, because there was a voice suddenly behind him. Turning around, I saw behind him a man in the same black outfit, holding a long sword in his hand, supporting the man in black who was injured by him. Things have changed. We were discovered, and we received the instructor's order to retreat first, Diska said softly in his ear while supporting Al. However, his eyes were fixed on Brother Duo Fulangming in front of him, and his right-hand sword swung up suddenly. Fierce sword energy burst out from the tip of the sword, and a wave of tens of meters of sword energy rushed towards him. With a backhand back the long sword in his hand, Diska took a deep look at Brother Ming, turned around to support Al, walked out of Doc No. 1 and disappeared into the darkness behind. Only a voice was left, and it rang in the air. Brother Doflamingo, your life will be with you today, so that you can live a few more days. Dispelling the wave of sword energy in front of him, Brother Ming jumped and appeared outside Dock 1. Unfortunately, there was no one in the quiet street, and the two had disappeared. My Doflaming brother is not so easy to kill. If you want to take my life, you two are not enough. As the scene turns, time goes back to 1 minute ago in Vingberg's office. Nicole Robin, facing the instructions of the masked man, thought for a few seconds. Struggling appeared on her face, and her eyes became firm when she thought of what she was carrying. Aiming at the heart of Vingberg in his flashing eyes, he decisively pulled the trigger in his hand, and the orange bullet flew out of the muzzle and shot towards the fragile heart. Upon seeing this, Diska's heart was shocked, but his purpose was to protect the iceberg, but if he could not be killed, he had to rush forward to block the bullet. However, the masked man who attacked suddenly stopped, and at a faster speed than Diska, an air bullet popped out of his finger, blocking the missed bullet, and hitting the chest without directly hitting the heart. But after being hit by 4 bullets, the iceberg barely kept awake, finally couldn't hold on, and passed out into a coma. The scene before him suddenly surprised Diska. These two guys weren't going to take the life of the iceberg. How could this masked man save the iceberg? Could it be that what happened was not what he thought? But at this time, there was no time for Disco to think. After the masked man blocked the bullet, he kicked towards Disco with a kick. He quickly stretched out his hands and crossed them to block his chest, kicking strongly, causing Disco to retreat 3 steps before stopping his backward stature. However, before Disco had an anti-phone meeting, the masked man had already cheated on his body and quickly hit his chest with his fists. In the blink of an eye, dozens of punches appeared before his eyes. Although Disco's real strength is swordsmanship, physique is also not bad, and swordsmanship is in common with physique in some aspects. Both fists were thrown out quickly, forming a fist shadow. The 2 fists turned into afterimages. In the rapid battle, even Robin, on the edge, could hardly see the shots of both sides. Turning his right hand, his wrist was against the opponent's fist and missed. His right hand became claws and suddenly grabbed the opponent's wrist. The figure retreated and avoided the opponent's other fist. Without waiting for the other party to react, the figure of the masked male figure fell towards his eyes with the force of pushing back, and his right foot suddenly kicked out at the same time. Iron. With a clanging sound like steel, Disco kicked his right foot on the opponent's chest, like a piece of steel, with a clear pain from the toe. Failing to make a move, Lin Tian quickly released the opponent's wrist, with his left hand retracted, pressed against the opponent's left hand, turned against the opponent's body, and released his right hand, slapped on the weak chin. There was a light click, and the masked man was shot directly out and fell heavily on the side wall. The loud sound alarmed the city hall that had fallen into a calm night. In the dark room, the lights were suddenly bright, and people ran out of the room toward the office deep in the iceberg. A wry smile flashed across Disco's face when he noticed that the whole building was moving. Even if he was paying attention, how could there be no sound in the real battle? Taking a deep look at Robin, Disco's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and he jumped back from the window and disappeared into the big tree on the edge in a few flashes. Go! Alarmed the guards in the building. They have no need to stay here, although the black man who broke in at the last moment disrupted the plan, but the main purpose has been achieved, and there is no failure. The masked man stood up from the ground, glanced at the iceberg at his feet, and took Robin out of the room. To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record this reading. Chapter 398 of the main text is temporarily closed, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words. Net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. In the dilapidated bar, what was damaged in the battle has been simply repaired at this moment, and it barely looks like a bar. At this moment, in the bar, several people are sitting, seemingly silent, but in fact, everyone's eyes are directed outside the door, from time to time, and strange and worried expressions appear in their eyes. Why have been there for so long? With the combat power of the 2 captains, they have been there for so long. What happened hasn't come back yet. Is the opponent fighting power? Has it encountered the Navy? Click. The sound of the door rubbing sounded, and everyone in the bar turned their eyes to the door quickly, with their hands hanging lightly, with a vigilant expression. It was not clear whether the person was an enemy or a friend. In the eyes of everyone, the closed door slowly opened. Disco, who was wrapped in a black suit, supported the injured Al and walked in with a previously injured team member. The 4 members of the team didn't change their expressions. Obviously, they didn't expect that their teammates were injured and passed out. Even their opponents suffered unclear injuries. He hurriedly reacted, rushed up a few steps, took the unconscious team member from Disco, and carried it to the back room for the most basic treatment. At the same time, another female team member hurriedly took out a first aid kit from under the bar and came to Al, who was half lying in the chair, to help her deal with a bleeding wound in her abdomen. Youngest, go and help them. After looking at Al, Diska said to the doctor of his team. Nodded. One of the men hurriedly followed the three of them to the back room to deal with the injuries of his unconscious companion. The abdomen disinfectant cleaned up the wound, and the stinging sensation caused Al's mouth to roar like a beast. In this scene, the remaining few people still staying in the bar were puzzled. The two captains all went, and the captain of the fourth team came back with injuries. What happened? What happened? Who is it that is so strong? The indifferent silver white-haired woman stepped forward and asked softly, Captain, what is going on? Why is the captain of the fourth team injured? Things have changed. I didn't expect that this time the attack on the iceberg was actually the world government. The CP9 of the same nature as ours, and Kiwei also joined it. He looked down at Al, who was treating the wound, and Diska said in a deep voice. 7 Wuhei. Everyone screamed an exclamation on their faces, but it disappeared in an instant. This time they had a general understanding of the matter from the fourth team leader Al's mouth. It is not a big deal that the Navy will send Kiwei, it is quite normal. As the medicine was covered, the white bandage wrapped the ointment to wrap up the wound. The pain was reduced a lot in an instant. Al's mouth was panting heavily, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. Panting slightly, his pale cheeks lifted up a little, thanking him. Diska, thank you. This time, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid my injury will get worse. Nodded. Diska asked puzzledly, Al, it is said that your strength, how can you be injured by Doflamingo in such a short period of time? Has his combat power increased so much? Hearing this familiar name, everyone couldn't help but was stunned. In fact, this name was too familiar to them. The minister was his life and death enemy, and he had also known this person before. Actually, I underestimated the enemy this time. I was holding both sides and wounded, but I didn't expect that its ability to repair internal organs was a big loss. With that said, Al's face was thick and unwilling. He thought he could solve Brother Ming, but he was injured by the opponent. If he keeps his focus, he won't be able to fight like this with his own combat power. Without saying more, the suspicion in my heart was slightly solved. Although Al was only a fourth team, his combat power was enough to rank in the top 3, but he stayed here and did not get enough credit. After a pause, Al thought of something, and the corners of his mouth slightly cocked. However, due to this time, I will fight for a short time. After the next fight, I will definitely let that guy see what empty fruit power is. You kid still does this. If you don't really suffer a big loss, you won't change the word impatient. The calm words sounded, making everyone in the bar immediately vigilant, and Diska slowly stretched his right to the hilt behind his sword, but scanned the entire bar, but there was no one in front of him. Suddenly, the wall on the side was like a faint ripple on the water surface, and a figure slowly emerged in the ripple. It was Lin Tian. Seeing the face of King Lei, everyone couldn't help but stunned. Then a joyful smile appeared on their faces, and they shouted in unison. Minister, instructor. Okay, waved his hand. Lin Tian glanced at the crowd, smiled and replied, staying on the silver-white woman for a few seconds, his eyes flashing slightly, and then his eyes moved to Al, who was on the chair. Pointing out his finger, I hate iron and steel, and scolded, you kid, I confessed before, telling you not to be anxious. Now everything is still unclear. Don't do anything if you don't have to. You are fine. A direct battle with Doflamingo and destroying the entire No. 1 dock. I am afraid that the whole city will talk about this issue tomorrow morning. Doesn't this allow the Navy to detect something wrong in advance and change its plan? Listening to the scolding, Al could only lower his head and listen in silence. Today, what he did was indeed a little excited, which added uncertainty to the subsequent development of the matter. Well, Lindbergh was attacked today. It was not your fault that you made the shot. After rubbing his brows, Lin Tian said helplessly. He didn't expect this to happen in the end. With a light glance, Lin Tian suddenly smiled, staring at the silver-white woman facing him. Why, the teacher is here, but you didn't say hello, Ali. Hearing that, everyone showed a faint smile on their faces, looking at Ellie, who was bowing his head. Everyone knew that it was an instructor's disciple. It is precisely because of this that Ellie can join them in such a short period of time. In fact, both Disc and Al admire Ellie very much. Even though they all respect Lin Tian as a teacher, because when they were most confused, it was Lin Tian who led them out of the fog. In their hearts, Lin Tian was not only an instructor but also a benefactor. Reluctant to look up, Ellie, who has always been indifferent to others, finds it difficult to face this cheap master who doesn't know whether she should hate or be grateful. Pouting a small mouth, he reluctantly said, returning to the master, "I gave it to me for a month, and then threw me to others. Is there any master like you?" Lin Tian was speechless, but a wry smile appeared in his heart. This little Neezy still held a grudge, but the previous incident was indeed his own fault. Shrugging his shoulders, Lin Tian apologized. "I was really wrong last time, but this is also for your good. After all, the Revolutionary Army is more suitable for you." This is indeed a fact. After reaching the Revolutionary Army, Allie discovered that she thought that there was only one person in this world, but found that there were many people who had the same experience as her. Here, Ellie felt the breath of partners. After all the relatives died, she experienced for the first time that she was not a lonely person, and she also had partners. HMPH. "You are reasonable, but don't want me to forgive you so easily," Allie grumbled with a cold snort. Seeing this, Lin Tian didn't rush to get angry, but laughed, because he saw Ellie's change, and saw the desire for death in his heart gradually disappeared. Although she exudes an endless indifference from a stranger, she may not treat everything coldly in front of so many people, indicating that she has walked out. With a soft smile on his face, Lin Tian slowly stretched out his hand, rubbing Ellie's silver white hair as he did in the past. It was joy from the heart. Seeing Lin Tian stretched out her palm and was about to rub her head, Allie instinctively wanted to push back, but stopped. The warmth from the top of her head made her body tremble. "I just heard from the top of my head, Ellie, you have changed. You have really changed. However, it is not me who is happiest, but you are watching your family in the sky." Silence. The whole bar fell into silence. In the silence, everyone knew about Ellie's experience, especially the partners and team members who fought with her, because they were the witnesses of her change and witnessed everything. There were tears in the bright eye frame, and the tears overflowed from the corner of the eye and slowly left behind, turning into that beautiful face, gathering on the chin, and finally dripping on the deck. Ticking. Released his right hand, Lin Tian took a half step back, pursing his lips. His face showed deep thinking, and said with a smile, "When did I become so sensational?" Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized something. Just when they wanted to laugh, Allie suddenly rushed up and hugged Lin Tian's body. "Master! Thank you." To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 399 of the main text, Master and Disciple Reunion, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Remember, words net, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-ups. A bright and secret place belongs to the World Government Building. Shinji sat in a high position, looking at CP9, Doflamingo and the most important Robin below, his eyes calm and terrifying. After a while, he asked, "What the casters is going on, Rob Lucci? What is going on with your CP plan?" "This is not to disrupt the whole plan, to ambush the mayor of Water City Vinberg and reveal Robin's identity. What are you CP9 for?" Holding his arms around his chest, Lucci quietly stayed there. The Green Pheasant asked calmly and replied, "General King's-Eye, although you are the highest combat power in this unit, we are directly responsible to the 5 old stars. Some things your navy has no power." Interview. After taking a deep look at Luffy, Shinji didn't say much. He had already heard the Warring States Marshal's reminder when he was in command. Although CP is attached to our Navy in this operation, they still have their own plans. At some point, they have full autonomy to act alone, and even the Navy must cooperate. Turning his gaze, Shinji stared at Brother Ming, who was thinking about things on the side. Brother Doflamingo, you should give me an explanation about what you did this time. Explain? Mingji replied with sharp eyes, there is nothing to explain, my subordinates are almost dead, so it's that simple for me to shoot. Click and click. Light blue ice crawled all over the table, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply, showing Shinji's unhappiness and anger. For the beginning of the Warring States period, Shinji did not agree with this sea scum. This guy who has a deep hatred with Lin Tian will definitely not abide by the Navy's orders and do something secretly to achieve his orders. It doesn't matter if he glanced at the ice below, Brother Ming said. Kiwei belongs to the Navy, but it doesn't mean that Kiwei is the Navy. Similarly, in my opinion, where there are so many ways to deal with Lin Tian, all the direct combat power is here. Annihilate. This time, before Shinji could answer, a heavy voice sounded in the room, and at the same time, a bright light rose on the wall behind Shinji, and the Warring States figure emerged. Brother Doflamingo, you fellow, it seems that you are acting secretly. This time, there is no report on the matter secretly, and the dock was destroyed. To be honest, the Warring States was also very upset at this time. Now that the plan hasn't even finished the prelude, this kind of thing happened. I don't know what the high-level officials are thinking about. The round-up of Lin Tian is directly under the responsibility of their Navy headquarters. As a result, they have joined an uncontrolled CP who can act alone and did so much. The special smile on Mingji's mouth made everyone in the room frown. It seemed that Yi Ming did not say much. I only heard Brother Ming smiled and said, Marshal of the Warring States period, thank you for the compliment, but do you think that as the person in charge of this operation, sitting at the headquarters, which is 1,000 miles away, can we really perform this operation perfectly? The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and he asked, Lin Tian is a hazard. I don't need to say more. Your Navy headquarters should understand better than me. Do you think that from such a far away you can control the whole situation? This time the headquarters naturally has the confidence and consideration. You can think of Lin Tianing, the headquarters can do the same. All you have to do now is to honestly wait for tomorrow night. Faced with Mingji's question, Zhengguo just glanced at it, and everyone could still hear the perfunctory words in the casual words. But Brother Ming didn't say much, only the corners of his mouth curled slightly, stood up, turned and walked towards the door. Since the Marshal of the Warring States period knows it, I have to wait for tomorrow. Brother Ming left, and Lucky CP9, who was in his seat, also stood up from the table. Marshal of the Warring States period, we have to report this incident, so we retire first. In the image of the Warring States period waving its hand on the wall, CP9 also retreated from the room, leaving only Shinji and Warring States in it. Seeing these people go out, Shinji retracted his gaze, turned around and asked, Marshal of the Warring States period, why do you want to join these guys in this plan? Just because of the combat power of CP9 and the qualifications to participate in the battle, my colleague has the character of Doflamingo. Is not suitable for this. I know. Nodded in Shinji's puzzled eyes, Zhengguo nodded and admitted. Hearing this, Shinji was immediately puzzled. Marshal of the Warring States period, if this is the case, why use? Rubbing his eyebrows, Zhengguo said helplessly, there is no way. CP9 has stayed here for several years, always for something. This time Nicole Robin's arrival is an excellent opportunity. Compared to the world government, such things are more important in some respects than destroying Lin Tian. No matter how powerful Lin Tian is, after all, he did not take the initiative to fight against the world government. Nicole Robin, something? Shinji lowered his head to ponder what on earth was it, what was the connection between the two. Suddenly Shinji realized something. Lifting his head, he couldn't believe it and asked, "Is it an ancient weapon?" "Yep." Putting down his hands, Warring States nodded. "That thing, it is undeniable. The importance is too important, and it is still making blueprints. With that kind of thing, mass production of ancient weapons is not an unattainable dream if the world government is fully committed." Warring States continued, "Also, this time, things have changed, and some things have occurred. I am afraid that our Navy has mobilized some forces on a large scale. This time some people are not honest, so this time there are only two of you." Hearing that, Shinzai's face showed a heavy color which would make the Warring States period have to change the original plan. It seems that this time things are very tricky. It really didn't happen. The wind and rain have come. Things have not started here, and there are things over there. It seems that this action will have a lot more changes. But... The voice changed. Zangudeo, two guys with extremely high combat power suddenly appeared this time. The Navy is already investigating and has some eyebrows. For this reason, I called that guy this time. That guy, Shinji's eyes flashed astonishment. With his character, how could he come to participate in this kind of thing? Don't worry, he came back, because there are things that interest him. Lowered his head, looked at the two pieces of information on the desktop, and the Warring States tone was affirmative. This guy is here. With that guy's character, he will definitely come over. For him, a real opponent is more attractive than anything else. It's just Lin Tian. How many things do you hide secretly? What connection do you have with the Revolutionary Army? What are you thinking about, Lin Tian? Hatch, which guy is scolding me? After hitting several Hatch for no reason, Lin Tian rubbed his nose and couldn't help thinking inwardly. Lying on the roof of the bar, looking at the moon in the sky, time passed a little bit, and the battle was approaching quietly. It was not so easy to survive this time. The most important thing is the Navy. Since dealing with myself this time, I am afraid that I have already had a restraint on my own ability. The research of the Old Man of Begathon has made breakthrough progress. When I was in the East China Sea, the reminder text had already explained everything. In the next battle, Lin Tian did not worry about himself. What was really worried about was Luffy and the others. They were still too weak. Now all of them couldn't resist even the Admiral's move. Even if they have great potential it is difficult for them to grow to that point in a few years. Lifting the rock in his hand under the moonlight, it shone with a faint reddish light. This light is too weak to be found even in the dark. However, I am not a vegetarian, Marshal of the Warring States period. This time, let the Navy try the power that the Revolutionary Army has hidden for so long. Taking back the stone in his hand, Lin Tian held it tightly. He had a sense of guilt for cultivating his own Navy, so even now, it is not a last resort and has never been a killer to the Navy. But this time, since it's such a time, war is inevitable and death is inevitable. The Navy, the Revolutionary Army, Luffy, Kyuhei. Who can survive? To be continued. Read this chapter on mobile. The latest TXT download and review of this book. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Add Bookmark below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 400 of the Warring States Decision, and you will see it next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. End of chapter. Thank you for listening to this novel and please subscribe so that we continue to grow on the channel.